At home, if you love offshore racing, this is probably what you're looking for because it is choppy out there and they know what they have to deal with. As you can see, maybe the surroundings of our booth here, the wind is blowing probably, what would you say, Shane, a steady 15 miles an hour?
Yeah, that's what the weather said this morning, but they said that for this afternoon, but I think it's kicked up a little bit early, so these guys are going to have some tough times in qualifying this morning.
So if you like to watch 12,000-pound boats fly out of the water, you're in the right place. Here's what we're going to do here today. We're going to start off with qualifying. As you can see, Pro Class 1 will be out here. They'll get one flying lap, so they've got to make it count, Shane.
Yep, they have one run-up lap, one hero lap, and they've got to make it work, and they hope they hit the setup just right for their race this afternoon.
Well, speaking of a race this afternoon, the first race we will have are the Thundercats.
Yeah, dude, I'm so excited. I mean, look at the surfs right there, guys. You talk about these guys are going to catch a lot of air. They've got a 200-300-pound boat. This is going to be wild, and we're so excited to have these new the Thundercat teams here with us this weekend.
Yeah, a little more about them. I mean, they're inflatables. There's two people in them. They're 12.5 feet long, 5.5 feet wide. I mean, they're little tiny things that are going to be out here in this wicked surf trying to get it done.
Yeah, 200 to 300 pounds is all the boat is. So you and I, we get on there, boy. We're gonna adjust the ballast real quick, me and you again. So I'll tell you, it's gonna be pretty cool. But they've got a great history. They used to race on rivers. This all started in South Africa in the 70s. So I mean, this type of race has been around for a long time. So we are excited to have them here with us running offshore.
Might not be a clash with the two big boys here at the desk. All right.
On a day like today, I'm hoping they'd weigh us down a little bit. We'd stay in the water a little better.
All right, let's get it down to Jim Black. He's going to have our opening ceremonies and prayer. Jim?
Thank you for joining us today. If you would, let's have a word of prayer together. Lord, we again thank you for a great time together. We pray for the races and all that takes place today, all the work that's done behind the scenes. And today we ask you to bless our time together. I pray for each and every team that they'll do their very best and that all of us will be home safe tonight. Meet every need of everyone. Bless our country, and we'll thank you for it in your precious name. Amen.
And now let's get it over to Cameron Dimmick with a singing of our national anthem. Beautiful day here on the Space Coast as we get ready to send our first classes out here for qualifying, all part of opening ceremonies, of course, as we take care of the nation's colors.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight and the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet waved for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job there, Cameron. We appreciate that. It is a spectacular day here, exactly what you would want. It is in the mid-80s. Humidity relatively low, I would say, here for Florida, but it is Florida. And, of course, everybody is getting ready for qualifying here. You can see some of the fans out there enjoying a beautiful day at the beach as we are here in Cocoa Beach. We're just about 30 minutes or so south of the Kennedy Space Center. It's going to be a busy day here, Shane. Also important, of course, with this qualifying, it will determine where they're going to line up. The best of the best going at it. Third event here of the season. And with more on what we're going to see and from some of the competitors, let's get it over to the first of our two pit reporters and Taylor Snyder.
Thanks, Ken. What an incredible weekend it's going to be here. Obviously, Cocoa Beach, this is a place where speed and horsepower are no stranger to anybody. I'm talking about the Space Coast with those rockets launching just a couple miles from this location. That is no spectacle to be seen, but we're going to bring a new one here to Cocoa Beach. The guys are lining up. They're getting ready. They're saying it's a little bit rough out there. You spoke about winds, so we're really going to have some anticipation to see how it is. These guys aren't here to fight the waves. They're here to dance with them. Every lap that they go on, they're predicting the ocean each lap they can. This is not like car racing where that track is consistent. Every lap, it's changing. So these guys are going to have to make adjustments on the fly. They're going to have to work on that trim to trim up, trim down, see that perfect balance and get it out there. So today is about finding that speed, getting the boat to where they want it for Cocoa conditions. And then tomorrow, when we get into race day, it's anybody's game. So I can't wait to see how qualifying goes today. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, and nice job there, Taylor. Taylor always doing a great job keeping up with all the news from all the racers. As we take a look at this, you mentioned it before, Shane, to show the fans. I mean, it is pretty choppy out there. We're going to bring you some weather conditions here as well. And talking to Myrick Coyle, who will be doing the driving there in the MCON machine, he said you're going to go with them for a little while, and then you're going to go against them for a little while.
Yeah, that's going to definitely make their setup a little tough, especially when you're propping that. When you're going with the wind, you're going to be able to carry a little more speed. The boat's going to, have a different attitude. Once you make that corner and you start, running head into the wind, that's definitely going to make an adjustment to how the boat is going to ride. And, I think propping is going to be a really big consideration today.
So as you see there, some of the weather conditions, and of course the important one down there at the bottom, the wind southeast 18 to 21 miles per hour. So definitely a bit more than we initially had anticipated. 3 to 4 foot waves out there. That's white caps for sure. So those are some big waves when you talk about boats that are running well in excess of 100 miles an hour.
Oh, absolutely. One nice thing is these cats they're built for that. They're really going to ride up on the air, and that's going to be some of the quickest times that you're going to see is once they get that boat out of the water and create less drag. So, they like this rough water, but they also got to respect this rough water.
I don't think it was quite this rough one day ago. Some of the boats put in and did a little bit of testing, but again, Myrick Coyle said he felt like 145 miles an hour was probably a possibility out here, even in this chop which is nothing short of amazing.
Oh yeah, no, you're definitely correct, and it's just going to be a different game, and who's propping for which direction of the course, you know what I mean, with the wind flowing the way it is today. So it'll be it's going to be a wild one.
Yeah, we will start off with qualifying as we mentioned before, and listening in on the drivers' meeting this morning. The way they come out of the pit area, if you will, they get pulled around, so they'll actually go south on the back side of the course. Just to put this in perspective, we will be going clockwise, so they'll go south on the back side of the course as if they were running a lap. They'll make a turn around and come back north on the beach line. So they will, the start-finish will be on the beach line going back north. So once they make that mill lap, if you will, or parade lap, they'll come back around, and then when they get back to that finish line, they got to be on the gas because that's when it starts, man, and they get one flyer, and you keep going north, back home.
Yep, one hero lap. Once they get milled and turned loose, they'll have that run-up lap. Once they hit that start-finish, they said it this morning, you guys better be ready and you better be at speed because you get one shot at it.
So, yeah, and it'll be so important. A lot of times they'll get a couple of flyers, but as we talked about, just one flyer here. Well, as we mentioned, this is the third stop on the tour. We kick things off in St. Pete, which everybody loves, once again, down here in Florida, but over there on the other coast. And then, of course, we went to the second stop at New Orleans. Everybody digging deep, and the competition has been very, very tough in a number of the different categories, certainly Pro Class 1. The Supercats, I mean, tempers are flaring, man.
Yep.
I mean, points are close, and it's been a wild season, and we're just getting going.
Yep, it's still so early enough. It still could be any person's game, but I'll tell you what, some of those races are extremely, extremely tight. We caught up with some of those racers this morning, and, there's a lot of nerves there for these guys that are on top. They want to do everything they can to perform at the top level to try to maintain, that upper level position as we progress through the season.
All right, let's show you a little bit of the action that we've had here so far this season.
St. Pete brought chaos. New Orleans brought strategy. Now the series heads to Cocoa Beach, where survival, setup, and consistency may define the championship. The 2026 IHRA Offshore Racing season didn't ease into anything. It exploded. In St. Petersburg, the Gulf reminded everyone exactly how unforgiving offshore racing can be. Boats launched airborne through massive chop. Veterans fought to keep control. Rookies got their first taste of survival at over 140 miles per hour. And for some teams, the weekend ended before the checkered flag ever came into sight. One missed buoy, one bad landing, one mechanical failure. That's all it takes. But in offshore racing, chaos is only part of the equation. Because in New Orleans, the game changed. The battle moved from survival to strategy. Teams fought through traffic, dirty water, and split-second decisions as short-course tactics reshaped the race entirely. Suddenly, this wasn't just about raw speed anymore. It became a chess match on open water. Every prop selection, every setup adjustment, every throttle decision, a gamble. And no team adapted faster than MCON. Finding speed where others found problems, the early championship contenders are already beginning to separate themselves from the pack. But 2 races into the season, the toll is already showing. Broken gearboxes, damaged hulls, sleepless nights in the pits. Crews rebuilding boats between race weekends just to stay alive in the championship fight. Because offshore racing doesn't reward perfection, it rewards resilience. Now, the series arrives at Cocoa Beach, a course known for rough water, changing conditions, and exposing weaknesses fast. For veterans, it's another test. For rookies, another lesson. And for everyone chasing a championship, the margin for error is disappearing. 2 races down, a season beginning to take shape. And in Cocoa Beach, the water is waiting.
And that, of course, gets you up to speed here, a little bit of the action that's taken place. And it has been some brutal racing, but exactly what you would expect at a pro level.
Exactly. I'll tell you what, every single race so far we've had worse conditions than everybody showed up and they thought they were going to get. So, you know, it just shows you what true offshore racing really brings to the table for these guys. It's exhilarating. It's testing. I mean, these guys are always trying to be on top of their game, but they never, ever have the same course every single time. Every wave's different. Every buoy placement, I mean, they really have to get on their game and be in sync inside that boat.
Yeah, and the vision, as you might imagine, is extremely limited. I had a chance to talk to Chris Grant one day ago, and he hit a buoy. And he said, man, I've never hit a buoy before, but he said the way the course is laid out, he said it was a hard right-hand turn, and it lined up with, if you're a car person, basically the A-pillar. I mean, he just couldn't see far enough around and ended up being on the inside of it and clipped that buoy. By the way, if you hurt one of those buoys, it's fairly pricey. I think it's about a $3,000 fine.
Yeah, it's up to a $3,000 penalty. So I promise these guys don't want to tear one of them up. Plus, they don't want to slow the action up, have to go reset buoys and whatnot. So these guys are always trying to make sure they're close, but they really want to stay off that buoy. And I think these guys really like this clockwise rotation. It helps the driver, the person that's steering the boat, see those buoys better, and I think they can get a little more aggressive in the corners. So we're pretty excited to see that. We're going back to a clockwise at this event versus how we were in New Orleans. So, that's always trying to keep these guys on their game.
Speaking of chatting with the drivers, my buddy Shane Landis had a bit of time to spend with some of the crew from the X Insurance entry in the Pro Class 1 category.
All right, guys. I'm here with JJ and Nick. One hell of a season. What a rough start. You're here, you're grinding. We're still out here earning points, doing good. What does this weekend hold for you guys, and what kind of road have you had to get here today for Cocoa Beach for race 3?
For me, it means everything. It's my hometown. Never thought of being a Pro Class 1 boat in front of all my family and friends. Looking forward to battling out with the best of the best, and we're glad that we're here.
Yeah, it'd be great. Looking for a great time this weekend. It's been a rough time getting here, as you know. Spun the boat out, flipped it over. Got it all back together, so we're here fighting a couple of grandmas right now, but we're fixing to go in the water and do some testing.
Sounds good, guys. Any plans for today as far as, like, are you shooting for a rough water condition, for plans? Like, what do your plans look like for the day? Do you guys have anything ready to go, pre-setups in the boat already, or are you just going out testing first and then going to come back and make some changes? What's that look like?
Well, we just caught an issue with the transmission, so right now I think qualifying will be our testing. It's Cocoa Beach, so you always set up rough, and that way you're not caught off guard. And we'll go out there and try to get this thing through the track on Saturday, and then we'll pick up the pace on Sunday and see what the points play out at the end of the weekend.
You guys, are you ready for this wind? I mean, we're looking at 14, 15 mile an hour, pretty steady winds today. You know this water better, being a hometown boy. You have any corners that you're concerned about, or is everything, you're going to feel pretty good about how this is going to set up?
It's always difficult turning into a swell after a long straightaway, so that's a spot that people make mistakes, and we're going to try to avoid that and see what happens.
All right. Guys, I appreciate it. We'll catch you on the race course.
Thanks.
I'd like to say something real quick.
Yeah.
Also, Michael Stancombe, we love you, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And good interview with certainly two extremely talented competitors.
Yep.
Speaking of J.J. Turk, he's really dug his way up through some of the other categories. National champion, world champion, coming out of the Mod V categories, which is just brutal, by the way. I mean, very fast boats. The V-bottoms, they go for a ride, man. And dug his way up, and now in the Pro Class 1 category.
Yeah, they've got a great team behind them, and I know they're really excited to have that opportunity. They had a lot of heartbreak with that rollover that we saw earlier, in St. Pete this year. So they've really been digging and getting their boat back together. So they've had a long road to hope, but I'm telling you, they're here. Hometown heroes. I'm rooting for them. I always love to see the hometown guys win in front of their hometown crowd, so I'm really pulling for those guys this weekend.
Good look at some of the boats down there in the pits as they're getting ready to put in a Pro Class 1 boat. That is WHM, of course, legendary colors there on that boat. Has been doing it forever. That is the wild man, Billy Moff, sometimes referred to as the plumber.
The plumber.
Yep. He is one of the biggest characters in the pits. Of course, on the throttles with him will be Jay Muller, and Jay's two sons also compete as well.
Yep.
So it's a family effort there. But it's great to see Billy Moff. Great to see Billy Moff up here in the Pro Class 1 category. That's the same boat that he used in the Supercat category, believe it or not. So
yes.
We'll find out how that thing shakes out a little bit later on. We're going to take a quick commercial break here. And when we come back, hopefully we'll be putting some boats in the water and we can send them around for their qualifying efforts. We are at a beautiful place located down here in Cocoa Beach. We welcome everybody here watching on Speed Sport. Should be a great day of qualifying. And, of course, we will eventually bring out some races a little bit later on here on the Space Coast. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. You're watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worsham, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details and viewing options.
And it's the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. It's the time to show that I got that dog in me, right?
Hey, dig and win. For the 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Good US #1 plate.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I like hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
And we welcome everybody back here to the Space Coast for Thunder on Cocoa Beach, round 3 of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. It's all brought to you by Monster Energy and by Progressive and VP Racing. And a good look at the coastline here. We are on the east coast of Florida. A beautiful day if you're out here to enjoy a nice cool breeze on the beach, perfect mid-80s weather. And, of course, for the people that are going to be in competition, well, it's going to be a choppy day, man. You better cinch the belts up. You're going for a ride, guaranteed.
I just hope everybody keeps the right side up and we can keep continuing and everybody has a great, safe day. You know, we always are hoping for that. And, you know, we're thankful for Jim Black earlier, putting prayers over everybody. And, you know, that's what we hope for. So.
And there's a look at how they get these big monster boats, 45-foot boats weighing in at approximately 12,000 pounds in the water. These huge cranes pick them up and set them down, and it's quite a sight to see a boat that big dangling in midair. Nice look at the marina here as well. Beautiful places to sit out on the water and some great restaurants in the area to really enjoy the entire atmosphere.
You can't beat that. The hospitality of Cocoa Beach so far has been absolutely amazing. It seems like everybody loves the race. They're here in droves. The beach is lined with folks. I mean, you just can't ask for a better spot. This is amazing.
And once again, Shane was busy this morning. He did a feature on those cranes that we were just showing you pictures of. Let's learn a little bit more about the process.
All right, guys, so what you're seeing behind me here is the crane. So the crane is a real integral part of the infrastructure of an offshore boat race. We typically have 2 cranes in every race. The boat that's going on behind me, that is a Pro Class 1 boat. You know, these boats are over 12,000 pounds. And part of the reasons why we're using a crane is they want to know the weight, and they want to be able to calculate the fuel burn. So that way they can come out of the water on race day and meet that minimum requirement on the weight. And that's another reason why we have 2 cranes and we split the boats is every crane, if you go in on one crane, you will also come out on that same crane. So that way the same scale is hitting you on both ends. These guys come in here and they'll pull up. They already have the straps on their boat. They're ready to go. Sometimes they have ropes that hang off the edge of the boat. They use that as tethers because a lot of times they'll pick the boat up and it won't be in the correct orientation. So they'll use those ropes to turn the boat while the crane's in the air, but they'll also use that to help keep the boat calm while it's on the crane and doesn't get to whipping or swinging. Typically on race day, they're going to be dunking a boat that's coming up for a race, and they're probably going to, on the same pull out, take another boat and pull them out at the same time. So that way the crane's more efficient. So we want to try to make that as quick of a process as possible. The logistics side is just, there's so many moving parts all at once. To show up to a race and be a racer, or to just show up and be a fan, you know, it's great. But the behind the scenes stuff is what takes a lot. And that's one of the main reasons why we built the tech team that we have. Everybody wants an equal opportunity on race day to be on the podium. And in order to ensure that, you have to have good tech.
There's one we can fit on.
I don't think we'll be able to crane that one, kid. But I can tell you, I'd love to do sit up on the bow of that boat and do the flying eagle just like the old Titanic. So.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Gigantic cruise ship, as this is one of the ports, of course. And the ex-insurance boat getting ready to put in. From what we understand, the helicopter is refueling and should be back here in just a couple of moments. And we'll be able to get everything going. The ex-insurance team, a massive team, as we talked about before, with Nick Buis and J.J. Turk behind the wheel, but there's more than a couple of boats. They probably have the better part of 7 boats or so out here in competition in different categories.
Yeah, typically, I mean, I think 7 or 8 for sure. You know, they have a lot of sponsorship. They have a really big team, and they've done a lot for their sport over the years. So, you know, it's really great to see all these guys here representing in different classes. So,
one of the V bottoms and you can see one of the big cats off there in the distance to see a visual difference between the two and how massive those huge cats are. Look at the pier, and we all enjoyed quite a sight one day ago out on the pier as they had a launch, and we all went out there and watched the launch. Much to my surprise, I didn't realize it was going to come back in 30 minutes.
I know. The booster came back.
Land.
We were lucky enough to sit out on the pier right there. We were looking at VIP, which is going to be a great spot to watch this race. But that's where we were sitting when we watched that launch the other day. When they brought that booster back, one of the gentlemen that was on the pier, he had all the live stream footage of the cameras on the booster. So we got to see it come back, in person and on camera. So it was a really neat place to watch that and have it. It was a really cool opportunity.
One of the most exciting teams out here is the Monster Energy MCON machine championship winning team. And a little bit earlier today, we had a chance to check in with them on what it is like to trailer these big boats in and get the pits all set up. Let's check in.
Tyler Miller, owner, throttleman of the Monster Energy MCON 438 Pro Class 1 skater. Myrick Coyle, driver of the Monster Energy MCON Pro Class 1 skater. Right now we're standing inside of the nice shaded tent, which is a valuable commodity here in boat racing. We pride ourselves in keeping things nice, tight, clean, well organized, and open to anyone. So they can walk through the pits and just really, really feel like they're at home. It's a lot of camaraderie and a lot of friendships out there. We always talk about family, and I don't know, we kind of feel the team is the same thing, family oriented. There's so many guys that we talk to that, will ask us, what we did that on that day that we did good, and we'll try to help them out. Here at MCON Racing, we race the Class 1. Basically, in the back quarter of the boat is engines, drives, and everything that makes it go forward. Everything else is there to give us that ride or make us go fast. From St. Pete to now, we've made minimal adjustments. Prior to St. Petersburg, through the off-season, we made some pretty radical changes. Actually, the biggest changes are the courses and the water conditions, and we just have to adjust to it as good as we can. So finding that perfect center of gravity on the boat, you got to move it forward a little bit for Cocoa Beach, and you move it back on the transom for the fast lap. So this is the hauler, and basically between upstairs and what you see down low, we can completely rebuild the boat from a catastrophic failure to back racing within pretty much a day if everything goes right. You're looking at $1 million in spare parts, just because the engine packages and the drives and the transom assemblies, basically everything that could break. You don't want to spend all this money and all this time to come here and then go, oh man, we're screwed because we don't have that part. It's a group effort. We can't lose anybody. Target on the back is huge. And, everybody's just waiting for that one hiccup, one mistake so they can capitalize and take over. This is a super competitive class, and all these guys are here to win. But so are we, put our best foot forward, put Monster Energy on top of the podium, and that's what we're here to do.
You have to.
Yeah, quite a process when you see the size of these haulers and the size of these boats. Obviously, the boat's not going in the hauler, but when you look at the canopies, you go in any other form of racing, you'll see a nice canopy that's up probably 12 feet or so. When you see these canopies, they look like they're the better part of 20 feet tall.
Yes. Well, they a lot of times they'll roll the boats in on tilts. They really have to have a lot of height and everything. So, they have some of the most amazing pit setups, that I've been around a lot of forms of motorsports, and these guys really keep their stuff clean and looking good. Yeah, it is nothing short of spectacular. The big number 11X Insurance Pro Class 1 boat looks like it's getting ready to go into the water. See the props there on the back, a rudder boat. Yeah, that boat's a little bit different because that's a fixed six boat. So they cut the skags off and they set the outdrives and they run that one off a rudder for steering. So that's the only boat configured that way in Pro Class 1 currently. The rest of them are either running, a Mercury Racing outdrive or they're running like an Artisan style surface drive. So we have a mixed bag for Pro Class 1.
Yeah, BPM's on the back of that one, so they articulate up and down. It is a good bit different than the M6s that Shane referring to there as well, that really can move a lot more than what these are. But it's two different ways to skin a cat. Some like it this way, some like it the other way.
Yep.
Some are a little better at straight line speed, some are a little better at turning. It's just whichever way you feel like is the best way you want to go.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are going to set their boat up for different conditions, but they're more geared toward one or the other. They can make minimal changes from race to race, but the base setup is still the way it's going to be. As far as if they're looking for more flat water or rough.
Factory 500s will be out here, of course. The Super Stocks will be out here as well. Some very impressive boats that are capable of handling some big water, and they're going to have to use them today.
Yeah, these guys are going to get a little wild. I'll tell you what, these boats are, upper 6,000 to 7,000 pounds, but you're going to see them take flight today.
Well, we have a very special guest that has joined us here at the desk. She is a two-time national champion. She still currently holds both ends, ET and mile per hour record, and top fuel. Amazing numbers as well. And she is the second woman to ever win a national championship in the category of top fuel after Shirley Muldowney. We welcome Miss Brittany Force to the desk.
Welcome.
Thank you.
The first question is, what in the world are you doing here?
I'm here supporting the MCON team. I'm here with Monster Energy, and really excited to be here. I'm excited to, I've stepped out of the seat this season, changing things up a little bit, but I've continued forward with the Monster Energy family, which is amazing. So they're finally having me out here to a boat race. I've never been. I don't know what to expect, but I'm excited to be here.
Any illusions of hopping inside one?
No, thank you.
Nothing at all, really.
No. I'll watch. I'll sit back and watch, and I want to just experience the whole thing.
I have to I don't know if congratulations is the proper word, but maybe thanks for what your family has brought to the racing industry.
Yeah.
When I think of the Force name, I think of an AJ Foyt or Mario Andretti. I think you guys are at that level, which is not easy to attain, but the longevity and the success that you've had with everybody that's inside of that team that's been under that tent is nothing short of exceptional.
Thank you. I'm really lucky, to grown up in NHRA drag racing. My dad, what he's built, what he's done in NHRA is just unbelievable. 16 championships. It's just unheard of what he's done and accomplished. I'm very proud of him. I'm lucky to have him in my corner. He's the one that taught me everything about driving, getting up and speaking at events, pulling in sponsors, everything in the world of motorsports he taught me about. So I'm really lucky to have him in my court, have his support. And, we found success on our own in Top Fuel Dragster. We've never had Top Fuel cars in our pits. So in 2013 was my rookie season.
Yep.
And it was quite a challenge when we brought those under the John Force Racing umbrella, but we found success on our own. And it's, like I said, 2013, I had a great run at it. We've accomplished a lot with, Monster Energy and 2 championships. It's something I'm very proud of, and I definitely miss being out there.
I have to, if the story is correct that I remember, as I recall, you personally went out and acquired the Monster sponsorship for the Top Fuel car.
I did. It's something I'm very proud of. Pulling in sponsors is not easy. It's one of the toughest parts of the job. It's definitely a challenge. But I happened to be in a wedding with Mitch Covington, motorsports director of Monster Energy, and we happened to, we were at a wedding together. We did the. We all good?
Yep.
We were in a wedding together. We actually walked down the aisle together.
Oh,
so
wow.
it was a lot of. Hey, do you want to get back into NHRA? I didn't have a sponsor at the time, so I was pushing, I was digging for anything, and he was set on, nope, we're not going back into drag racing. We've been there, we've done it, we don't want to return. But he kept coming back. So what are the speeds? What's the mile per hour? What are the ETs that you guys are running? What are the G's you guys are pulling? He was interested in everything. I'm like, okay, I just got to get him hooked. I got to get me into that boardroom, get him to agree, and he did. I was in the boardroom with my sister on Monday. They said, don't bring Dad, leave him at home, and somehow we sold the deal. They liked the idea of a female in a male-dominated sport, and that was their selling point on me.
Yeah, congratulations. Great story and such success. By the way, I have to throw it over here to an interview, but top speed for you, 343?
343.51.
Pretty impressive, man. That's
Thank you.
Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable, and you're so good at what you do. Any plans to get back in the car?
I don't know. We'll see. I'm itching to get back in. It's I definitely miss it, but it's a decision for further down the road once I get there. Not closing the door, I'll tell you that, though.
We won't put any pressure on you. We'll give you at least 10 more minutes to think about that. All right, well, one of the absolute best that'll be out here in competition today is Bill Pyburn. I have to congratulate Bill as well because his son was just drafted to the Bucks up to the NFL. So congratulations there, Bill, on the success with your son. But Bill will be behind the wheel of the Dirty Money Racing Machine. He is absolutely an incredible driver, and down there with him is Tristan Garvin.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm down here with Bill, and I wanted to kind of pick his brain on this standard lap, long lap aspect that IHRA has put into offshore racing. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it's been a pretty cool concept. It's taken the fans a little bit to get used to, but yeah, as far as the racers go, it throws some new strategy into what we've been doing. And so you have to plan what you're going to do, when you're going to take your short laps, depending on what your position is, getting clean water with it. And so, yeah, I think it gives, especially on a course where it's going to be tighter racing, more follow the leader, it gives the ability for a boat to take a short lap and try to get clean water and make up ground. But in all, I think it's going to be a really cool concept once we get everything figured out so that the fan base can follow it. But I think it's cool.
Yeah, the fan base is kind of catching on too, but from a racer point of view, it adds another challenge to a race that can sometimes everybody gets spread apart. It can kind of be like you're out there for a boat ride. So it really just it gives you guys something else to think about on the course. What do you think this is going to look like for today's race with today's water?
Yeah, I don't know that there's going to be really any separation with the two different courses. It's so rough out there, the speeds are going to be down, and we're all just going to be hanging on, trying not to break boats and get through qualifying, get it into a race, not break it in the race so we can race tomorrow. But I don't think it's really going to play into much today.
Well, thank you for your time, Bill. Good luck today.
Britt Lilly will be behind the wheel of that, driving that one. He'll be on the throttles, and from what I understand, the throttle traces from him are nothing short of exceptional. Even when he pulls back, it's typically a pullback to maybe 70% throttle, but somehow keeps the props in the water. I mean, we're going to see these things fly a lot today, no question, but it's so critical. And Brittany, you'll be able to grab a hold of this because those things are turbocharged. So if you really freewheel that thing, you lose all the boost and come back in. So you've got to try to keep it loaded up as best you can a little bit to stay in the power. You don't want to lose all the power. Yeah.
Again, this is all so new to me, so I'm just learning from you guys. I'm excited to be here, but I'm seeing there's definitely a lot of similarities and differences when you compare NHRA drag racing. He just said, we hope we don't break any boats. I've definitely heard that in drag racing. Hope we don't break any parts, don't want to break parts.
You want to go rounds, and he wants to be here tomorrow also, right?
He wants to be here later today. I mean,
this is true. He's got to qualify. We had some interesting qualification theories in New Orleans. We had a couple teams that went out and said, look, we don't care whether we start in the first lane or the 6th, 7th lane. We don't want to tear up our equipment in qualifying. They went out and they basically just used their qualifying lap as a GPS plotting map for the race. They went out at 40, 50 mile an hour, barely on plane, made a little lap to get their data, and they pulled it in the pits because they didn't want to break anything. And that was a factory stock team. And in New Orleans, there was only 2 factory stock teams that didn't break something in qualifying, and they were one of them.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point. We were talking to some of the guys last night and how violent some of these boats hit. I mean, they can hit hard enough that, it's blown windshields out. We talk about the weight of them, right? I mean, this is a 12,000-pound boat flying through the air. Yeah. So if things go bad or they stuff the nose in one of these things and it tries to stop one of them, it's incredible forces that are being loaded up on these boats.
Yeah, and the G's that these guys, experience. I mean, it's nothing like you, on a good nitro hit, right? But, to go through the corner and, today I don't think you'll see it, but, some of these boats are capable of the 120, 130 through the corner on the big Pro Class 1 boats. Some of our flatter water lakes, these guys are entering the corner 160 and turning that boat. I mean, and it's amazing. And when you watch it and you see the air gap under the tunnel, I mean, there's only like 3 feet of boat maybe out of, 40 to 45 feet that's in the water at all. And it's amazing that it even functions. But these guys really have the setups dialed in.
Yeah, it's pretty wild as you take a look at one of the best there. That is the 06 Monster Energy MCON boat. And a big reason why Miss Brittany Force is sitting in here as well, keeping an eye on that one. Make sure the boys toe the line.
What's that?
Make sure the boys toe the line a little bit.
Exactly. What are the G's that they pull?
I'd have to double check and talk with them, but I think they're pulling a couple G's to a corner. So they're these bigger boats as they hit it hard like that. So I feel like that's pretty good on water. Yeah. That's very, very loose and it's very unpredictable. We're
going to take a quick break here. We're going to pay some bills. And, of course, we will be back on the other side. We do have boats in the water. Qualifying will commence as soon as we get back here. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Should be a lot of fun as we turn them loose here on the Space Coast.
I know I got what it takes, and I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive, top of the throne in the league. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
This coming Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is in Shreveport, Louisiana for the Red River Rumble. It's the third event of the 2026 season. At Port Neches Riverfest, fourth-generation boat racer Andrew Tate entered the event as the point leader. That advantage dissipated as he found trouble in the third heat race.
Oh, 3 wide down there.
Tate almost goes over, puts it on its side.
Oh no, the 14 of Andrew Tate is absolutely decimated.
Veteran racer Spencer Love was the eventual winner. The point standings after round 2 has Jared Jensen at the top, with Spencer Love just 9 points behind. After Andrew Tate's misfortune, he now sits in 8th. Saturday's coverage of the Red River Rumble will start at 1 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2. On Sunday, we'll be live on Speed Sport 2 at 10 a.m. Eastern, and then on Speed Sport 1 starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. As always, go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, 17th year for this race. You are watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series, and we are getting ready to start qualifying. Before we do that, we're going to check in with one of the absolute legends of the sport. Taylor has Mr. Steve Curtis down there, and it's great to have him back out here in action. Taylor, fill us in.
It absolutely is great to have Steve back. Like Ken saying, an absolute legend in this sport. I've known you for a while, Steve, and it's great to have you back in the water. I saw you in Italy a couple weeks ago, but tell me what's going on this weekend here in Cocoa.
Well, we're running the big MTI that we've got here, and we're really an exhibition run. We're taking Darryl out, who owns IHRA, because he wants to get his feet wet in it. He's very used to, powerboats, offshore powerboats, high-performance boats. So, but I think it's the first time he's done a race, so it's going to be a lot of fun out there. It's plenty rough out there. We've just been out this morning. Plenty rough out there, so it should make for an interesting day tomorrow.
It's definitely a different beast, running from leisure boats to getting in something like this. Obviously, the canopy, you have small visibility in the window. You're thinking about predicting waves. You're thinking about weather. What is it going to be like? Obviously, he's got you, the pro, in there. But what do you think his first thoughts will be when he gets that first green flag?
Well, I think he'll probably think it's slow compared to the turbine boat that we ran last year. We ran the 3/4 of a mile in 2:42, so he's used to going really quick. Out there today, we were just running a little over 100, about 110 miles an hour, so it's less than half the speed that he's normally running, but you're in the air, you just can't keep it in the water, you're just jumping out of the water all the time. So it's going to be a different thing. I think we're going to tighten up the suspension, put a little bit more weight forward, and see what she can do.
It's going to be a good day. Tell me a little bit about how this year is going so far. Obviously, IHRA is taking over offshore. They're bringing in a lot of support, a lot of enthusiasm. How's the series going so far?
I think it's great. It's growing. Like all these things, it's not going to change overnight. It's going to build up, but I think it's, certainly heading in the right direction. I mean, what Dow's done for the sport is incredible. I hope everyone really appreciates it because, he's obviously doing an awful lot for the sport. And I think it's on a firm footing now. It's just got to keep growing and growing and growing. But that takes a while.
And tell me a little bit about what class, obviously this one, but what class are you most excited to watching this weekend?
Well, I'm, Class 1, my history's in Class 1. I've, been running Class 1 for over 40 years, so obviously, and I've got a couple of the boats that I used to race, I sold, and they're racing in there. So it's going to be interesting watching that class. I think it's going to be a great race out there, and they love this sort of water, so that it's going to be really exciting to watch it.
Well, thanks so much for chatting with me, Steve. If you guys are here on site in the pits, make sure you find Steve Curtis, give him a chat. He is an absolute legend. Thanks, Steve.
Cheers, Taylor.
Yeah, not much that guy hasn't won over the course of his tenure. It's pretty impressive for sure. Shane, you got a little update there from one of the teams of what we're seeing out there today.
Yeah, one of our Mod V guys, we were talking about G's a little bit ago, and he said some of the impact G forces that they're getting, I think, is up to the 20 G mark, and he even sent me like a schematic of the breakdown on what that looks like, and it's pretty crazy to see that, and what these boats go through, and that's coming out of a V bottom, at probably 40, 50 mile an hour less than some of these big cats. So, as far as the G's through the corner, they're pretty great, but that's another thing to think of is the impact. Everything from wave to wave, you're feeling that, and sometimes on this in-camera footage, you get to see that. You really get to see them shook around a little bit.
We feel G's in our sport, too. It's about, we pull 6 to 7 within the first second. It really sets you back. It puts you in the seat. And then you're pulling negative G's when we throw our chutes at the top end. So I understand G's. It's a lot on your body. It's a lot to adjust to, get used to, get comfortable with.
So for that first second, you're covering so much ground in your race world. But, you literally, things are vibrating so much. You really just kind of have to have a feel for where you're going, right?
You do get used to it. The first few times I climbed in one of these things, there was so much vibration. There was so much, vision. My vision was, it gets lost. It gets blurred going down the racetrack. But after climbing back in, it's like you adjust, you get used to it, and it's crystal clear every time you go down the track. Hopefully, assuming everything's going right. But yes, you do get used to it.
Shake,
Yeah.
You can keep her straight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, the speeds that you go, and people never, obviously they all love to watch you guys launch and do what you do, but hardly anybody ever talks about pulling the chutes. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe the reason Don Garlitz had to retire was because of the negative G forces. Yeah. He was having eye issues, and they basically said, if you do this one more time, you could go blind. Yeah. But it is extreme whenever you guys dump the laundry.
For me, it's more intense at the top end when you're throwing the chutes because it's, you're set back in the seat. Now you're going that opposite, and it's a lot on your body. It's to the point, people always ask me, when we ran those 340 miles per hour, could you really actually tell the difference between 330, 340? Oh. I could never say it out there in any trade drag racing because they'd be in our pit pulling everything apart, looking at it. But for me, it was, yes, I could tell because it's so intense on your body. I would start to see these little stars. Not that you're blacking out or anything, but it's so much on your body. I would see these little stars, and that's how I would know we hit 340.
Well, I would think, even that 10 mile an hour increment you just talked about, that's an exponential thing on your body. It's not just a little bit different. That's got to carry so much weight.
Yeah,
it's wild.
It is. I love it.
How long do you think it took for your brain to get up to speed? And you know what I'm talking about. Once you get comfortable, your brain's actually ahead of everything that you're doing. How long do you think it took for it to get there?
In 2012, I tested for an entire year, and it was when, testing's expensive. You can't go do it every single weekend. No. It would be here and there when our teams would stay after on a Monday and test. I'd jump in the car, and it was that whole year of doing that until I really got comfortable. And my biggest thing was I can't see if I'm, they would tell me, drive out to the 330 cone, the 600 cone, the 1,000, whatever the cones were. And I'm like, I can't tell you if I'm at the 330 cone or the 1,000 foot. It is so blurry. I can't see anything. And it was Robert Height that sat me down. He's like, I'm just telling you, you will get used to it. Your eyes will adjust. Your body, everything will adjust. And sure enough, he was right.
So he was telling you to just start trying to process picking up those first few markers as you go down.
Yeah. We'd work. I never got in the car on the first time and went all the way down there. I worked I'd go back past the Christmas tree, the 300-foot cone, and just slowly work my way down until I got to that 1,000-foot. It was Las Vegas where I made my first full pass in a top field car in 2012, and that's when I knew I was hooked. I got out of the other end this is the direction I'm going. I love top field drag racing. This is what I want to do.
It's pretty wild because the process, I think, the same but in a different format, in different forms of motorsport. I remember my son first started racing. We had Derek Daly was helping us a little bit. Obviously, Formula One racer, IndyCar racer. He was out there with Connor Daly. We ran go-karts, and my son was 13 years old. And every time he would say, ask him the same questions when he comes back. Every time. He said he's not going to have an answer, maybe even for months. But it was going to be, I need you to process the entry, middle, and exit of the turn. Just pick out one turn, and I want you to come back with info on that. And it takes a little while because it's a fraction of a second that you're in that. And you're doing the same thing in a fraction of a second trying to process everything. And the people in the boat are going to do the same thing, just different information.
Yeah, our ETs, we go 330 in less than 4 seconds down a 1,000-foot drag strip. And it's as much as 4 seconds sounds like that's impossible to even think anything, to have an experience in that car at that time. But I'll come back from a run and talk to my crew chief, and the thought process that goes on in those 4 seconds is insane. I'll tell him, it pulled me out at 330 feet, and then there was a little dip right at the 500, and then I started spinning right at 700 feet, kept my foot in it till the 1,000 foot, but all that can go on. So again, your mind catches up to it.
It's pretty wild.
You have to train yourself on processing all that and slowing it down mentally, I would assume. So,
speaking of wild minds, we're going to talk to the plumber, Billy Moff. He's an exciting cat, and Tristan is over there with him a little bit earlier today.
All right, Billy, so you're coming into the third race of the season. You're fourth in points. Have you guys done anything different to come into this race today?
Let me tell you, when we got these 1100s in there, I never realized the amount of work that it took to really get these things to get to where the best that it could be. So it's been a lot of work. Smaller boat doesn't help to be in a class where you guys have bigger boats. So in the rough water, it's a challenge for us. Hey, listen, I didn't even know until just now until you told me I was in fourth. So I'm happy to be in fourth, especially where we're at, but still a long season left.
Good luck today, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing Billy out here in the Pro Class 1 category. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Miss Brittany Force, we'll put you back on camera here so everybody can see how beautiful you are, and they can also get a good indication of how windy it is with your hair flying around. So we thank you for taking the time to come over here, and hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks for having me.
Will we see you at any more this year?
Yes. I don't have a schedule yet exactly where I'll be, but I'll definitely be out more.
And you've had plenty of time to think about it now. You're going to get back in the car?
She's thinking boat. There might be a corner in the shop.
A little bit longer than that. We'll see.
Thanks a lot. Ladies and
you.
gentlemen, Miss Brittany Force.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
And the boats making their way out here on course. Hopefully they will give them the green flag and turn them loose here. We'll start getting some qualifying numbers soon, and much like Shane was saying a little bit earlier, it might be something where they just take a look at the course. They might go out here and use this as a test session. They did have an opportunity to test a little bit earlier this morning, but I know that we're going to take a look at the course markers here as well with the Monster Mile, the Monster Energy Mile, and Billy Moff just went sailing by, it looked like, at speed. So let's show you what this looks like. Walk us through it, Shane.
All right, so there's the start finish. We're going around our first set of corners. That long back straightaway is going to be some really, really high speeds. Right here, the break off to the right early, that is the standard course, okay? The further corner out, that's what we're going to be calling our Monster Mile. That's the optional or the forced, 2 extra, long laps that they're going to have to do. So during the course of a race, they're going to have to do 2 laps out of the 10 today in Pro Class 1. So that's going to be a real game changer. They're going to have to really try to strategize on how they're going to take that and how they're going to make that use that to their benefit.
I know this morning some boats did have an opportunity to get out there and test if they wanted to do so. Let's take a look at some of the stats here for this category. As you can see here, the boats pretty much within 40 to 47 foot long. Minimum weight, 11,800 pounds. If you're going to run a tab, a tunnel tab, they put another 250. It used to be a 500-pound penalty. They brought that back. The twin Mercs, 1,100 horsepower each, so 2,200 horsepower of these things. And as you said before, on good smooth water, capable of 160. We won't see that out here today, but what we will see is some dynamic racing because of the chop and what these big boats are built to handle.
Absolutely. I think you're going to see just everybody feeling these conditions and feeling the waves. I already talked to some teams this morning. They were going to go out and qualify and probably try to make a prop change before the before the race or between testing and qualifying. So I think these guys are really, really going to try to get dialed in if they're really going for that good lane spot, to try to get a good starting position in this race today. That
is a great point and a good chance to use that test session to try and figure out what prop as we were talking about different drives and different setups with these boats, I think that's a real critical point. As we were taking a look at the surface drives and those BPMs, they only have 6 props to choose from. But however, they've got an infinite amount of gears that they can change on that boat. And they have a quick change gear. They can do it literally in about 5 minutes or so if they feel like they need to make a change. However, if they have the M6s, then you have an infinite number of props that you can change.
Yeah.
So it's a couple different ways to go about it. But you're right. I think the key is, especially for those surface drives where they only have 6 props, if they can come out here and get a feel for where they need to be, pick the right prop and put the right gear in, it's very, very important.
Yeah, those surface drives, I mean, it'll be interesting because, I mean, those boats that are on the surface drives, those boats are built for really rough water. They like that. They're probably going to have a little more difficulty keeping the wheel in the water. So, hopefully they can do a good job on the throttle and keep the bow down and keep digging, right? So these guys, if we get some in-camera footage through a race, you'll see these guys working the throttles a lot, especially in this really, really rough water. The throttle man has got one heck of a job on his hands because the last thing he wants to do is over-rev it. He doesn't want to, throw a blade on a prop. He doesn't want to hurt anything, blow anything up. So it's really, really critical that they are in touch with that, while they're qualifying and through the race. Looking at Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle right now.
Yeah, the 06 Monster Energy boat. As we look at that, and we were talking about, the different boats that we will see out here. This one, 43 foot in length with 11-foot beam on it. It's a skater, a 438 skater, brand new, one of the newest boats in the fleet here, but it was brand new design at the time. The 388s were very, very common. This one, a bit different because Tyler wanted to get out of the box. Yeah,
he wanted a little bit bigger boat. Ooh, man, did you see him carry the nose on that? This is you're going to see a lot of that today. Some slower speeds, just like Bill Piper alluded to, and it's just going to be a battle of attrition. I feel like so these guys are going to try to keep it together.
Yeah, they've had a chance to work with this boat now for a couple of years. They brought it out, debuted it in 2024, and in a conversation there with Myra Coyle, he said, I was sitting here in the chair just like we're doing right now, looking at this boat, and I thought, you know what? We need some more lifting strakes. So they literally cut the bottom off of this boat. Yeah. He did, and he started building those back in. And the reason we got into this conversation was this boat was not the best in rough water like this. The big victories would have an advantage over this skater. And he said, I think if we put some more lifting strakes in this, he said, I feel like we can make this boat a bit better. And he said now it is very, very comparable in the rough water.
Yeah, I think they've really got it dialed in. And I can also tell you, too, that they have a new Pro Class 1 boat in the works also. We've talked about that before. I think, at a race here coming up, we might see that real soon. But they went with a little bit smaller of a boat for the next boat, which could be interesting to see in these rough water conditions how a smaller boat goes. Billy Moff just said a little bit ago, he's got one of the smaller boats in the class. Rougher water, it's harder on those guys. So we'll see what's going on. But, it's a hard thing to take that boat that's running so well for the Monster Energy team. They've won 3 out of the last 4 Pro Class 1 races at the last 2 events. And, those guys have to be sitting there scratching their head excited about what they have, but also what's to come for that team.
Yeah, they're so good at what they do. I will say one of the things that, at least according to Myrick, that is detrimental to this team from time to time is on a really windy day like this. They have a huge freeboard on the side of the boat. That big, tall, flat piece of carbon fiberglass there on the side as you look at it that the wind can get a hold of. So he has to put a lot of wheel in this thing from time to time to try and keep it going straight.
Yeah, if you get in-camera footage, or we've had it in the past, but man, Myrick's just really, really solid on the wheel a lot of times. He's trying to keep it smooth, but you got to figure at that speed, the water is pushing this boat like it's nothing. So there's a lot of pressure, enacted on the boat from these rough conditions like this. As you can see,
wow,
these
look
guys
at that thing. That's so cool.
Gosh, these guys are taking a hard hit and a hard ride.
Packing air in that tunnel. That's what the catamarans are all about.
Man, we knew Coco was going to be rough, but good Lord, look at the wind today. It's way bigger than what we thought yesterday. And, oh, man.
Again, I can't stress it enough. That is a 12,000-pound boat that they are flying out of the water.
Yep, you got to figure that boat's a lot heavier too when they're full of fuel right now and driver and throttle in it. You know, that's just our minimum weight.
Yeah, that's minimum weight.
Yeah, that's
exactly
going to be the minimum
right.
weight out. These guys have to calculate their fuel loads so they can come out and not take any kind of penalty at the scale.
And we heard in the meeting this morning that they were going to test. They would not be allowed to refuel. They had to go out, test, and qualify. So basically they were saying you got to fuel it up, and I think it's 3 miles around, if I'm not mistaken, from the pits to get out here to the course. So something else that they had to factor in as we continue to watch the Monster Energy MCON team.
Yeah, those guys were trying to calculate. This is a different game here, too, because of where we crane and that distance to get there. That definitely plays havoc on some of the fuel strategies. I was talking to one of the super stock teams this morning, the Valvoline Celsius team with Chris Hopgood, and he was telling me the fuel burn calculations when these guys are out there running those 300 stock boats like that. He said they're getting less than 2 miles to the gallon.
Wow.
They are burning the fuel. He said more specifically 1 3/4 of a gallon a mile is what those guys are burning on fuel. So they have to really, really hit the nail on the head. Make sure they come in at the appropriate weight, and but not run out of fuel also.
Yeah, you were talking about the success out of this team, and they have been very, very good here this year. First race at St. Pete, they were second. Then they won the second race at St. Pete, qualified number 1 at New Orleans with a win, and both races. So they are doing an incredibly good job as they come in here as points leaders ahead of the out-of-pocket racing team and then the MTI GC racing team. Unfortunately for Dirty Money Racing in this particular category, as they are very successful, they are arch rivals to the Monster Energy MCON team. They love to battle and have done so in the Supercat category. Unfortunately for DMR, they've had some issues there. I know they broke a drive shaft at the last race in New Orleans, so we'll find out how things go here. With that said, I was talking to Myrick yesterday. They went out testing, and they said, we're about to lose an outdrive. And they did not have time to change it yesterday.
Oh, wow.
I thought they would change it yesterday, but they had the parade, and then they had the street party. So they were not able to do that, and the street party went till 10 o'clock at night. So they had to bop in this morning and change an outdrive and get it ready to go. And he said it was probably going to take them, 3 hours or so.
Sure. Yeah, those guys, man, stay late, start early. When it's race time, these guys are all business. They will do whatever it takes, and they've got a good crew behind them. All these teams, they come and they show up and they want to make good for themselves, their sponsors, and everybody else that they're out here racing for, and most importantly, their fans. So they really want to be able to put on a great show, and they do a great job behind the scenes to make that happen. Right now, we're looking at Willie Cabiza, Johnny Tomlinson, the GC Racing MTI entry. That is a great looking boat. It's got good lines on it.
Yeah, really, really nice looking boat. The 32 boat out there. Milton Kettlefeld, crew chief on that one. And as you talked about, Cabiza not only inside of it driving, but also the owner of that boat.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to run through the pits, I hope everybody out home is going to schedule to come to the next race or a future event. But you've got to meet these people. The teams are amazing. They're so down to earth. They'll talk to you. They'll let you sit in the boat. They're great ambassadors of the sport that they love so much. And this crew right here is no exception to that. Anytime you get a chance to run through that MTI tent and see these guys, you owe it to yourself, if you're in the pits, to make a stop and talk to these folks. Great teams.
Yeah, you're talking about Tomlinson before. He's another legendary guy for sure on the sticks. 35-plus year career, amassed over 50 national and world titles to his credit. So incredibly important to that 32 team. Discreet offshore now.
Yeah, I was talking to Adam and Reese this morning as they were waiting in line to get their morning physicals, so they can go out on the race course today, and they're cleared to drive and throttle. And this is a newer team. This is a newer development. They've had some struggles, they've had some issues, but these guys are still here digging. They're here to compete, and this is going to be an awesome team. As the year unfolds for them and they get this boat sorted out. They stowed up in St. Pete. They got the boat together. Didn't have a lot of time to do much testing yet, but they really did their testing on the race course, and so they've just been progressing a little bit every race. So hats off to these guys. I think this is going to be an awesome team, and this is going to be a team to definitely pay attention to as our season unfolds.
Yeah, you bring up a great point here as you jump out here and get your feet wet. No pun intended.
Or air them out as they're doing.
But you're going against such legendary teams with so much experience. So to come out here and hang with these dogs, for starters, is quite an accomplishment. But you've got to pick away at it. And we even see the biggest things with the most experience. It can take them a year to really dial in one of these boats.
You know, and that's the tough part, too, is you got a lot of shakedown to do. You know, these boats are expensive to run and test, you know, but so they have to take the time to do that. But, you know, a $30 hose, you know, a 20-cent washer or whatever it is, sometimes can just take them out of the contingency. You know, so these mechanics are really, really digging all the time to make sure everything is prim, proper, ready to go. But sometimes stuff just happens. As we talked about that, you know, race to go, breaking a shaft, losing a prop, you know, it takes you out of the race. And that's just a disheartening thing for these teams that put all their effort, all their time in it, and they really want to show up for their fans.
We were talking about the Dirty Money Racing team. That is the DMR Performance team here in the Pro Class 1 category.
Oh, man, they're carrying the nose up. The surf must be really, really hard to judge from watching here, because you see the white caps, you see the rollovers, but if you can really pay attention to when the boat's coming out of the water like that, these big wave frequencies have got to be massive.
These guys are Supercat champions, but now have stepped up. They are also competing in Supercats, but also here in Pro Class 1. Britt Lilly, one of the absolute best, 2022 UIM Class 1 World Champ. So he knows how to get it done. He's another guy that's been doing this forever. Of course, owns Lilly Sports Boats as well. So really tuned in with how these boats handle. Much like a Myra Coyle, if you will. So much experience behind the wheel and so good. We documented how good Bill Pyburn is on the sticks as well, running the throttles in there, and so smooth. But it's great to see him step up here. And this is a boat, Shane, as you well know, that is a big boy. This is a 45-foot victory here. The BPM drives on the back of it, as we documented a little bit earlier. So one of those surface drives, they have to pick one of 6 pair of props. But this boat, formerly campaigned by Mike Falco and the Falco machine, and it was very fast when he owned it. Now DMR has it. They put their magic on it.
Yep.
It's expected to be fast here.
Yeah, you know, they bought a boat that was a previous champion, and they are champions themselves. But, you know, everybody has a little different approach. At the first race this year, I said, hey, guys, you know, did you have to change much? And they said, man, we went all the way through it, completely re-rigged it. You know, and I think that's a testament to their team. You've got, you know, TJ Rand, you got Bobby Adams over there, you know, in the DMR, the Dirty Money camp, making sure those boats are always just on point. And, you know, they completely went through it and put their own juju on it.
Yeah, and they came out swinging right away, and St. Pete qualified number 1 and won the race. It's like, yeah, we're here to play, guys.
Yep. But you know what's crazy is we talk about all the experience that's in this class. You know, anybody, any day, it could be anybody's race. I mean, there's so many good competitors in this class, and at this high level, it's just anybody's race, you know, weekend to weekend. Look at this boat just coming down the stretch. Look at these big rollers. It's hard to really tell everybody at home how big this water really is. This is the biggest we've seen so far. We knew Coco was going to be rough, but our expectations were exceeded with roughness in both St. Pete and New Orleans, but today we're seeing a whole new level of it.
So far, quick time is the Monster Energy MCON machine at 4:07.147. Behind them will be CG Grant, Chris Grant and the gang doing a nice job at 4:11.116. So just about 4 seconds between the top two, and we'll wait to see what Billy Moffitt at WHM Motorsports turns in. Dirty Money, we know, is out there. Discreet is out there. So they're separating the boats to give them all a fair chance at clean air and fresh water. I think with a chop, the water doesn't take long to get back to where it was.
Just like Bill said a little bit ago, it's really, you know, the speeds are going to be down today, and it's going to be a matter of making sure that they can keep everything together and keep digging. But I'll tell you what, these guys aren't going to let up. So it's going to be a race to watch in this kind of condition, because they're not going to give up any boat links or anything to a competitor.
Yeah, intent on winning these races, and this qualifying effort will be important based on it will dictate where they line up and how far outside they have to go. If you get way outside, man, you're running a lot further than the ones on the inside.
There's a lot more linear feet there, and they have to really maintain their lane through the first corner before they can start making advancements or crossing over on lanes. So that gives that outside boat a little tougher time to come into that first pin.
You can see there in that long shot how big the gap was between the boats to make sure they all have a good clean pass here.
Yep.
Once again, DMR, that is Dirty Money Racing.
We're definitely seeing a lot of different types of times. Our courses in length were very similar from the previous two events at St. Pete and New Orleans both. And we're looking at like a minute difference right now compared to in the same distance as we were seeing at the previous two events. That speaks a lot to just how rough this stuff is right now.
Bo Renfro, the man behind this team, decided to expand this team from the Supercat to include the Pro Class 1. That is no small endeavor. That's another complete transporter. It's doubling your team, all the staff that you need to work on both boats.
Yep. Another stacker, full different team. The DMR Dirty Money guys, they have so many staff and people to take to run this event. They even bring their own cook trailers and they have their own chef. And I'll be honest with you, I snagged a couple strips of bacon this morning. It was awesome. I appreciate that. Hats off to you guys. Right now we've got JJ Turk and we got Nick Buis out there in the number 11X insurance machine.
Yeah, a couple of great guys here that live in Florida. JJ Turk he owns a hotel and right here in Cocoa Beach, so this is home for him. And then on the throttles there, Nick Buis.
And just to correct that for you guys at home, it's definitely Nick Buis and it's JJ Turk. JJ is also running a Mod V, and so that's what we're looking at. We got a little mix up on our screen there, but just to clarify who's in the boat right now.
Yeah, Turk, I think, running in 3 different categories here this weekend, as we talked about before. Has dug up. I think he's in a 500 class boat. He's also in a Mod V boat, and then obviously inside of this boat as well. And that's his background. That's where he came from, and they've been scrapping. Of course, Nick Buis, he's on the throttles. Nick Buis with Statement Marine. They built some incredibly beautiful boats over on the west coast of Florida and the Clearwater St. Pete area. So he spends a lot of time, and both of their sons are national champions and world champions as well. So this is another family effort where the second-generation racers are coming up. And actually, in Buis's case, I want to say third generation, because Nick's dad's a rebel, man. That guy will throw down in a fountain with you, no problem.
Yeah, there's definitely some good stock there. You know what I mean? I guess you could say. But the young boys, they're out there. They're getting after it. They're getting their feet wet. And then a super stock this year, they picked up a boat and got it set up and re-rigged for them this season. So they're running that. One of the boys is in a Mod V. A lot of these guys, they have their background, their teeth cut in Mod V. So it's really exciting to see Nick and JJ both step up. Last year and really get into this Pro Class 1 scene.
Yeah, and the Mod V guys, they love who they are. They're the rebels out here. They'll say those things are big Cadillacs. I don't know if that's a Cadillac watching this thing fly and hit the way it hits, but when you see the V-bottoms, man, they do go for a ride.
I'm already feeling the chiropractor appointment for the Mod V guys, and probably even Super V guys for tomorrow, because this looks rough. And I don't think conditions are going to get any better. They're already worse today than we expected. So maybe it blows in early and tomorrow will be quiet. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens in the morning.
It would be good if it laid down a little bit for them later on this afternoon, but I'm with you. I don't see that in the cards as we take a look at the discrete team.
Yep, there's Adam and Reese, like we touched on earlier. Newer team, getting gelled together, getting their communication in sync. Reese is a longtime veteran. Adam is newer to the racing scene, but definitely not any type of new to powerboats. The guys, been around powerboats, fast boats for a long time. So I'm really, really excited to see this team get built this year and help grow this class. I think, as the season goes, as I said, this is going to be an awesome team to really keep an eye on as they start gelling together and they get their program lined out.
The one flying lap there for the Dirty Money Racing team comes in at 4:25. That's good enough to put them in third place right now. Discrete Offshore at a 4:40 currently will put them in fourth.
Right on. We still have GC Racing, Willie Cabiza and Johnny Tomlinson sitting second. We've got the Monster Incom machine, sitting in first right now for qualifying from the data that we've seen.
A couple more boats that are still out there. Clock is ticking for them. another 3 boats out here that are still on their flyers. And a lot of work done to this one. These guys, of course, cutting their teeth as well. We saw at one of the earlier races where they went for a pretty big ride, damaged the back of the boat, flipped that thing right back around, got it fixed up, and right back out here at it.
Yeah, that boat had a lot of carnage out of St. Pete, and I tell you what, they had. The story's crazy. They basically de-rigged the boat. They got it back. They tore it apart, started doing all the glasswork before New Orleans, and they got it back Wednesday before New Orleans. Registration starts on Thursday for a race, okay? And then they drove it all the way there after they got it rigged, like Friday morning at like 2:30 in the morning, drove it in late, but they got there, didn't have any time to test or qualify, and then they run the event. And I'll tell you what, and they had a decent showing. So, you know, that just goes back to that testament. There's a whole lot of racing that's won in the pits and in the shop at home. And you got to thank those guys that are getting you there.
Yeah, big boat. Wow. Big boat for them. And I know Turk was super excited to get behind the wheel of a Class 1. It's kind of the pinnacle of the sport, which is where you want to get to. And you're behind the wheel of that big 48-foot MTI. He went from 2005 to 2010 without losing a Pro Series championship. I mean, he's been doing it a long time. Comes from great stock. His father played for the Oakland Raiders. He got the athletic genes. He just didn't get the gigantic size, which probably really helps him here in boat racing.
I'm telling you, there's no athleticness in my genes, and my genes are big, so I promise you I couldn't do it. You know, this is a tough thing. These guys really have to be in pretty good mental shape and physical shape. You know, they endure some beating, and, you know, they're in this boat. It's hot. There's no air conditioning, so they have their work cut out for them.
And we take a look there. As you can see, the X-Insurance North Boat, J.J. Turk, and that would be Nick Lewis there alongside, comes in third place, and they were able to sneak in there between the Dirty Money Racing team and, of course, GC Racing as well. Time of 4:22. Not sure what happened to WHM boat.
I don't think they've run yet. I don't know if they've sent them through out of milling yet, or because they still look like they have. Or maybe they didn't. I don't know. Looks like we're going to go to Supercat next. So,
okay, let's check in with Tristan.
So I'm down here at the docks, and we've got Pro Class 1 who's just been qualifying. Supercat's going out, factory stock's going out, super stock's going out. So we've got a lot of action down here. We just got some of the Pro Class 1 guys back. Willie and JT just got here. Johnny's jumping in this factory stock boat. You can see him doing a jersey change right now. There's a lot of action down here. The crew has told me with the GC Racing team that they're going to pull the boat out and make some significant changes. And I'm hoping we can go get that later for you guys. Like I said, we got a lot of action down here. A lot of teams prepping, getting ready to go test. The water's big. All these boats are covered in salt. It's gnarly down here. Can't wait to see who qualifies next and see how this race goes this afternoon.
Nice update there from Tristan. Yeah, exactly what we would expect, and certainly something that Shane alluded to before. They're going to go out there, take a look at this in qualifying, and when they come back, they'll be making some big decisions on how they want to change these boats and get ready to go racing. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series will have the first of 3 events. It's called the IHRA Triple Crown, and it starts at Maple Grove Raceway in Pennsylvania. Legendary names in drag racing will be there for a shot at $1 million. Here's how it works. 3 races. Maple Grove Raceway, Durana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio in June. And Durana Memphis Motorsports Park will be the third and final event in September. 5 classes: Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Mod, Pro Stock, and Mountain Motor Pro Stock. If a driver can win in their respective class in all 3 events, they'll walk away with a cool $1 million. Expect to see big names in drag racing. Names like Dale Worsham, Ron Capps, Sean Reed, Scott Palmer, Dan Hicks, and many more. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, Speed Sport 1 has got you covered on Friday and Saturday morning. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It is a gorgeous day here in Cocoa Beach. We're on the east coast of Florida. Welcome back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. We're going to show you who's in the next category coming up here with the Supercats and show you the standings here as well. We do not, I apologize, we do not have standings. I might have standings. Here's a look at our grid lineup. As you can see, this will be a lot of fun as these boats are great. And the Supercats, the big difference here, these are normally aspirated power plants versus the twin turbocharged engines that we just saw in the Pro Class 1 category. So while they don't make quite as much steam, what I will tell you they do is they make way more noise, and they sound wicked.
I'm telling you, these big these big blocks, I'm telling you, these are loud, they're proud, and I'm kind of excited that we're starting the day with them tomorrow. We're going to get our day kicked off correctly, so you just can't beat the sound of these. You can hear them, you can feel them off the beach. The thunder is real in Cocoa Beach.
EWB Racing.
These are my buddies from Lake Havasu. You talk about a drive. They have a long way to come out here, but they're not missing any of the race series. They are digging, and they were a newer team last year. They did a really, really good job getting their feet wet last year. The last race was their first race to take a podium position, so I was happy to see that for them. And I know they're going to try to continue to grow their program and do a great job. And I know they're gunning for that another top spot this weekend.
Twisted Marine Decking and Games Boy Racing, a couple of their sponsors, finished 7 of 8 races in their first year of Supercats just 1 year ago. Quite an accomplishment there, as well as these guys have been racing for the better part of 20 years.
Yeah, they've done a lot of like desert stuff and different things over the years. And Kelly, he's the owner and the driver of the boat. He sends me cool pictures of all his desert toys every once in a while, and I'm like, man, I want to come out there and just hang out with you guys for a weekend. So. And then you got their crew chief, who's also runs the boat and drives the boat. That's Tim Diskin. Great dude. You get a chance. You can't not meet him. If you go into the pit and you want to check out that team, Tim's an integral part of that, and I love him. They call him Tijuana Tim. He's a radio personality out in Havasu, and he is an amazing guy to get to know.
So Tim doing the driving?
Well, he's doing the driving on the truck, so he's running the boat
truck.
back and
Yeah,
forth.
okay.
Yeah.
I got him down as crew chief. And
yeah.
Is it Kelly Kreis?
And then you got Ron Gibbs there on throttle.
Ron Gibbs behind, running the stick. So.
Yeah, this is the smaller boat in this class, so that's going to actually, I think, pose some interesting setup stuff for them, this weekend with water that we're seeing in this type of condition, because that's like a 36-foot skater, so it's a little bit shorter than most of the boats in this class. Most of the boats in this class are in that, that 38, 39-foot range.
Let's talk about the Supercats here a bit, Shane.
We've got, our length limits, as you can see, 34 to 42 feet. These boats have to come out of the water on the scales at 9,500 pounds. We've got, for your gearheads out there, these are a big block, naturally aspirated, up to 502 or 510 cubic inch engine. I think 496 cubic inches is the minimum on this. You know, they've got like a standard head that they have to run, you know, certain castings of part numbers. You know, they try to make this more of a spec type motor, but any engine builder that wants to produce a motor or an engine for these teams can do that as long as they follow the guidelines within the, within the rule book. You know, we're looking at, 1,600 horsepower. You know, these boats are roughly putting down probably 800 horse each. You know, when you start digging in and asking about horsepowers, you get real vague ranges from these guys. They don't want to tell you. So, that's kind of the way we set that up, is just kind of a ballpark on the horsepower. We'll never really know what these guys are putting down.
Yeah, well, and to that point, whenever we talk about the Pro Class 1 boats, those are all spec motors from Mercury. Here, these are wide open. They can choose any engine builder they want, and they are some world-class engine builders at that. Sterling in here, Todd Goodwin building motors in the Dirty Money Racing team.
Bob Teague he built the motors for the EWB team. Right here, you got the CR Racing. You've got Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. They've had a really awesome year so far. They had some mechanical issues that messed them up in the first race, but were a top qualifier for New Orleans, and won New Orleans. So they've got some steam and momentum going for this for this race, for race number 3. This is also a boat that's powered by Sterling engines.
Yeah, 388 Skater, of course, those Sterling power plants that you talked about, and yeah, they ballpark them at about 800 horsepower each. I would say safely there. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if some of these engines were putting out the better part of 900 horsepower. I think 800 has been a rounded off number for a bit. It depends on how much money you want to spend, as always. And if you want to rebuild them after every race, if you want them to last a little bit longer, you can make more horsepower, but it's going to cost you some longevity.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that your setup's going to last, especially on a day like today. Now we're looking at, we got Team Graydale out on the course right now. Looks like they're getting their speeds ramped up. We got Chris Grant, owner and driver. You've got Jay Moeller. He's on the throttle in that boat. Jay's one of those experienced throttlemen that's running multiple classes and stuff here this weekend for us. So that's an interesting component. These guys get more seat time. Granted, they're in different boats, but they're going to see what this looks like. So later, when he goes to Superstock qualifying, he's going to already have a feel for what that is. He's going to give some direct feedback to the team on maybe making a prop change or whatnot, before they qualify in the other class. So it'll be interesting to see, these guys that have multiple rides, how they perform in later qualifying sessions in other classes.
Yeah, I could look at that great LCD Grant Racing entry. Jay Muller on the sticks there.
They've got a great crew chief in Mike Delapo. They've got a great team behind them. They've got some really strong engines. These guys are always in the hunt. HRE Racing engines, propel that boat, and they've been with them for quite some time now.
Jason Jacks is the sons of Jay Muller, and they are also competing out here as we talk about second-generation racers.
Yeah, they're going to compete in Supercat, and I believe the story is that boat is Grandpa's boat, and so that's the Team Wicked, and I don't have my data in front of me, but I think it's like a 40 motion. But those guys, they're out here, they're raw, they don't have spotters, they're out here just making their own calls, and they did really, really well at the first race this year. They weren't able to make it to New Orleans, but they were able to grab a podium spot in St. Pete. So it's pretty good for that young team, and hopefully that will help give them a little more drive to keep after it this season. We'll see them coming up here after a bit. You got Chris and Jay right now. They're just trudging along, getting beat. If you watch that spray, every time the spray comes up high to our viewers at home, that really means they're touching down pretty hard as they just dance across the top of these big waves. The ocean-like conditions is much different than the Gulf that we've seen so far, even though we've seen some rougher water. Nothing like what we're seeing today.
It is pretty vicious out there. CJ Grant Racing up there out of Toronto. So making the trek down here, another one with a decent drive. Would love to see some races go back up there, and who knows, maybe that will be in the cards in a little bit. They love the Supercat class. Love the camaraderie that goes out here amongst the teams, and it really is that way.
Yep.
They do so much for each other. They want to beach out here on the water. I mean, anything you need inside of the pits, if somebody breaks or you need parts, everybody there is there to help out.
Yep. Yeah, and that's one nice thing about a team like this. You know, like there's a lot of experience there, but these guys are willing to help, you know, share some data and, you know, help each other out, because they all want to go out there and have a good competitive race also. You know, they want the racing to be good, and that's what we're seeing with this good camaraderie, these good partnerships gelling between these different teams.
Still watching them make their flyer here. Billy Moore was inside of this boat a couple of years ago. Another legendary name out here.
Yep.
Will be competing. But as we documented before, right now it is Jay Muller behind that's running the sticks inside of this one. Chris Grant racing since 2019. Ooh. And yeah, getting some big air there once again out of these big heavy boats.
Trying to have trouble seeing who I'm seeing. Is that Mike Howe and Cade Wilson? Is that the How to Live Supercat? I'm only seeing the front right now, but I'm looking. It looks like it's orange and black, or is that? Yep, that's How to Live. That's what I thought it was. So Cade Wilson's with Sterling Engines, so that's another Sterling engine, powered entry here in Supercat. Mike Howe with How to Live. You know, these guys have some great stories, and if you ever get a chance to really listen to what they do, you know, the type of businesses and things they're in, you know. Mike's really, really big with charity stuff, and I do personally a lot of charity stuff myself, and I really, really love the fact that these guys really contribute and give back to their communities, and they just do an awesome job.
And a little bit earlier today, Taylor had a chance to catch up with a couple of these crews. Let's check in with her.
To go. I've got Mike and Cade here. You guys are full of energy. We're ready to get out on the water. This is what you live for. What's the water going to look like today?
So yesterday told us nothing, because yesterday was flat, calm, and today it's got 5-footers. So basically take everything we learned yesterday and throw it out the window. Yeah. It's going to get rough. It's steep and deep out there. We actually have our neck braces. We're going to war.
Yeah, if you're not a little nervous going into these kind of conditions, you're lying to yourself. So you got to be a little nervous. You got to respect the ocean. She'll bite you. Yeah, just a little.
You got to be a little nervous, right? You got to respect the ocean, like he's
respecting the ocean.
But the excitement's high, the adrenaline's high. How does the communication change between you two when the weather conditions change like this?
Well, if we're honest, it's probably a little worse, because it gets stressful when we get busy talking, and we're each trying to do our own job in the cockpit. And yeah, it's something that we know as a novice team we've been working on actually in the pits. We talk about, well, I'm going to use this terminology. You're going to use that. Okay, cool. We know how to talk.
We started something new now, too. But before we settle down, like when we get out there and we do this. Yeah. And we go, it's our day, let's go to war. Yep. And then it kind of like settles you down and gets you recalibrated for what you're about to do. Without that, it's all chaos.
Yeah. Head in the cockpit, eyes out, right? Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for chatting with me. Let's get
all right.
head to war. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, give you a good perspective of just how hard they push. It's like, man, yeah, we're all a little nervous before we climb in on one of these days.
Yeah, you definitely have to have some kind of mental routine to like set yourself at bay. Every time I've strapped into a race car and do the different types of racing I've done in the past, you know, your blood pressure's up, your heart rate's up, and then you just have to go through some type of process to just mentally woo-saw, you know what I mean, and just settle in a little bit. And it's interesting to hear these different teams and what they do. A couple of other teams, they listen to music, they play a song on their way out, and that just puts them at ease. So everybody's got little different quirks, and it's really interesting to dig into that and see what they do and how they handle it.
Watching the How to Live Offshore Race, owner and co-founder along with his twin brother Jeff of How and How Technologies, which develops advanced robotic solutions for today's warfighter. and the world famous extreme vehicle, the Ripsaw.
Those are cool too.
Pretty wild, huh? Been featured in 3 different major motion pictures. Throttleman Mike Howe, driver Cade Wilson. This team out of Waterboro, Maine. We do have a couple of times that have come in here so far. Great LCG Grant Racing is sitting at the top here in the Supercat category. Fast lap for them a 4:16.16, followed up by a 4:20.24. So just 4 seconds back for CR Racing. EWB Racing a little bit after them, slowed down a decent amount with a 5:49.
I'll tell you what, though, what's really interesting right now is looking at the who's sitting in first and second, and looking at those times, and then comparing those to the Pro Class 1 boats we just saw that are much, much bigger. These guys are running very similar times to what the bigger horsepower, bigger boats are running. So I just feel like that just tells you how hard these guys are pushing it to try to get a good qualifying position today.
Watching the Dirty Money team, that is the same 2 people inside of this one. By the way, Billy Pyburn owning the Class 1 boat, and it is maintained and taken care of by Dirty Money Racing. Bo Renfro owns this boat here in the Supercat category. So a great working relationship between the two, of course. And, of course, champions inside of this category. Talked about it before, the Todd Goodwin power plants inside of this one. It makes as much steam as anybody out there. And I believe it was either Britt Lilly or Billy Pyburn that I was talking to that said, you know what, these boats can be really close to a Class 1 boat on days like today because they're ready to go. That NA motor is at full steam pretty much all the time.
They're just sitting right there riding on the right part of the power band. The torque curve is just perfect for this, whereas the turbocharged engines in the Pro Class 1s, like you said, if they can't really keep them loaded up or they're pulling off the throttles too much, they might lose too much boost and lose too much steam. So it's really neat to see these guys get out here and trudge along. They're only 2-3 feet shorter, a little bit narrower, down on horsepower, but they're handling this rough water.
Yeah, boats are very, very capable. And with more on the Dirty Money Racing team, let's check in. I believe Tristan has more.
I'm down here with Bobby with DMR Performance. So the Pro Class 1 boats all run the same engine package. Can you kind of walk me through what you guys use?
Yeah, so we use the Mercury 1100 twin turbo competition motor. They're basically all the same. Mercury supplies us with these yellow boxes for racing and testing when they're around. It's to kind of even the playing field for everybody, so it just comes down to like a prop and a gear ratio. Everybody pretty much, when you're looking at the motor, you got your twin turbos. Everyone pretty much runs the same dry exhaust. We run these titanium ones. We do it for a weight advantage. They're all dry sump motors. It's a little dirty now from testing. It's big out there today, but Mercury puts together a hell of a package for us to use, and it's pretty much drop in, plug and play, goes out, does its job, and at the end of the day, you flush it, you put it away, and you're done.
So tell me what you guys can change. Since the motor package is sealed, everything here stays exactly as it is. What can you guys change to adjust for waves, water, wind, all that?
So changes on the boat, you can do your water pickups for water pressure. You do the weight change in the boat. You can do a gear change and a prop change. And that's where the advantage stays. Like we spend the time testing all conditions. So we got an idea. We back it up with all our telemetry that we have, and then we just overlay. And the Mercury motors are consistent. I mean, it's pretty much, I wouldn't say maintenance free, but it's easy maintenance on them. It's standard maintenance. You do your oil changes, spark plugs, check everything, and that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you for your time and kind of telling us about how these Pro Class 1 boats run, Bobby. Good luck today. Can't wait to see how you guys finish.
Those things are special. They are gorgeous machines, and great to see the mechanical side of it to a degree there. Nice job, Tristan. Love to look underneath those canopies at the Pro Class 1s. Of course, we're watching the Supercats here, and as they documented there, those are twin turbocharged machines inside of the Pro Class 1s. These are NAs here. Yep. So no power adders. You're not allowed superchargers, turbochargers, nitrous oxide, those types of things. This is just a naturally aspirated power plant.
Yeah, and I know these guys are definitely always fighting the humidity with a carburetor, right?
For sure.
This is you got to have that old school guy that really understands how to tune these. And what's crazy is in motorsports, it seems like that just becomes further and further a thing of the past. So you got to have the right guy that understands how to set that up, especially when we're going from sea level, and then next week we're going to go to 650 foot altitude and go to Lake of the Ozarks in June. So there's going to be big differences in tuning for these boats as they go from event to event.
Yeah, I'm sure fuel injected in these as well. They get the laptop out and take a look at air conditions and dial these things in.
These are still carbureted engines.
Still all of them? All of them?
Yeah, still an
so
NA motor, 100%.
FI is not allowed in here.
Correct, yeah, at this point.
Wicked boat, as you can see there with Jason Muller and Jax, as we were talking about them before.
Those guys look like they're having the time of their life. I know that they did. It's 8P. They couldn't make it to New Orleans. I'm happy they're here. I think after that podium position, first race of the year, they're wanting to come back and try to get back in that points hunt. But the season's still early, so they can still turn in some points for this race for this weekend.
A couple more times have come in here so far. Dirty Money Racing third on the sheets with a 4 minute 30 second .821 pass. 5:05 turned in by the How to Live team.
Man, I can tell you this is so rough out here, guys, because we were seeing times in the literally a minute to a minute and 20 faster for the same distance at the previous two races, just to give you guys an idea of how rough this is. When it comes race time and we're seeing these boats, hopefully deck to deck, and they're going to stay in each other's, sight, this is going to be just a wild race.
The Wicked boat turning their lap as we speak, and keep an eye on them. See if they can jump into the middle of the fray here. Still number one at a 4:16.16 is the Great L. Nice lap for them, and then just 4 seconds back, CR Racing. 10 seconds back behind them, Dirty Money Racing. Those top three all in the fours. Really 4:16 to a 4:30, so pretty impressive right there, as 14 seconds separating the top three.
The boats are super, super matched. That's one of the nice things about Supercat. Supercat's a fan favorite for a lot of people because of that reason, because the racing is so close. I think what these guys are also doing, not only are they qualifying, this is a massive data collection, lap out here. They're going to go back and really rework this stuff and try to get it ready for tomorrow, because we're forecasted for similar conditions. So they are really, really learning a lot out here on the race course now.
You mentioned it. We heard Brittany mention it. I think the one thing that you would try to relay to fans is the lack of vision, and it seems that way in almost any race vehicle, I feel like. But you get in here and you see the windshields on them, and you think, they'll have great vision, but it's kind of tunnel vision, if you will. And then when you get the spray and the salt, everything on those windshields, it becomes quite a challenge.
Yeah, especially if you get washed down by another boat, or you try to cut behind somebody and you take a wash like that. When that stuff dries up, it's making it that much more difficult to see. It just cakes on there so quickly. Oh man, look at that.
It's just a good look. Those head-on looks give you a good idea of what those tunnels are like. And some of the Pro Class ones have what they call a tunnel tab on the back. As Shane mentioned before, you have to add 250 pounds to the boat if you want to run one. It is not a penalty to run a tunnel tab in this category here with the Supercats, and they'll shut that tab and help these boats get up out of the water.
Yeah, they'll pack a little more air with that tunnel tab. So if they want to ride more on top of the water, on flatter water, it just depends on the conditions whether they're going to want to put more air under the boat or not. And every driver and throttle is going to set their boat up just a little bit different for the conditions that they see that's upcoming to them. Tunnel tabs definitely have their place. I've seen them time and time again, make the difference in a race and in a finishing position for these teams.
Yeah, depending on what the boat is. I mean, to give you an idea of how much they have to really drive these things, and that's what the throttle man is going to do. And you have the driver obviously running the steering wheel. You have the throttle man running the sticks over there and a number of other items. But to get out of the throttle and set the nose, when I say that, they're basically transferring weight of that boat up to the nose or setting a little more of the boat in the water so that it can grab the water and make that turn. You mentioned it before on a flatter surface where they could turn in excess of 140, 50 miles an hour. Yep. You've got to set the boat to do that. If they have the boat packing air and it's completely up out of the water, it won't grab, it won't turn. So it's quite a dance that they have to work with.
Yeah, especially if you're contending with wind. You start turning into wind like that. We saw it with factory stock, in New Orleans, with the blowover that we had with Lake Wiley, right? Those guys were coming in super hot and such an aggressive team. They're out there digging for the front, and, that stuff happens, right?
Yeah, and if you turn in, from what I was told, if you turn in, if you forget to open the tab, it'll launch you.
Yeah, it definitely creates a problem. And that goes back to the communication between these guys, kind of like what, Mike and Cade were talking to there a little bit ago, to our viewers here at home. They have to be able to talk to one another and understand the lingo. The timing has to be right. They have to be able to trim down just a little bit before the guy who's on the wheel gives that input. The timing really has to be impeccable. And you'll see that in these top-tier performers. The teams that are running up top, they're just really gelling. There's a lot to that communication, and that a lot goes back to seat time and experience.
Congratulations to the Great LCJ Grant Racing team as the number one qualifiers in the Supercat category, followed up by CR Racing and Dirty Money Racing to round out the top three on a very rough course out here today.
Man, you can see it in the time spreads, from top to bottom. It's a lot of these guys are going to go back, scratch their heads, and they're going to adjust some setups and to get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, they have the rest of the day to think about it. The Pro Class 1 category, They got to make their decisions a little bit quicker. They're racing a little bit later on here today. Yep. We're going to take a break here and stay with us. We have more action coming from Cocoa Beach.
I'm going to use the restroom.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
And we welcome you back to the beach here. We're at Cocoa Beach, and this is Thunder on Cocoa Beach in the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. This telecast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beach. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And by VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. Nice overhead shot on a beautiful but windy day as we are racing here, third event of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. And the factory stocks will be the third class to come out here and tackle this tough course here today. See the waves breaking way out, tide out here. And we'll take a look at, looks like 9 boats. 9 competitors will come out here with the factory stock category. These raised up a bit from last year. They did have 450s on the back, now 500s, which is pretty impressive. We'll see how things shake down as they come out here and make a run at it. Factory 5 so far coming in here in terms of points. Jackhammer is leading in the championship with a win and a podium finish at New Orleans. Say Less MF in second place with a couple of back-to-back podiums, but have yet to stand on top of the box. The 151 Express did grab a win at our last event in New Orleans, and LWR Lake Wiley Racing grabbed a second-place finish at the season opener in St. Pete. Here's a look at the 151 Express.
These guys have come out of the gate and made some really hard charges. I've seen some of the best starts out of this boat. You know, they had some struggles at the very beginning of the year. I think that's mechanical issues, but man, you talk about a contender. You know, Ian Morgan and, you know, Nick Impresia are fantastic together, and that is one heck of a duo. Now, as we get going, you're going to see more air and more air, as you saw right there. The boats are getting smaller and smaller as we're qualifying, Ken, right? So now we're down to, you know, the factory 500 boats. Following this, we're going to go even shorter with smaller horsepower and run the stock boats with 300. So the wind's not laying down and the boats are getting smaller, so everybody needs to just pay close attention to what's going on out there on the course.
Yeah, these would you put these boats between 35, 40 feet, somewhere in there?
Yeah, that's the range that you're going to be in. Most of them are all upper, like, you know, your 38, 39 foot. Like this is a 390X MTI is what this boat is. It's right at 39 feet. Look at the air these guys are packing. It takes a lot on timing to make sure when that nose comes up like that, the throttle person is pulling back just with enough time to try to maintain, you know, some level air, so when they can come down, you know, with a solid attitude rather than, you know, coming down nose up or, you know, stuffing it into the next wave. There's a lot of timing going on there.
Real solid team here, 2025 national and world champions in factory stock. So very good at what they do with the 450s. Now the 500s on the back of these things. Also world champions in Mod V going back to 2022. Again, as we talk about some of these players coming up here and digging their way up out of the V-bottom boats.
Yep. And like I said, this is another team that's going to be in other boats, you know, later today. So I really find that interesting, you know, to see if, depending on how well they qualify now in this class, if the data they've gathered is going to help them when they get back in the boat in the stock class.
Yeah, I mean, any seat time is going to be great, right? To come out of here with that knowledge and go back and at least prepare whatever you can. Certainly, some of the bracket boats, man, it's going to be a challenge to maintain that speed that they're allowed to maintain. You know, I think a lot of times they worry about going too fast. I think trying to go fast enough might be an issue here today.
You know, that could definitely that's definitely going to play into it. But I will also tell you, I was talking to some of the 700 boats this morning. Another 500 class, boat as well. When these boats come out of the water, they actually gain a little bit of speed. So for the bracket guys, they really have to pay attention. If they're running their number, you know, class 700, for example, if they're trying to not break 60 and they're trying to hold that 59 mile an hour, you know, these boats are lightweight. They take flight. They can quickly gain 4 or 5 mile an hour, and that can push them into this, category of going too fast with these breakouts. And too many of these breakouts is going to slide you down the finishing order once they run the V-Box data after the race.
As we watch boat number F5 here, MF Racing, Caleb Mead, and some guy named Johnny Tomlinson.
Yep, he was just out there with Willie Capiza in the pink and black Pro Class 1. So again, we saw him changing jerseys a little bit ago, and they were at the crane. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of knowledge he has from just being out there, you know, not yet 30, 40 minutes ago, you know, as he's going in here and probably giving, Caleb a little pep talk on, hey, here's what I think we're going to see right now. I'd be interested to know if they made any kind of changes before they went out. Maybe a prop change. Did they do something different, last minute before their qualification run that they're on right now?
And a look back here at the 151 Express as well as we bounce around a couple of different boats in this category. Worth a mention as well for that boat, F5 MF Racing. Caleb Mead, as you were just talking about him with Johnny Tomlinson, been racing since he was 16 years old and now in his 4th season, so 20 years old. One of the young guns out there in the future of the sport as we watch the 21 of Sayless MF.
Yep. Yeah, these guys right here have got a lot of experience in the boat too. You've got Rusty Williams. He's multiple time champion, throttleman, and you've got Chad, owner and driver of that boat. They also have a super stock boat as well, so they're running both outboard classes.
Yeah, reigning world champions there for the Sayless MFX team. Nicely done there. We'll see how Chad Rodisell and Rusty Williams square out here in qualifying. So far, it is the 151 Express that is up top with a time of 4:37.33, and then back the better part of 20 seconds plus at 5:03 is Sayless MF.
But you know what? Look at that the time differential between.
Well, it's really tight there to MF Racing, huh?
Yeah.
Just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that as things go. Right now, we're looking at Reese Langheim and Julian Maldonado. So these guys are up top in points, super strong competitors. Julian and both Reese are also in other categories. So again, more data collection. They've taken a lot of flight and had some wild rides so far this year. But they when they take that checker flag, they make one heck of a good bow.
I love this. These guys have been inside of, we go now and take a look at the Montlick injury attorneys.
Yeah, right now.
Well, that's Jack. Yeah, that is Jack Hammer.
We're still on recent.
Yeah, so we are. And these two guys have been in the boat together since 2022. Funny little ritual they have to get in the zone. They listen to, as soon as they get in the boat, On a Pontoon by Little Big Town.
Yep.
Calm down, put a smile on your face, relax a little bit, and let's go get it.
Did you guys see the air that they just caught? Oh, my Lord. This is going to be wild. Yeah, this is one of the teams I couldn't remember the song, but I knew it was something like that. It's absolutely hilarious. I can just imagine those guys, they have some helmets bobbing in there as they're getting ready and psyched up for the race. Jackhammer is, they have Manatee Marine, Kretuik Motorsports in their corner. They've got some great sponsorships behind them.
Out of Pawnee, Illinois.
I'll tell you what, Reese is a hilarious guy. If you ever get a chance to talk to him, after the last race, we were talking in the airport. He was telling me a funny story. He's like, you know what? He's like, I used to be a volunteer firefighter. I said, I never knew that about you. He goes, yeah, and I got fired from it. I said, how do you get fired from a volunteer position? It was, it was just this crazy funny story. Then after he left, they had some situation and he's no longer a fireman, but then all the guys that are left as volunteers are calling him saying, how do we run the truck? How do we do this? So I'm like, man, you got more value than what they knew, man.
Pretty cool to watch them do what they do.
Yeah.
Julian Maldonado, as you talked about before, on Throttleman, also crew chief here. And that's the way some of these teams are, is they'll start to break down here, and they do multiple jobs on some of these boats. 2025 Valor, the V38, of course, the Mercury 500's hanging off the back.
That's a really, really good-looking boat, and I got caught up with those guys when we were at Lake Havasu for Desert Storm here a few weeks back. So these Valors, they're actually laminated in Dubai, and so then they're shipped over here, and then Manatee Marine does all the complete rigging and all the finishing work on these boats. And you talk about an amazing boat. I feel like you watch them, you watch the boat perform. It's got great lines, and they just can't keep those boats in stock. I don't think they can get them laminated in a shipping container quick enough to get them over here for as many people and the popularity that this Valor brand has brought, to the marine industry and the powerboating edge.
Very successful as well. 2020 World Champs, 2022 National Champs, 2023 World Champs. So give you an idea of just how good they are together.
Ooh, look at the air.
Man.
This is
I thought he was going to stuff the nose right there.
This is that corner that I think is going to be troublesome as the day unwinds, especially for some of the open canopy bracket guys. I want to make sure everybody stays nice and seated, and they run their number, and they stay safe. But these are bigger boats.
They make that turn and come back into these waves.
Yes. You know, these are bigger boats than some of the smaller brackets that we're going to see. So those guys are really going to be catching some airtime. You know, there's going to be a lot of probably rough landings within the bracket ranks.
Incredible what these engines, I mean, it's just incredible that you can go purchase one of these engines off the showroom floor, put 1,000 horsepower on the back of your boat and go rip. What Mercury has been able to do in this industry is nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long time coming. There's a lot of work, tons of R&D, and you know, these guys are the ones that are out there, you know, racing their product, but doing all the product research for them to just continue to get better.
Jackhammer coming back up here towards the finish line as they head north along the beach line, back up towards the pier.
These guys have qualified up top, you know, for the majority of the season, so it'll be interesting to see what their final lap posts at.
Al and Al as we take a look at boat number 22. Alfred Amato and Roberto Lopiano. Italy, they're from Italy. Racing for a couple of years together. Crew chief Alfredo Amato. 2023 Doug Wright boat.
Yeah,
as I learned how to speak English, easy for me to say.
DWR. Man, look at these guys. I mean, you're almost losing the deck going down to water level from the camera angle because of the size of these swells. They definitely look like they're carrying a little bit less, you know, trim, trying to keep that nose down to maybe attack that rough water. Maybe their philosophy is going to be a little bit different. You know, keep the boat out of the air and in the water. You know, it'd be interesting to see what kind of lap times we get out of that.
Yeah, and it's funny that I heard you talking about some of the lighter boats, like the bracket boats, where they said they could pick up speed in the air. And talking to some of the guys with the big boats, they said they're losing speed whenever the boat is in the air. So it's funny how it works and the different dynamics of the different boats.
Yep. Yeah, different setups, different weight. You know, some of those guys are just, you know, on the bracket side, they're just right in the power band to keep them right at that speed. And I think that puts them, you know, kind of dancing with the devil a little bit, if you will. And those boats are lighter weight. They just launch them.
The factory stocks here, and then we will have super stock that is also going to qualify here. And then we'll get into our first race of the day with the Thundercats. And both Shane and I are pretty excited to see the little boats come out here and battle.
In the conditions that we have today, man, those guys better be
I don't know.
ready.
They might want us in the boat today. Let's keep that thing in the water.
Yeah, they're going to hold me down. You know, it's crazy. Now we're looking at the timing and stuff. You know, we got 5-second differential between first and second place as they've turned in some times.
You can call me Al.
Al and Al.
Yeah, real good-looking boats. So sleek. Love the capsule boats. Everybody does.
I'll tell you what, I got to give props to all my guys working the corners, the safety boats, the patrol boats, everybody that's out there just bobbing around today, you know, in this kind of condition. You know, when you get off the water and you've had a long day like that, man, you really, really have some sea legs under you. I know most of them carry some Dramamine in their bag. I think they're going to all need it today.
A few people with sea legs Thursday night out of JT's.
Yeah. Yeah, we catch them walking around from time to time in the pits, too. It's like, man, I don't know where you came from, but I want to go there.
It's my sea legs on. Watching the Factory 5 category come out here and qualify. We have qualified already. The Pro Class 1s, they're back prepping boats. They will have their first race at the end of today, a little bit later on, scheduled at 4:45. We thank you for watching us here on Speed Sport. Ken Stout, Shane Landis calling the action for you. Two great pit reporters as well, Taylor Snyder and Tristan Garvin. we have something we have not talked about too much here, because some of these boats will not be running what they call the long lap, but when we get to the Class 1 race a little bit later today, we will talk about this, as they will run 2 long laps, which will change up that race significantly, and we'll see how things break down. You've got to run the traditional lap, if you will, or the short lap for the first lap, but after that, gloves are off.
Yep.
Go where you want to go.
Yeah, the short lap, or is what we call the standard lap for this particular race. So that extra monster mile that we saw earlier, that's going to be that long lap option that they have to take 2 of their laps. So all of your pro classes typically are going to have that set up. Brackets will not. They're going to run a standard configuration, and they won't have that different distance to try to play with when it comes to strategizing. Those guys just have to run their number, and I think they're going to have their hands full on a day like today.
And they do have spotters. So for the fans out there, if you're not familiar with a lot of forms of motorsports, they have spotters. IndyCar, they're especially say like the Indianapolis 500 that'll be going on next weekend, require 2 spotters at that big racetrack to help the drivers know what's going on around them. Well, they do the same thing here. These drivers, as you can see, the drivers and throttlemen inside of the capsule without great vision, as we keep documenting. So they'll use spotters that are outside, and they're located all down this beach. They'll have hotel rooms. They'll put them out on balconies, the end of a pier, wherever they feel like their best vantage point is. But they'll be documenting where the other boats are, and they'll be talking to the people inside to say, hey, man, I think it's a good time to take the long lap, or run a short lap here, and maybe we can get some clean water, then we'll take our long lap. So it's pretty cool as you talk about some of the strategy that'll take place.
I don't know what the right strategy is, but I'm a guy let's get the hard stuff out of the way early. But while things are running good and I'm fresh, I think I'd hang it out there on those on lap 2 and 3. If it was me, I think I'd take the long ones just to make sure I get them out of the way.
If I'm out front, I would get them out. I would get them out of the way. But if I'm in the back and I could get in clean water, I might opt for the short lap and come out in front of those guys and maybe take advantage of it. That's the beauty of it.
Yep. Right here we're looking at the HBS Motorsports team. This is a brand new team. So we've got Mr. Langston in there. This is going to be his rookie race. And then he's got, a veteran Ryan Beckley on the throttle. This is an interesting team. So there's 2 brothers here. One brother runs in the super stock class, and now we have a brother that's running in the factory stock. So I love to see this outboard action within this HBS Motorsports team. Like I said, they have a great throttle person that's jumping back and forth between both boats. A lot of experience. He's going to really help these guys, kind of go to the next level, because he has the depth and the knowledge to help get those guys as drivers where they need to be, so we can continue to perform at just a maximum level. Excited to see what those guys have in store for them this weekend.
Let's talk about the times here real quickly. 151 Express still up top of that 437.33. Then Jackhammer, as we watched them, they jumped into the number 2 spot with a nice lap at 442.42. Then with a 503.2, Say Less. MF Racing right behind them at a 505. Very tight right in there between those two. Just a couple of seconds, and then a 548 for the HBS Motorsports team as we continue on.
Yeah, so that might sound like it's a little bit of a distance, but I'll tell you what, one misuse of the throttle, one bad corner, you can close
one big hop here, right?
Yeah.
Stuff the nose just a little bit and slow the boat down a little bit. A couple of seconds.
And as we talked about earlier, qualifying for all forms of motorsports is going to give these guys a lot of information that they need to process and make changes, so that when it comes race time, they're ready, and they're going to try to get their boats set up to handle this to the best of their ability.
Once again, the Allen Al boat, Alfredo Amato doing the driving inside of that one. They'll be winding up their flyer here.
Not getting any data on them. I don't know if we have a timing or scoring issue at this point with them or not.
Yeah, maybe a transponder not picking up.
Factory stock is really growing as a class, and we actually there's another new team that's going to show up for Lake of the Ozarks next month, and that's going to be the Monster Energy team. They have a new factory stock that's coming out that's going to debut at Lake of the Ozarks for their hometown fans and the hometown lake. So I'm excited to see Tyler and Myrick jump in the ranks of factory stock. They dabbled in it last year in Taylor Sism's boat and had a great time, and I think that just set the world on fire, so they were ready for it. So I'm pumped to see them take on another boat and another class.
Watching the Gladiator Canados team go at it here. Driver Irvin Grant, throttleman Michael Crescente. Michael from Cannes, France.
I think is that the Gladiator boat right now? I think our camera's on Montleg. I'm not sure. The green and navy livery of that boat. That's what it looks like to me. Is that what you're seeing?
I do see that green on that one.
I believe
saw the graphic pop up there a little bit before we started watching this boat, and that is the Montleg boat. Good eye.
We got Logan Aiden and we got Giovanni here. This is the first IHRA race for them this season to be with us, so we're definitely happy to have them here and help grow the factory stock ranks.
Yeah, I mean, a boat that has been out here competing for a long time, very good at what they do.
Yep,
Great to have that name out here. Of course, that livery is so popular.
Yep, that's another DWR Doug Wright entry. Man, it's just rough out there. Anybody who's a boater is going to look at this and be like, gosh, that's rough. To all my motorsports fans out there that haven't been on the water yet, I promise you, these guys are getting absolutely rocked right now.
Better part of 10 boats, 9 boats in this category. It'll be fun come race time to see them fan out.
Here's Joe and Garrett from Lake Wiley Racing. These guys took one wild ride last race. They come into the old Pontchartrain Punisher and it was carrying a little bit of speed, a little bit of trim. They caught the wind just wrong, and they blew that boat over. Those guys popped out. It was like a 12-second or 12.5-second time for those guys to get out of that boat, signal that they were A-OK to the safety team. Did a fantastic job there. These guys were happy and safe. And these guys, they got out. They did a lot of fiberglass work. They had the engines running, and, they said, hey, we're going to be in Cocoa Beach, and we're still here to play. We're not timid. We're ready to rock.
Taylor and Shane had a chance to speak with them a little bit earlier today. Let's check in and find out their thoughts.
Well, I'm excited to talk to these guys. Lake Wiley, you guys are right side up going into Cocoa Beach. You guys had quite the run out there in New Orleans. What does it feel like now coming into this race after that adventurous run?
We're really excited to be here. We like the spot. The fans are here. It's very crowded, and we're just thankful that everything worked out. We got the boat fixed back up, and we're ready to push it again.
Joe, tell me a little bit about the repair process, right? The boat didn't look terrible, but any kind of carnage is carnage. So, I know you guys had the boats running before you left town at the last race. What was the repair process to get here today?
The crew did a remarkable job getting the motors running literally about 2 hours, after, we did our massive flip. Mercury, everybody chipped in and did an excellent job helping out. Then the boat went to Miami, and the crew there did a tremendous job, as well. It's been a lot of work. All our family, our support crew from home, they were all, just completely supportive with us. Help-wise, it was incredible. It was a lot of work, but, we had a whole lot of support.
And after that experience, I think the fear kind of goes away. Once you get the first one out of the way, right, it's like, let's just go all out. Today is qualifying, though. You're going to hold a little bit back, kind of test things out, or are you going to go for it today?
Well, we haven't really decided yet. I think that's a spur-of-the-moment type situation. When Joe and I get in the boat, we'll figure it out once we get in there. But you never know with us. We might take it a 40-mile-an-hour lap. We might give you a 120-mile-an-hour lap. You just stay tuned.
Sounds good. Have you guys done anything different with your setup in anticipation for today's wind and rough activity? What's that look like for you guys on the setup side?
Oh yeah, the crew's definitely on that. To keep us upright. And again, we got the first one. No, this guy's been eating. He's on the Buc-ee's diet, Shane. Okay, so the Buc-ee's diet. He literally gained about 8 pounds on the way down here. But the crew's done an excellent job setting up and anticipating for this rough weather that we're having now.
Well, it's going to sure be an exciting weekend. I know you guys have the speed. You came out with it in New Orleans, so I can't wait to see what you guys do here today in Cocoa.
Yeah. Thank you guys very much. Stay tuned.
Yeah, thank you.
We appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff for sure. I walked by them as they were getting ready to go out onto for the parade yesterday, and as you can see, there are all the signatures on the side of the boat. They're barking out, man, come over here and sign the boat. It's pretty cool. So they had the party last night, of course, and all the fans were able to sign the side of the boat.
I'll tell you what, they do a good job of really connecting with the fans, and they've got such a great fan base started, and everywhere they go, that's their deal, is to put the signatures on the side of the boat. It definitely gets the fans, bought into them, and then after the race, they, I guess they just buff them off and get ready for a clean canvas for the next race, and everybody loves going and getting those boats signed. I signed it yesterday when we were at the street party, and I was talking to another person who was like, man, we are just so happy about this IHRA Offshore Series, and they've made the other first 2 races, and they signed the boat at the first 2, and they were there to sign it again. So, I mean, that just tells you what IHRA is having as far as an impact in the offshore race world right now. The fans are there, they're traveling around, and I hope we get more and more fans as we progress through this season.
Yeah, and the fans, part of the inspiration for the IHRA to get involved with this, because of people like this, teams like this.
Yep.
So super cool.
Yeah,
it's like they're having a pretty good hit right there, man. They picked up some nice speed.
I'll tell you,
kind of glancing off the tops. They did a pretty decent run.
I told them, I said, you guys, is there any, off camera, says, are you guys timid at all? And they're like, no, we're good. We were, we made a mistake. We learned from it, but, we're not going to let that hold us back either. And I see that right now with what looks like they're running well in qualifying. We haven't seen any data yet, but man, they're gonna be a contender, and they're not gonna shy away from a race.
Well, they got out of the throttle there towards the end. We'll see if a time pops up for them. They're down towards because they've not turned in a time yet. We've not seen anything yet. They're down towards the bottom of the sheet. We'll see if something pops up here. In the 7th spot is the Gladiator Canados boat.
Now we're back to Team Montlake Injury Attorneys. Again, this is their first IHRA showing. Definitely excited for race day for these guys to get some of that in the capsule, cameras, to see them bouncing around, so everybody at home can get a good idea of what that looks like. We've had that the previous 2 races, and it's kind of a neat camera view for them to cut to, because those guys are working inside that boat.
Yeah, a lot of communication going on as well between the 2 of them. A lot of unspoken communication. Seriously, as they. For the driver, feeling what the boat is doing and getting that chemistry between the 2 of you, reading what you think that throttleman's going to do over there on the other side, so you can start turning in. The throttleman feels what the driver's doing to work in conjunction with them. I mean, it's a beautiful little marriage inside there if you do it right.
Yeah, that's an absolute dance between the 2 of them, and to make it perfect, it just takes a lot of seat time. The predictive nature of this sport, there's not another motorsports out there really that's going to have somebody on the wheel and somebody on the throttle. There's just nothing out there that's quite like this. Most of the guys I've ever raced with, they don't even want to ride in the car with you. They only want to drive it. And that's a lot of racers. So for the level of trust to be built between a team like this, you don't see this in motorsports anywhere else. It really, really is unique, and it's awesome to see these teams come together.
Yeah, kind of like the navigator, if you will, inside of a desert race where they really have to rely on the drivers 100%. I know talking to Myrick, he said, if we're into a turn and the boat takes flight, he said, I got to straighten this thing back out. Yep. He said, I can't land on one side and let it dig in. Yep. He said, and he understands that, and he'll pull back on the throttle so we don't go any further out of the way than we have to. And then I put some wheel in it, get it to turn. He puts throttle back in it. I mean, it's pretty cool. As we take a look at the results here, 151 Express is going to hang on. Montlake Injuries, how about that?
Wow,
with a real nice hit by 0.2 of a second. Man, what a great battle there in qualifying here in the factory stock category. Jack Hammer inside of the top 3 at a 4:42, a 5:03, and a 5:05, separated by just a couple of seconds down there for 4th and 5th.
What a heck of a qualification. I'm telling you, this is going to be extremely well matched come race day.
Excellent stuff. So we will line up our next category and bring them out here, let them throw down. That will be the super stock boats. There's a bunch of them as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more action from Thunder Cocoa Beach.
think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worsham, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details of viewing options.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
Welcome back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach as we are in our qualifying sessions. We have already qualified the Pro Class 1, the Supercats, and the factory stocks. Up next will be the Super Stocks. And then we'll let the helicopter refuel. And we're going to turn loose the Thundercats at approximately, I'm not even going to say that time because we're a little behind.
Yep.
A little bit later on.
Here's our super stock lineup for the day.
One. Look at that, man. That is a sizable class. Now picture all those things fanned out here at the start of a race. It is exciting to say the least.
Yeah, when you go, 14 wide, 16, 18 wide with this whole class, you talk about an amazing start. So far, they've had great starts this year. Justin does a really good start from the Nortec that Greg Bent from Bent Marine offers for us to use for a pace boat. And that's no easy task to get this many people lined up and in order and in their places and get ready to go.
Yeah, I don't envy the job.
Oh, man. That's why I said we keep getting smaller and the waves get bigger. Did you see the kind of air that we just saw? We're looking at Chris Hopgood and Jay Moeller right now out of the Team Celsius and the Team Valvoline. It's happy to see Valvoline back in water sports. It's kind of nice to see their livery back on a boat. So we're pretty pumped. This is a veteran team, as we spoke to earlier.
We're talking about the boats here. They'll go down in horsepower a little bit. These are 350s on the back.
300s.
300s.
Yes, 300s.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And you got Jay on the throttle on this boat. So this is the third boat he's qualified today out of 4 different classes that have qualified. So it just shows you that guy is busy. He started out, with Billy in the WHM Pro Class 1. Then he went into, with Team Gray Dell and Supercat. And then here we are in Super Stock. So this guy he's had a morning already.
Team Bermuda doing a good job so far this year as they are leading in the points. The Wozencraft team also up top there, having a great season so far. Bermuda grabbing a win, a number 1 qualifying effort in St. Pete. Wozencraft grabbing a win at New Orleans. Yep. So, yeah, there's a number of players out here that'll be contending for this win as the field is so deep.
When you talk to these guys and you're like, hey, who's going to win today? Everybody wants for themselves to win, but, they know the competition is so evenly stacked that everybody's has to sit there and scratch their head a little bit and say, man, it could be these guys. It could be this team. Hope it's us. But it could be anybody in this class.
This team here fresh off of a podium finish at New Orleans as they finished up in 3rd place. And it looks like they're having a pretty good run here so far.
Yep. These guys are always in the hunt. The biggest thing with a group that's this big, you really, really want to try to have a good qualification, and you really want to let it hang out there because you want to be on the inside of that line. You don't want to be, boat 13, 14 on the far outside edge, because that's really, really a long way around as they're running into that first pin on the race day.
Hopgood, who lives just a little bit south here in Fort Lauderdale, first got into racing 2003, then took a hiatus and jumped back in 2021. Crew Chief Chuck Quinn on this particular boat. Won St. Pete last year, finished third at Lodo as we go to the Ray Marine Big East machine.
Yeah, the Ray Marine, we got Cole Leibel, he's the boat owner and the driver, and we got Gary Ballou, veteran throttle man, on the sticks. These guys have been at it forever. Gary's just, I feel like he was born into the sport. These guys are always a contingent, winner any time in any race. This is a brand new boat for them this season. It's another victory like they run last year. But I'll tell you, it's funny, if you get to meet Cole or you get to meet this team, they're just the awesomest team. These guys show up. They don't have a big entourage. It's just the two of them. Cole said, hey, I want to show up and race and have a good time. I don't want this to turn into work. And so it's just the two of them running this whole team, and they've been running it that way forever. But this new boat, because Cole's so tall, they put a bigger, taller canopy on it for a little extra safety to keep Cole's helmet out of the top of the capsule. So, that was one of the new criteria for that new boat for this year for him.
The gurney bump.
Yep. This right here, this is STR Racing, Team Allied. This is a really interesting experience for these guys. So you got Sean Tarente, team owner and throttleman right there, but he has got his daughter in the boat with him right now to help qualify today, because Matt is in the process of getting here. He was flying from overseas to get in here for the race tomorrow. So he's got his daughter. I hope I don't say that wrong. I think her name is Isabella, if I might say that right. And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, guys. But, you talk about a neat experience to have your daughter in the boat with you. Talked to them at the physicals and stuff this morning. She's like, hey, we've been in the boat before, just never officially for qualifying. So this is probably just an awesome family moment for these guys to remember for a long, long time. And hopefully they do very well today to get, hopefully she can help get Dad set up for a good start tomorrow.
That's great, man. And for him to have that much trust in her, clearly they've done it before. This is no joke out here today. Yeah. This isn't a day where you come out here if you're brand new to it. Speaking of that, we do have a couple of first-time rookies in the field, so best of luck to them as they come out here and learn what this is all about. I'm sure they've done it outside of national events, if you will, but great to have the new players with us.
Yep. These guys got some great sponsorship behind them. Allied Construction, Woody Smokehouse, IHRA Pavers. Sean builds one heck of a boat. He's got two boats out here in the fleet today. We'll see the other one qualify here just a little bit later.
A couple of his employees, Sean's employees, have come out here and race as well. So it's fun. One big group. Yeah, these guys have about 35 years of racing experience.
Yeah, Sean's definitely he's literally a world champion. He has flown overseas. He raced with Team Victory in the F1 F1 category boats. He's just no stranger to boats or speed, and it shows when you just look at the build of his boat.
Sean Tarente Racing, of course, STR Boats. Very good at what they do.
Yep. Right now we're looking at not a new team, but this is a first race for the season for this team for IHRA. So we are very, very happy to have them on board with us and catching up, starting on race 3, and hopefully they can continue through the rest of the season with us. Got to catch up with those guys in the pits, kind of get to know one another. They've got a lot of experience in their camp. We got Ray Marine here, Cole and Gary getting after it. These guys are absolutely hilarious. One of the interviews I think I did with Key West last year, they say when things are going good, they're joking around, having fun, and they're in there pretending to be other boat racers that are out here with us this weekend. And it was really funny because they pretend to be Johnny Tomlinson. So it's really interesting to listen to these guys banter and cut up and have a good time with the relationships they've got. It's one big awesome family.
Yeah, it's great to hear that camaraderie and the friendship in between the two. Yeah, no doubt. Got to have some fun when you're in there.
Oh, yeah. That's why I love that team. Those guys just say, you know what, we're here to race and have fun. Cole's like, if I wanted this to turn into work and I had to bring a bunch of people with me, he's like, I think I'd just stay home. So, you know, if it breaks, they can fix it themselves. They can do it themselves. It's neat to watch this pair go after and do battle.
So we want to remind everybody that are watching us here on Speed Sport 2, we are switching over to Speed Sport 1 here in just a few seconds. So you're more than welcome to join us over there.
St. Pete brought chaos. New Orleans brought strategy. Now the series heads to Cocoa Beach, where survival, setup, and consistency may define the championship. The 2026 IHRA Offshore Racing season didn't ease into anything. It exploded. In St. Petersburg, the Gulf reminded everyone exactly how unforgiving offshore racing can be. Boats launched airborne through massive chop. Veterans fought to keep control. Rookies got their first taste of survival at over 140 miles per hour. And for some teams, the weekend ended before the checkered flag ever came into sight. One missed buoy, one bad landing, one mechanical failure. That's all it takes. But in offshore racing, chaos is only part of the equation. Because in New Orleans, the game changed. The battle moved from survival to strategy. Teams fought through traffic, dirty water, and split-second decisions as short-course tactics reshaped the race entirely. Suddenly, this wasn't just about raw speed anymore. It became a chess match on open water. Every prop selection, every setup adjustment, every throttle decision, a gamble. And no team adapted faster than MCON. Finding speed where others found problems, the early championship contenders are already beginning to separate themselves from the pack. But 2 races into the season, the toll is already showing. Broken gearboxes, damaged hulls, sleepless nights in the pits. Crews rebuilding boats between race weekends just to stay alive in the championship fight. Because offshore racing doesn't reward perfection, it rewards resilience. Now, the series arrives at Cocoa Beach, a course known for rough water, changing conditions, and exposing weaknesses fast. For veterans, it's another test. For rookies, another lesson. And for everyone chasing a championship, the margin for error is disappearing. 2 races down, a season beginning to take shape. And in Cocoa Beach, the water is waiting.
Welcome to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. This is round 3 of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. We're excited to bring you all the action here. As you can see, the coastline is rough, and we're looking forward to this one. It has been a busy day already. Hello and welcome to our booth here. It is a breezy day here on Cocoa Beach. I'm Ken Stout. That is Shane Landis sitting right alongside. We have 2 very talented pit reporters as well, and Taylor Snyder and Tristan Garvin. We will be bringing you stories all day long. So far, we've started qualifying, and Shane, much as we anticipated, man, the water is rough out there. The speeds are down a little bit, but the action is up.
The action's high. The waves are a lot rougher and way more intense than what they ever could have thought about. The winds are up, and it's just absolutely wild here on Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun as we watched the Pro Class 1 boats go out here. They qualified first. They were followed up by the Supercats. We've had them go out. We will see some racing a little bit later today. In fact, it's not too far away. We've also had the factory stocks and the super stocks that are qualifying as we speak right now to take a look at the schedule. And then, of course, we will go racing. We'll kick things off with the Thundercat race number 1, as you can see there, and we're looking forward to that. Those are very small inflatables, 12.5 feet in length, 5.5 feet wide, 2 people inside of the boat on a windy, choppy day. We'll see the bracket boats as well, as you can see there, with predetermined speeds that they have to stay within. Otherwise, they're penalized. Another Thundercat race, and we will wrap things all up at the end of the day with Pro Class 1 race number 1.
Those winds are just continuing to get big, that 18 to 21. When I looked at the weather this morning, Ken, it only said maybe up to 14, 15 mile an hour. So a lot of these guys are definitely getting a lot more than what they bargained for. And I think that 3 to 4 foot wave height, I honestly think that's extremely conservative from what we're seeing out there right now.
Take a look at some of the qualifying numbers here so far in the Superstock category, as the North Wing Offshore boat is the boat to beat.
Wow.
It looks like followed up by STR Allied, Ray Marine, Big East, Valvoline, Celsius, as you can see there, X-Insurance, Moxie. So a number of boats here to go. It's basically one flyer, man. You got to lay it down.
Yeah, Darren and Casey there that are sitting there at the top spot right now. You know, it's interesting. That's the comment I was making just a minute ago. That was a team that's not new to racing, but new for us this year. So we're so happy to have them, and they are here to show up, as you can tell so far today.
Damon McKinney, Bikini X.
Leanna Shadlow, Chad Havens, one of our dynamic duos, and one of our 2 female drivers here in Superstock. We've got another new female this year, and I'll tell you what, I'm glad that they are here. They are some great role models for, you know, some young women in motorsports out there, and it's nice to have some diversity in the ranks.
Damon McKinney, the sponsor there, Benny Felt's boat. Chad Havens is the owner here. As we talk about qualifying, they come out, they come from the pits and roll their way around, which is about a 3-mile hike. Go down the back side, the back straightaway, if you will, which is heading south, make the turn, and then come back up towards the beach line as they're going north towards the pier, get to the start-finish line, and by then they are hard on the throttles. They pick up the green flag, they get one flying lap all the way back around, and once they get back to the start-finish, they keep going north, back up and around and over to the pits.
Yep. They have they've got their work cut out for them today. As you can tell, they're going to try to keep the props in the water so they can keep the propulsion moving in the right direction.
Pretty cool to have a couple of the ladies out here doing the driving inside of these boats as well. As you talked about, very capable. And look at the boats out here, man, flying around.
This is telling the difference in some of these guys' times, because they're letting them go one at a time, but they're starting to get a little stacked up. So I'm sure they're trying to find some clean water, if you can even find that today. They're definitely finding some clean air. So they are trying to stay out of each other's wake so they can get good bite in the rough surf that we have today, and try to put down a good time.
Yeah, big lane change there, and look at actually really making it pay off. Hard to tell who that is on the inside, but they were way outside, decided to go to the inside, and picked up some speed for sure.
Well, and that's what I said. These, you know, as the day gets longer and the water gets rougher, our boats are getting smaller. So as you can tell, there's a lot of hang time right there, right now. Everybody's carrying those noses up, and they want to come back down as flat as possible. But these guys are fighting for a good qualifying position because they all run side by side as they start, and they do not want to qualify further down the list, so they can have to start further away from the inside line on the race for tomorrow.
And I've got to think in conditions like this is where experience really comes into play.
Yeah, these and there's a lot of that out there within these ranks. And this is Superstock is one of our bigger classes. It's extremely competitive since it is a stock class. Everybody's running that Mercury Racing 300 engine. Some of the racers have already opted to upgrade to the new ROS motor, which is going to have a shorter midsection. I'm interested to see as the weekend unfolds or the qualifying gets done if these ROS motors with the shorter midsections have helped any of these teams in this rough water. I think it's going to allow them to take the corners a little bit faster, and you know that's really where a race is won like this, I believe. We're looking at Team Wozencraft right now. We got Jeremy Sheeta and Julian Maldonado.
Yeah, they're off to a great start here in the as the season goes. They come in here second in the points, just 8 points back behind Team Bermuda.
Yeah, this is a really, really tight race. And, you know, water conditions like this, if you take a team that's been performing pretty well and they miss a mark, you know, that can really hurt them in the points as we move into Lotto for Lake of the Ozarks for June next month. And I'm not sure if it's still one of the smaller boats, but Jeremy Sheeta and that team Wozencraft rig, the Manatee Marine-backed team, that is one of the smaller super stock boats that we have on the course. Speaking of our female drivers a little bit ago, we've got Billy Allen Long here. We got Sabrina in there on the wheel. That's our other female driver out there. She had a rookie race in St. Pete this year, and I got some sneak peek footage of them getting some testing done on Lake of the Ozarks preseason, and you know, I think she's settling in pretty well, and she's got a veteran alongside of her within Billy Allen. I'll tell you, the only thing to make that team better, they have one awesome dog that runs around the pit. His name is Rocket. If they could have Rocket right in there right now, I bet you he would just help him out. You can't stop your golf cart by their pits. He will get in the cart, and he will look at you, and he will expect you to take you somewhere, because he's not getting out of that cart until he has gotten himself a ride.
Yeah, really nice display, too. Very professional team as you ride by their pit area.
Yeah. Talk about camaraderie and, you know, sharing knowledge and parts and things. Billy Allen's probably got more parts than anybody, you know, in his rig, and he's kind of the shop, you know, when people are breaking stuff, you know, and he's willing to help everybody out with all the parts collection and the inventory, if you will, that he brings to the races.
Another DWR racing boat there as you take a look at the team, Allen Lawn Care. And these guys 3-time world champions too, so they know how to get it done. Beautiful boat, ton of experience. As you talked about, Sabrina doing the driving, Bill Allen on the sticks. Sabrina out of Des Moines, Iowa, racing this boat since 2014. Or racing in boats, I should say, since 2014.
Yeah, this boat's a newer boat. It's a 2024. Here's another one of our newer teams. This is Sloan Langston with the HBS Motorsports team. He's got Ryan Beckley on the throttles next to him, kind of a veteran, as we talked a little bit ago, when he was with his brother in the new factory stock addition that they've got with their race program to start today. He was a rookie, like I said, in St. Pete, and he's done really well. You know, I think he's got great advisement within Ryan, and they've got a good team behind him. So pretty excited to see this young man just, you know, develop and grow as he drives. Oh man, they got some air.
Yeah, first year racing. Good to watch him come out here, and good to watch the future of the sport being taken care of. Great looking boat. Just 16 years old.
He's definitely not afraid. I mean, he's in there on the wheel, and he's probably doing everything he needs to do, and he's getting good direction, I'm sure, from his throttleman sitting right there next to him. Here we got Andrew Miller. I believe that's Digging Deep. I'm trying to see that on TV. Digging Deep, that's Andy Miller. And we've got Billy Moore in there on the throttles.
Wow.
Another you know,
legendary guy.
Veteran team there, veteran throttleman.
More championships than you could stand to list here from Billy Moore.
Yep.
There's the Digging Deep graphics there for you with Andy Miller doing the driving.
Yep, you've got AJK Site Development is their primary sponsor. You know, so they're definitely very, very appreciative of having those guys on board.
Finished fourth here previously. We'll find out if they can do a little bit better. Andy Miller out of New York. New to the sport, relatively new to the sport.
Yep.
With a year underneath his belt.
This is definitely a team that's definitely out there for the fans. When you talk to Andy, he loves when people come by and want to take pictures or talk about the race boat. You know, he is an awesome ambassador for the sport. You know, even though he's a newer team, he just loves what he's doing. And when you talk to him, it just shows. This guy loves the sport.
Billy Moore, of course, son of legendary boat rigger and throttleman Bobby Moore. Followed in his father's footsteps all along the way. Great legacy there from his father. Yep. 13 years old, he began working with the family business. And, of course, Bobby Moore's Custom Marine, which specialized in high-performance pleasure boats. Ton of success out here.
That's the type of knowledge. If I'm Andy Miller and I'm in that boat, I'm going to be so at ease in these kind of rough conditions.
Such a great choice to put in the boat with you.
Yes, to have somebody like that.
Somebody like that.
We've got Team Nuff Said here. Lewis Martin's Nick Impressia. The Hamilton Princess. This is another one of our Bermuda teams. This is just an absolutely beautiful boat. They got that big, cancer ribbon or whatever there is on the back. Awesome team to talk with. They've got some neat stories. If you get a chance and you're walking around the pits, you got to go by and take a look at that boat.
Hamilton Princess, one of the sponsors there for this team, owned by Stephen Moniz. Racing out here for 15 years. So a fair amount of experience for that team based out of Bermuda as well. If we get some time in the scoring numbers, we will certainly pass it on to you. Have not our system is not updated just yet. As we watch the Digging Deep team of Andy Miller and Billy Moore here once again.
Ooh. Billy did a really good job there. I mean, he kept the boat flat. Knew he was launching it, but that boat settled right back down and he was back in the sticks. You can hear that boat. Those new ROS engines with the different exhaust chains, you can hear those these outboards in comparison to some of the more traditional 300 engines that are out there that are a lot quieter.
Yeah, the factory 5s, you can't hear them at all. They're silent out there.
Yeah.
I mean, they're ripping, but they're silent.
Yep. Yeah, these new 300 RS motors, they have a different exhaust configuration so you can hear them, and they sound amazing. There's a lot of video footage out there that you can see them when they're running by, and they're singing.
Lap time at 5:12, as you can see there, 0.84. We'll find out where that puts them in the standings once we get the entire list. Watching them drive away. And once again, on this very windy day, as you can see the white caps out there, and I'm with Shane. I think the 3 to 4 foot waves might be mild. That might be a tad on the low side of what they're dealing with out here today. And sometimes I agree with you. It's almost like the entire boat disappears.
Yeah, they hit that wave trough, and all you see is the top of that deck. So they've got to make sure they keep it up just enough to not stuff it. Got Sloan and Ryan out there just digging for a good lap. Yeah, that's all they need. They need one good lap.
Once again, the young gun here behind the steering wheel. See those engines shaking around the back as well. And these boats are taking a beating. Once again, qualifying, and the reason they get one, not uncommon to get 2 or 3 laps here in this industry, but so many boats out here, and in the best interest of time, they send them out on one flyer, put a big gap between each boat, and send them out for one flyer and then back home. Looks like that will be it for the HBS team as they have found the finish line, so they'll cruise that one back. Yeah, choppy day out there on the water. And
no, we've already got a boat getting towed. That's a tough break right there for qualifying. That's going to not set their start for tomorrow up really, really well. That's going to be the club car wash. That's another STR entry.
Club car wash there, and we're being told they actually have a hole in the side of the boat. John Schillens and Ian Morgan, unfortunately, out of Hammond, Louisiana. So hopefully they can get that one back with without any further issues.
Well, knowing that team, they'll get this thing squared away, though. Sometimes little carnage is all fixable, and that's what they're going to have to do is go back and get to work.
Again, to show you the violence that's out here, and as you talked about before, Shane, I mean, part of it is keeping the boat together, man. Make sure you don't damage the boats so you can come back out here and race it. Fortunately for them, they will not have to race until tomorrow, so they'll be okay in that aspect.
Hopefully that gives them enough time.
I should say.
Yeah, hopefully that gives them enough time to get that boat fixed. I know those guys really, really want to get back out there. You've got John and Ian there, and they want to get out there and try to have the best performance possible.
We're going to show you some results here from the category. The very large, in fact, the largest class I believe we have here for the weekend at Superstock. Congratulations to the North Wing Offshore boat. The only boat in the 4-minute zone, just squeezing into the 4-minute zone, but in nonetheless. Just ahead of the Wozencraft boat, as you can see there, and look how tight that is.
I'm excited.
It's deep, man.
That's one of the best qualifying that Andy and Billy have had this year, so I think they're really maybe getting that boat sorted out. Andy said they love the rough water, and I'll tell you what, it's really showing today, so they must have really hit the mark on their setup for qualifying.
1.8 seconds between second and third place there. You go back to fourth and fifth, 5:19 and a 5:24. So,
hey, we got fourth place with STR and his, Sean and his daughter. That's a pretty awesome.
Yeah,
that's a pretty awesome place to qualify. They have got to be tickled pink.
She might have that qualifying job from now on.
I'll tell you.
Put her in the boat. Let's get this thing qualified. That's pretty cool.
Matt's on his way here scratching his head right now saying, well, am I in or am I out? You know.
All right, stay with us. More action in just a moment.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worsham, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details of viewing options.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
Welcome back, race fans, to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach, Florida, a prime location for a race today. And as you can tell from what you're seeing, from all the wind and the surf, we have got some awesome conditions set ahead for you today. So make sure you stick close to that TV, watch this feed. You can't beat the action that we're going to see today. We've got Thundercats coming up next. Check out these inflatables, you guys. These are about a 12-foot long or a 4-meter boat or a rig. So they are a inflatable sponson boat. This type of racing actually got started many, many years ago, back in the late 70s. In South Africa, and it's just kind of blown up around the world. So we are super excited to have them here with us today, racing in the surf, and I think we're going to see some crazy action today. These guys are even struggling just to get to the boats. Look at this, guys. This is going to be wild. So what you're seeing here, guys, you've got somebody that's driving the boat or steering the boat, and you've got a co-pilot. He's also going to move himself around in the boat, in the surf, to try to give them the best weight distribution that they can. You know, when they're going into corners, you're going to see these guys moving from, you know, side to side. They might push forward, they might pull back. You know, it's just going to be really interesting. It's kind of like our water sports series. You know, the guys in the stand-ups, they're switching their feet around in the tray, you know, trying to get the best, you know, weight distribution possible for going into certain corners and adjust themselves physically to the conditions in which they're going to experience today. Thundercats are going to be a wild ride. This is the first time that they've raced with us here for the IHRA Offshore Series. We are so thankful to have them. We're excited to have them. And this is going to be a great new experience for everybody. And I hope everybody at home absolutely enjoys this. Look at them bobbing around, Ken. Isn't that just wild?
Yeah, like you said, we were doing a little bit of research on these things and taking a look at them. I mean, they just look like a blast. I'm really blown away at really how well the boat looks like it's taking this up, man.
Yeah, I know. You know, from some of that research, it looks like, you know, they can run, you know, a multitude of different, you know, brands of engines, but it seems like, you know, that like late 90s to mid 2000s vintage Mercury 3-cylinder for a lot of them seem to be one of the primary go-tos. I think it's from a cost and a weight perspective. They can also kind of hop them up and get them where they need to be, you know, on power. And, man, look at these guys. They're just no holds bar.
I think there's 3 different categories. It seemed to me like it was kind of based on age, if you will. Like we see some where there's some young guns, like down around 14 years old, and then obviously on up to full adults, and anywhere between 40 and 50 horsepower, and I think some are allowed some modifications, but look at this thing. It looks like a blast, dude.
I mean, they're carving that corner. Hey, you and I, kid, we need one of these, man. We're going to have to find somebody to sit in our seat so we can go take a ride in one of these at an upcoming event.
What's the old saying?
Look at this.
Hold my beer and watch this.
Oh, my gosh. Let's do it.
Look at that, man. Sailing it. Once again, watching the Thundercats, they have a couple of races here this weekend. Matter of fact, 2 races yet today as we watch the 409.
So each one of these inflatable sponsons, you know, like I had somebody ask me earlier, like, hey, what happens if one of these things pops, right? So each sponson is chambered and has, you know, up to 4 to 5 different chambers in it. So if they do have some type of puncture or a deflation, that won't just completely upset the boat, sink it, you know, topple it over. You know, it'll still maintain some structural integrity, you know, if they have any, you know, problems with the sponson.
So I believe that was a 904 of Holland. Hayden Harris and Captain Mark Goodwin. And we take a look at the Powerboat there. So that's Reaper Racing and John Grimm, Lola Grimm alongside. Look how small that boat is.
It's interesting. So see how they pull their front person back. They're more, you know, centered in the boat right now.
Yeah.
So And you know,
put a
some of
little
these
weight
other
up in the
teams,
nose, right?
Yeah, they're having a little different tactic. They're moving around a little bit more.
Well, I think that you could see Lola just jump over to the left side. So kind of like sidecar racing, if you're familiar with that, where the person in the sidecar moves everywhere. They hang off the right, and immediately when they're going to a left, they'll go to the rear fender of the motorcycle. And that's exactly what this is. This small boat, the biggest movable ballast is a human's body, the weight of that human. So like you and I mean, we'd be plenty of ballast, man. It's like we could lean over to the left and that thing would cut hard.
You know,
man, a little bit too hard. It almost felt like. I guess that, so it was a good turn. I feel like they're going the wrong way.
Yeah, they're running two buoys, in sequence. So I mean, these guys are going to stay pretty close to one another.
That was a really nice turn, wasn't it?
Yeah, he carved right through that one. I feel like you and I wouldn't have to lean as much as some of these little folks.
We both get on one side, man. We could lift out the boat up out of the water.
We'd look like a sailboat, you know what I'm saying? One sponsoring all the way out.
The 23 right there, that's Warren Racing. That is Patrick Clary and Warren Thies. And the number 3, Thundercat of George Allen and Michael Zoy. Some of the jet skis out there, safety personnel that are keeping an eye as they make their way around the monster buoy.
You know what's crazy is they look like they just absolutely handle very, very well for their size.
I'm blown away, dude. I mean, I thought they were just going to hang on to even survive out here, but they're actually doing a great job.
Yeah. But you know what? I mean, a catamaran is designed by nature to handle the, rougher conditions. And, these boats are built to, run in the surf like this. So, these guys are used to doing that. I'm super thankful that they are here racing with us this weekend.
Dude, this would be a great little dinghy for you to put on the back of your yacht.
Oh, I'm fresh out of the yacht, and I don't even have a dinghy just yet. But 14-foot John boat flat bottoms is what I fish out of. So, that's where I'm at these days.
Another look there at the 23 of Warren Racing.
Man, their forearms and shoulders have got to be getting put through the ringer on a
all
race
the way
like
out
this.
of the water right there, man. Definitely flying 7 boats strong out here.
And that's that team that was carving up that corner just a little bit ago. That was Reaper Racing.
Look at the motor shaking around back there.
Yeah.
He's on the hand controls of that engine. They're all on the hand controls of the engine. Making a pass. Picking up a spot.
Now this is a class I think needs to just continue to grow. This is awesome. This is action-packed right here.
One I can afford.
Yep. I'll tell you what, I wonder if we could put some PWCs out there with them. Same time. That would be great. That would be crazy.
So look at the first race of the weekend here, courtesy of the Thundercats. And just ripping around that buoy. I mean, on point. Doing a nice job. That is Reaper Racing, the number 4, John and Lola Grimm. Look at this side-by-side action here. The 23, just a small advantage.
It's nice to be able to see them. They're really watching over their shoulder to make sure they know where their competitors are at. They definitely don't want to make any mistakes. They don't want to get run over, and they want to make sure they're putting a gap on them.
Yeah, 23 with a nice job, man. Picks up the move. They went side by side there for a bit, had a little straighter line. Hooked a left around that buoy and continues to drive away. They're like, why do we have to put the helmets on? We never wear the helmets.
Yeah, they're following. Man,
look at that. Lean to the left, man, to try and keeping the nose, trying to get the nose of that boat down to help them turn a bit.
I think she's all the way hanging off the edge of the boat, too. She's really putting what weight she has to offer on that left front corner.
That's the 23, so that's Patrick and Warren. Lola in the number 4. As the 23 makes another loop. Do the beach off and the distance. And did we see the start of this race? Because I believe they all had to run and get in their boats.
Yep, that's what we were seeing. We saw a few of them trip and stumble.
Beach.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be you and me.
I don't even know if we'd make it to the beach. I'd look like a SEAL training gone bad, just rolling around there on the water edge in the surf.
We'd be helping each other up, trying to get to the water. Once we get to the water, we're okay. We're pretty buoyant.
Yeah, so they're kind of like some of the moto starts in our watercraft series where they're starting from the beach. So that provides a whole different level of start. So those guys really have to be dialed in, and that might give them a major competitive advantage if they can get out there first and get off to a good start.
Le Mans style start outside of the car and running up and hop in. Yeah, I believe one of the ways they do it is they kind of like a flag goes up like a 10-second count, and they have to hold their key up with the safety clip, so that they can see that the boat cannot start until you get in and plug that in, and then you fire it up and go. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was nice sitting with some of these teams at the drivers' meeting this morning, and getting a little bit of feedback from them. I think they're just as pumped to be here as we are as to have them.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, this was tossed together for us, not long ago, and man, they did a good job of getting their teams together and said, hey, let's go do this, man. Cocoa Beach is calling our name.
Completely sideways right there. I thought I was going to flip one out. And look at them battling the current. I saw that other boat. I thought they were way offline, but they went kind of wide instead of fighting the current and then chopped back in.
Yeah. Oh, man, did you see that pass right there? Take the hard corner.
Nicely done.
Yeah, they're carving it up, staying tight to that buoy is where the other team we were just mentioning, it seems like they were trying to make a sweeper out of it. They're trying to take it a little wider and maintain more momentum. Interesting philosophies to see. It's great to see that come together for them.
Well, and we've seen that with the big boats, too. I remember Sheboygan a couple of years ago. The wind was really blowing, much like today, and some of the teams would run in a wide arc and just go with the flow a little more than putting a lot of rudder in the boat or a lot of wheel in the boat and fighting the water. And the time, while it was a shorter distance, but the time was a little bit slower. It's a couple different ways to get it done.
Several ways around a racetrack. And if you're set up for it, you can make it work. You just got to figure out the philosophy and how you want to do it.
I hope somebody's keeping track of their laps because I just can't imagine they are. Well, they hit one of those waves and the wind catches them and it shoves them nearly a boat width away. The boats are 12.5 long, 5.5 wide. Co-pilot Warren Thies there in the 23, and that's the guy that's moving the body weight all around to try and get this boat to turn a bit better.
Just like we talked about in, the bigger boats and you have a driver and a throttle, the communication for moving the weight, it's a little bit different principle, but it's still, these two integrally have to work together and have to be in sync in order to be able to predict what each one's doing to make their boat work correctly.
Thought process about the same. Different way to go about it. Yeah, another nice turn there. 23 team doing a good job here. See how big those swells are. The white caps off in the distance. Safety workers there on the jet skis.
Yeah, and they are bobbing around. Those guys, like I said earlier, gosh, they just have to feel that.
Yeah, man. See him waving a flag over there.
Yep.
And that's it. I would say, based on the emotion right there, I think we know who our winner is.
I think they were excited. They are ready to head to the beach and get back on dry land.
No beer just yet. They've got another race before things are over with.
We're going to have to take a little, after hours, a little ride on one of them. Have them take us out. Just see what that feels like.
It just sails that thing right back in, catches a wave.
Man, they're just sending it to the beach,
Brings
aren't
it
they?
right to the beach. Oh, that's how you dismount.
Yeah, look at that. I love it. Now, that is a team that's going to celebrate tonight.
That's dismount of the day right there. That is pretty exciting. Good for them. They battled and earned that one. The 23 team of Warren Racing, Patrick Clary and Warren Thies.
What a race.
So we will say unofficially they are the winners. Based on emotion anyways.
Man, they run it into the beach just about as hard as they run it out of the beach.
They sure
on the
did.
Start.
And they got a little help from the waves. A little extra momentum. Another one ripping in here on the waves.
Let's see what their dismount looks like. That's a little softer than the previous team, but
well, the driver there almost went out of the front. So,
oh man, hey, you know what? They're still celebrating. I love these guys. It's awesome.
Good find.
Look at them ripping along the beach. You can tell it's rough there, and I feel like the wind is, I don't know if it's changed direction, but man, either that or it's picked up, but we're really feeling it at our backs, Ken.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Papers are flying everywhere.
I think they just pick the boats right up, put them back on their buggies or their trailers. I think these boats, without driver, without the crew, I mean, they're only like, what, 200 pounds, 250 pounds? They're pretty lightweight.
So good fun here. We thank the Thundercats for bringing us the first race of the weekend, and we will see them a little bit later on in the day. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to pay some bills. When we come back, it'll be time for the bracket boats, the 600s and the 700s. Stay with us. More action here from Thunder Cocoa Beach.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique three-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all three events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Everybody's having a great day here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. It is round 3 of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. 17th year we've been out here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. There's a look at the end of the pier there. Beautiful bar there on the end of the pier. Great breeze to sit under the shade, enjoy a beverage or two, and watch everybody out enjoying the beach as well. Of course, an added attraction is some great boat racing here today. Just finished up with the Thundercat, the first race of the weekend, and we will follow that up with brackets 600 and 700. These will be some of the slower boats in the fleet that we will watch compete. The 700s will run 3 laps, and the 600s will run 5 laps. But the key here is to maintain your speed, Shane.
Yes, consistency is 100% key with the bracket class. So you have a little more openness on your power, your boat setup. You're governed by a maximum speed. And much like drag racing, you don't want to break out. So you don't want to go over your time limit mark or your speed limit mark at all, because then you'll take a time deduction. And that'll definitely affect your standings at the end of the race.
Yeah, so with that, the Class 600 has their mandated speed is 70 miles per hour. Class 700 is 60 miles per hour, so a little bit slower. And they will spike over from time to time, but if you are over for a sustained amount of time, and I believe that is more than 3 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in that area, then you get a penalty.
Yeah, and you definitely, so they have a data box that they will have to turn in at the end of the race. So what they'll do is they'll go in and they'll check the speeds and all the GPS parameters and stuff to see who broke out, if you broke out, how many times you broke out, and then what type of penalty that does as far as how it stacks the order. So sometimes what you're watching here at home is a boat that looks like they're winning the race, but if they broke out a time or two, they actually could be placed someplace completely different. So our results here on TV are going to be unofficial until the technicians get ready to review all the data box results from the event, from the race.
Let's bring you some highlights of qualifying of what we have covered so far here today. We started off with Pro Class 1, followed up with Supercats, Factory Stock, and Super Stock. Then we go out and we take a look at one of the Pro Class 1 boats here. That is the Monster Energy MCON boat, championship winning boat, as we watched some of the big dogs come out here and deal with the big surf.
Yeah, we've got Willie Cabiza there in the GC Racing. Now we're looking at DMR.
Yeah, the boat owned by Billy Pyburn, and of course serviced by Dirty Money Racing. Great conjunction there as he and Britt Lilly came out here and put the boat through its paces. The same pair, the same duo, if you will, also competes in the Supercat category. And the time's very competitive, as you would imagine, with these top teams. It's amazing how close they can be as they run a full course here.
Definitely rough conditions today, and as Bill Pyburn said earlier today, you know, the speeds are going to be down, but the competition is still going to be tight. There we got Adam Carpenter and Reese Langheim in the discrete entry. Again, newer team, but you know, they're out there they're getting a lot of experience together. They're getting their program going. They've experienced some issues in a race or two previous to this, so you know they're really looking for a good finish here at Cocoa Beach. There's our X-Insurance boat. That's a big MTI. Those guys they were super competitive at in St. Pete. You know, they were in second place at the time they rolled that boat over and, you know, had a lot of damage from that. And they've been trying to, you know, get things back together. They were successful in showing up to New Orleans, and they competed very well, you know, amongst the situations they were dealt with, all the carnage and the repair work. But, you know, they're here in JJ's hometown, hoping to pull out a win and put on an awesome performance for his hometown fans.
Yeah, they're scrappers, man. JJ Turk and Nick Buis, there's not much with what they know and all of their crew and staff around them. They can work magic pretty quickly. So, yeah, the damage on that boat was fixed up very quickly, and they were right back at it. Extremely competitive individuals.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully we'll see them kind of running up towards the top here, especially in front of the hometown fans. So now it looks like we've got the Supercat, some replays there. That's EWB out of Havasu. There's CR Racing. That's Rob Understall and Casey Boaz and that big skater. taking a look at Supercat replays right now.
Yeah, Supercat's another incredibly cool category there. The engine power down just a little bit. The boat just a tick smaller than what we saw with the Pro Class 1s, which have a pair of 1,100 horsepower engines inside of them, twin turbocharged. These are naturally aspirated power plants producing somewhere between 800 and 900 horsepower. At full song, they sound incredible.
Yeah, you can definitely feel them. I mean, we're pretty off the beach right now, but we can feel them over our headsets and, coming off the beach. Team Graydale had a really, really good run in qualifying earlier today. Chris Grant, Jay Muller, getting it done.
Yeah, and you can see everybody dealing with the same conditions. This wind picked up very early this morning and has been pretty steady throughout the day. If anything, maybe it has picked up just a little bit from when we first started here a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, I definitely think conditions have harshened as the day has progressed. That looks like we got the How to Live skater. That's going to be Mike Howe and Cade Wilson. This is another new team. They had their rookie debut together with this new boat that they put together over the wintertime. And their rookie race was in St. Pete. They've been grinding it out, learning things, and, fixing some parts and getting back after it again. So,
a standard lap here. There is a long lap. We'll talk about that a little bit later on when Class 1 comes out here. They'll have to do it a couple of times, but a standard lap here, about 5.8 miles around.
Right here we've got Team Wicked. These guys had a great performance in the season opener in St. Pete. They finished on the podium sitting third. They were unable to make the New Orleans race, so that was going to shake the points up a little bit, but they are back in action, ready to go, here in Cocoa Beach. We're back to factory stock now.
Yeah, the factory stock's up a little bit in terms of horsepower ratings with the twins on the back at 500s this year. Heard some of the teams talking about before, when the water's right, man, these things are 120 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if they get the right kind of conditions in these boats, like these things will really sail. I think you're going to see a lot more. You're going to see a little calmer water next month in Lake of the Ozarks, but you're going to see a tighter course, but you're going to see the speeds really increase.
151 Express, and it's hard to explain to the fans just how fast that is. And I would just say, and I know everybody hasn't had this opportunity, but for those of you who have been on, say, a pontoon boat or just a regular bow rider, 30, 40 miles an hour feels like you're flying on the water. So double and triple that, quadruple that in some cases out here. It's the feeling is like no other. My max, I think, 112 miles an hour I've been, and it was unbelievable, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've been pretty quick in a boat, over the years. But just a couple weeks ago, we were at Lake Havasu, and we were in a new 48 MTI, a pleasure boat with 1100s in it. The feel in that boat's not going to be laid up quite the same as a race boat, but the power, the acceleration, and we just were cruising at 140, 42 mile an hour.
Unbelievable.
And the boat was just so tame and docile. So, those were pretty flat conditions. So I know these guys are feeling something very, very different out here. But just to give you an idea of how fast some of these boats can go, it'll just really blow your mind.
Yeah, what they've done with the pleasure boating market and the speeds that those boats are capable of.
Yep.
Mind-boggling, man. Mind-boggling. What you can go open your wallet up and come home with a wicked boat.
Yeah, you're looking at this Manatee Marine Jackhammer boat. They're a Valor dealer, and we spoke earlier, and they were out in Havasu as well, and they had a all white and black pleasure boat out there. I mean, it looked like a top-notch tuxedo, and it was a pleasure setup. But those guys were absolutely hammering on it out there, and they were just driving by with people running up the river.
Qualifying here today, of course, we will have a full day of racing action tomorrow. We are also going to start some racing here as we just show you some highlights from qualifying that took place earlier today in these very windy conditions. The Ray Marine boat, a beautiful boat here in contention. And, of course, after the highlights here, as we prep our next two races. We'll be bracket racing 700s, 600s, 500s, and 400s.
Right there, we're looking at
two different races.
And that was our top qualifier in Superstock right there. We got to see.
So the 700 class, as we were talking about just a moment ago, will be coming up here next. And they will run in contention with the 600 class. So there'll be a couple of classes out there at once running two different speeds and two different distances.
Yeah, you're going to have probably a delayed start from the 700 to the 600. They'll kind of keep those guys grouped together.
A look at the starting grid here for our bracket classes.
So what you're seeing on the starting grid, since you guys didn't see these qualified, so everybody at home, how these guys start this race is based off of their performance and their finish in the previous race, from New Orleans. So that's how they're going to stack the grid for the bracket series boats.
Let's show you the points for the 700s. As Piston Broke doing a great job there as they lead in the championship points, followed up by Team Progression Red Rum and Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Racing to round out the top three.
But look at that tie for second and third. I mean,
yeah.
And those guys battled it out all last year.
Mad Max was back there just behind them. As we look at the 600 category, they will go just a little bit faster at 70 miles an hour. Hammerhead's doing a good job there as they are leading the points, followed up by Ride Legal and Hayari Marine.
I think you guys are going to have to buckle up because these 700 boats are going to be out of the water more than they're going to be in the water. Take a look at our course layout here. As we're starting there at our start finish going in, we're having clockwise right-handers at this race, which is different from the orientation we had at the previous race in New Orleans. So you can see on the inside, which looks like a shortcut, that's actually going to be our standard course length. So that is the course that all the bracket classes are going to be running today. The Monster Mile is not run by our bracket boats because they are discovered by speed, so they're going to stay on the one shorter course, which is our standard course here for Cocoa Beach this weekend.
And the boats making their way out here. Let's walk up through the starting procedure here, Shane, because as I mentioned before, the pits are pretty far away. As I understood it this morning from Bob or Justin, I think it was about a 3-mile trip to come out of where they're pitted, to go out and around into the ocean out here, into the Atlantic, and then make your way down to the race course. They will not get a parade lap, which typically they would get, but they feel like they've already run most of the course by the time they get back around to the start-finish line.
Yeah, so he'll pick them up and take them down the southbound direction, which is the long straight on the further out from the beach side. So they're going to get a good look at that on their way down, so they don't really need, this parade lap or this, visitation lap, as we would call it. So they're going to take a good look at the whole entire course on their way to milling before Justin on the start boat's going to turn them loose.
And that's not a common word unless you're in the boat industry. Explain milling.
Okay, so what milling is for everybody at home, who might be new to the boating motorsports. So these guys don't want to just sit out there and bob around. They're going to keep the boat typically in gear. They're going to keep driving. They're going to keep water moving through the engines. They don't want to just sit there. They want to keep water flowing. So milling is refers to as these guys just kind of sitting here making circles. So they have an area designated for that, so they can continue to keep the boat under power and underway until the start boat's going to call them on the radio and say, "Hey guys, we're getting ready to go." You'll see some on the start boat. You'll see them signify that they're getting ready by throwing up a yellow flag. That's going to give the designation to the racers that, hey, we're about done milling. We're about ready to line it up. Get ready.
All right, let's check in with Taylor Snyder. She has more.
Down here with our reigning Class 700 champions. These guys are feeling ready to go. This is your hometown race, Brad. I'll start with you. Tell me about what it's like racing here at Cocoa Beach.
So yeah, I consider this a hometown race. I live about 2 hours north of here, and Velocity Powerboats is built not far from here. So this is a home race for Velocity. We got a lot of friends and family out today, big Velocity group. So we're looking to put on a good show. It's going to be a little rough, so it's going to be very, very exciting.
It's going to be rough, and you guys are going to have a great view. Obviously, these boats here in Class 700 don't have that close canopy. What do you think the difference feels like when you can feel those waves and that weather coming right at you?
It's definitely It's definitely a factor, of course, when it comes to our racing. We definitely have a lot of wind that kind of pushes against us as we're racing, but it's kind of nice, too, at the same time because it cools us off, kind of keeps us cool, keeps us going compared to these other boats that got air conditioning and everything else in the boat. But, yeah, it's a very, not a bad thing to have,
This is a really, really fun class out there. You've got a lot of great teams. You guys are obviously the ones to beat. You've got that target on your back. Does that affect your performance out there?
Not a bit. We're ready. We're ready today. So we're prepared for this. This is, like I said, this is where I practice and train. So we're ready.
Yeah, we're ready to go. Ready to defend world champions. We're second place in points right now. I'm hoping to get first, starting second today. The whole goal is to get first place and, keep it rolling. Goal is this year is back-to-back. I mean, me and Brad talked from day one is the whole goal is just keep going back-to-back as much as we can. So that's our goal. We're going to go hard and see how it ends up.
Well, you heard it here. A Dirt Legal team is not coming to play.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, yeah, they are tied up. That's a team that is tied up for second in the points there with Team Progression. It'll be a lot of fun. In 2025, I mean, they really won everything. The Monster Energy Triple Crown. They won National Championship, World Championship. They were unstoppable. Brad Christopher doing the driving, Connor Langheim running the throttles there. So a real solid team and feel good about their chances. With that said, they've got some real competition inside of that 700 class.
Yes, they do. And that's the team that we were talking about earlier. That particular velocity that runs an all-carbon fiber layup, which is kind of interesting, which makes the boat super, super light, yet strong. And that's the team that was talking about, if they come out of the water, the way they have that boat propped, they really have to be careful not to break out.
Interesting, for sure. And as we talked about before, you run too fast or too long, you will receive a penalty. You get a little grace period there of about 3 seconds or so, maybe 3.2 seconds. That's all part of the game as you take a look at the bracket boats that are sitting out there waiting for.
Look at them bobbing around
for their
right
instructions.
Now.
Yeah, give you a good idea of how things are out there. A breezy day on the Atlantic, but we are racing boats.
We got Red Drum there. We got the X Insurance entry safe cash.
Yes, as you talk about the points here, the Piston broke in the 700 class with back-to-back wins at the first two events. So off to a great start there. Team Progression, second and a third, and then Dirt Legal, a third and a second. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the rule book on a tiebreaker, but I know a potential tiebreaker is whoever finished best in the last race would get that. Of course, we have plenty more racing to go, so we don't need that just yet. But they are tied up in the points at 178 each, followed up by Mad Max Racing and a couple of more boats that are inside of that category. In the 600 class, the Hammerheads fresh off of a win at New Orleans, so they finished up third and first. They are leading points there. About 10-point lead over Ride Legal, who were second and third, back-to-back podiums for them.
That's who we're looking at right there is Ride Legal, that 600 boat.
So, and then Hayari with a podium at the last event. They finished second. And Bad Attitude, a little bit deeper down, did not go to New Orleans, but did win at the season opener.
Yep, that's definitely going to help them with points for where they're sitting, and they missed a race. But, if you miss a race, it's going to shake the points up. And then when you show back up and you're here to play, it's really going to rock the standings.
Smaller boats, as you were talking about before.
Yep, the 700 boats, you're in that 20 to 22 foot range. Outboard up to 300 horsepower. We've got a two-stroke. We've got some with two strokes. We've got some with a new four-stroke engine. These guys are doing a little bit of testing for Mercury, I promise you, because they are hard on stuff. As fast as they're going with the size of that boat, they are definitely straining some equipment.
Yeah, and if you've been thinking about doing something like this, you think, man, I'd like to get out there and have some fun and mix it up. This is a great category to get started in.
Yeah, honest to gosh, if I was going to go racing, I think this is where I'd start. Part of that is I've just got to know a lot of these guys, and the camaraderie between them is just amazing. These guys are always ribbing each other, but man, when the green flag drops, all that's just set aside for a short time. So, great group of guys. They're always battling and bantering, and this would just be a fun class to race.
Gone for a couple of rides with Nick Buis over there in Statement Marine boats, and Dean Palestra and his wife, and just a whole big group of people over there. But you always see his son Owen and a buddy. Yeah. They're ripping in a boat like this. I mean, it's a pleasure day. It's a cruise day for everybody having fun. But he's getting seat time out there ripping in his race boat.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, these guys pretty much live on the water. I mean, you see them show up for the race day, but all these teams are testing. They're putting in the work. I don't care what class it is, from a small boat to a large boat. They all have their processes, their stuff implemented, and they want to get the best out of the race day they can get.
Look at the 611 team right there. That is Team Ride Legal Velocity. Bob Spatulski doing the driving in that one. Scott McCormick will be running the sticks. Nice looking boat. A little bit bigger. That is the 70 mile per hour class. 70 miles an hour, man. That's no joke. That's getting around. That's getting it done. Well, 600 horsepower Innovation Marine power plant, to put it in perspective.
Yep, and you've got to maintain 70, so it's not like it's up to that. That is the breakout. These guys want to ride that 69 point whatever mile an hour line they can and just not hang out too much over 70 mile an hour. So these guys have got their work cut out for them.
2026 VR1.
Yeah, this boat has a little bit different livery, so it was all white to start the season in St. Pete, and he put the new green and black livery on it for New Orleans. So I think that's what he's going to rock this season.
Former champions as well.
All right, here we got the Punisher team.
Yeah, that's Derek Dawson and Ellie Borrowman. Hand-built by Dawson, this particular boat. Dawson Custom Marine, if you want to refer to it that way, with the 300XS on the back. Two-stroke motor.
Yeah, they sat right in front of us. That was the team that sat in front of us in the driver's meeting this morning. So talked to them, for just a little bit. And I think she's ready. I think he's ready. I think they're gonna get out there and get after it. Love to see more females in the sport. I think that's fantastic.
OPA Class 7 2019 World Champions. 18 and 23 national champions, 23 high points champions. Put it in perspective of how much experience they have and how good they've been. Another look at the 611, a little bit closer there, that beautiful new boat.
Man, I think that wind's picking up on us. We're going to have to, staple all of our papers down a little better.
And we do not know what the holdup is here. If they let us know, we will gladly pass it on. But much like our fans watching at home, we are doing the same.
We got our hammerheads. That's our points leader right there on the beyond the team velocity, and the all-white 628 right there behind to the left of the screen.
And our understanding is that the heli had to go refuel and is just about back. Safety first here. We want to make sure we can get to anybody immediately if need be.
The helicopter is definitely an integral part of our safety team, right?
Absolutely.
These guys don't look quite as hot sitting there bobbing around as what I could imagine our closed canopy boats were from earlier were.
Yeah.
Not all those closed canopy boats have chillers or air conditioning in them. I promise you that.
Aside from the rocking and rolling, it's probably not too bad out there with that breeze blowing in the helmet.
Yeah. Those big outboards hanging on the back, if they're bobbing around the water, it almost looks like they're going to take water over the back of the transom. I mean, they just, they sit low, and these things are extremely fast. Not a lot of freeboard in those 700 boats.
PM Fuel 1 racing machine. Greg Bludder and Luke Bossert. A little bit of data here on the Class 600. Up to a 26-foot boat. No weight limit. One engine on the back, naturally aspirated.
Yeah, all those boats are going to be a stern drive configuration.
As we talked about, the speed limit set at 70 miles an hour.
And they do not have any power restrictions. So these, the bracket classes aren't governed by, certain engines, stock engines. You don't, like you see in some of the bigger pro classes. You've got a little more range on how you can set your boat up to operate.
And a look at the information here on the Class 700. As you can see, a little bit smaller boat. Everything else pretty much the same, with the weight being open. Engines, you are allowed a Mercury 300R or an XS. And speed limit there at 60 miles per hour. And if you want to go faster, there's different bracket categories up to 200, 200s, 300s, 400s, 500s, and everyone gets a little bit quicker. And the 200s up at 100 miles an hour or more.
Yep. Yeah, you're getting into big engines, twin engines, big Vs, open canopy or closed canopy, 200, 300 boats. There's a lot that goes into the bracket boats, just like any of the other professional or the pro classes that we see out there. But I'll tell you what, a lot of guys that are hooked on power boating, that's how they get their start. I was talking to one of the bracket racers yesterday, and he said, hey, he's like, we've always been into power boats. We showed up, we saw a race, and we're like, man, let's go do this. Let's either buy a boat or let's change our boat and see if we can't make it work. They have to hit the safety requirements, and then other than that, they're out here trying to run their number.
What'd you get for lunch over there, buddy?
Man, I'll tell you what, the pier out there, VIP, I had to send a couple of SOS text messages for some food, and I had some shrimp and fries, and I'll tell you what, I think that's the best meal I've had since I've been in town so far.
They smell pretty good. Hey, looks like we're about to get started here. Pace boat with the yellow flag out. They will all line up behind that, and of course we will look for the drop of the green flag, and we'll be racing.
That's going to be a big Nortec Center console that was offered to us by Greg Bent from Bent Marine. They provided our pace boats for New Orleans, and they're back with us here, in Cocoa Beach. And we're so thankful for Greg Bent. Great team down there. If you guys are looking for a new Nortec or another big power boat, definitely give those guys a call down there at Bent Marine.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So the boats will fall in line behind them. And as you said, the starter could be pretty busy here if somebody's lagging and not where he necessarily wants them.
Yeah, so typically what's going on here is you're going to have Justin in the boat, calling the starts, and he's going to be on the radios with these different teams saying, hey, I need you up, I need you to push back, I need you to hold up. He's going to call them by number or name and try to get them all lined up to where he wants to let them go. He wants to get as even of a start as he can, so everybody can, be side by side to start and try to get the best advantage possible, going back down into that first pin.
And you see them getting up to speed there. They want to get them up on plane before they give them the green flag. Once again, the 700 class will run 3 laps. The 600 class will run 5 laps as they are 10 miles per hour faster. Each lap 5.8 miles.
So we're looking at 600 boats to start with. For some of our viewers at home that might be new to, our Powerboat Offshore Series, when we're watching the bracket classes, if you look at the numbers, the first number on the side of the boat is going to designate the class in which they are in, because we do mix multiple classes at the same time. You can hear them roaring out there, Ken. We are green. We are racing.
Yeah, we did not see the green flag drop there, but certainly based on what we're watching, they are absolutely racing. And it is extremely exciting to watch these in these open cockpits. Oh my goodness.
Hanging it out there.
Just flying these boats. There's one of the bat boats. There's 3 of the bat boats that are out here.
Yeah, you've got those are boats are the brands. It's called One Design, and they're known as the Bat Boats. That's a really, really interesting program that Rob Goodwin has, where if you're ever thinking about trying to start racing, or you're interested in trying to give this a go, you can contact him, and you can actually kind of rent a ride for a weekend. He can teach you how to do it, give you the basics, and put you out there and let you run a bracket race with an experienced throttle person, so you get the feel for what's going on out there, and kind of test the waters and see what you want to do next as far as what class you might want to race in, or purchase a boat to race with.
It's a very unique looking little boat, and it's called the Bat Boat. I mean, picture the Batmobile. I might be dating myself here a little bit. I don't know how many people are familiar with that anymore, but the Batman Batmobile, and certainly in the movies, but that's kind of what it looks like.
Yes.
And I don't know how they squeeze 2 people in there, but they do. And look at the air we are getting. It is incredible.
These 700 boats are going to put on a heck of a show. Like I said, these things are up to 22 feet. And you're talking waves. I feel that wave crest to wave crest, that wavelength has got to be about as long as that boat. So you're going to see some righteous air coming out of these boats for this race today. There's Red Drum, there's Bobby in there just trying to get around the course, not break out, working hard at it.
And yes, it is a very rough landing whenever they sink them back down. They slam them back down. Once in a while, maybe you catch the backside of a wave and it lands a little softer. But, man, when they pound those things off the water, it is just back-breaking.
Some of these boats even have suspension seats in them to try to help with that
soak
impact.
it up a little bit, sure.
Yeah, not all teams have that, but there are a few out there that do have the suspension seats, and I think that's a direction I'd probably have to go if I was going to run a 700 boat, or anybody's boats for that matter.
And they don't require shoulder harnesses.
No, they want
in these boats.
That's correct. Yeah. So if something was to happen, they don't want them to be trapped if the boat was to roll over or whatnot. So these guys are in there just kind of holding on. They do not have belts. And the last thing they want to do is have somebody come out of a boat. So,
and I think the technology for the suspension seats has well developed. But I did use one in off-road, and it seemed like a great idea in short course off-road. But what happens in a car is the shoulder belts get loose as the seat sinks. Yeah. So it's just not preferred to do inside of a car. But out here where you don't have to use the shoulder harnesses, it could be a great option for you. Take up some of that sting.
We're looking at one of the One Design boats right here. Trying to catch the number on the side of that one.
It's a 602 there of David Brucas and Rob Goodwin.
Oh, man.
2003 National and World Offshore Title I design. Some of the accomplishments for that particular team.
Well, David's in good hands if he's got Rob in the boat, because Rob's the boss guy, right? So he's the one you want to call if you want to try to get in one of these boats and figure out what it's like to go boat racing. So David's got a good partner in crime there, so to speak. That's our
a little difficult to see. That might be one of those bat boats.
It is. I think that's our team first responders. So that's going to be Charles and well, it's listed as Robert as the throttleman, so I'm not sure actually which boat he is in.
Yeah, I had, you're right. It does have Robert in there and a couple of different boats here. Had a chance to chat with Charles last night. What a great guy here.
Yes,
and racing, as you just mentioned, representing the team first responders and, of course, our military men and women as well.
Ooh. That looks like a wet ride.
Man, it looked like a lot of boat in the water there for a minute, but then it blew it back up. That nose of that boat in the water.
We've got Brad. Is that Brad Connor? Is that ride legal or dirt legal?
As we try to get an eye on him here.
Got Red Drum right behind him. Those guys are super, super close. And everybody at home, keep in mind, any of the results that we are seeing or calling are definitely unofficial until they get the V-boxes out and they get all the data downloaded to see if anybody went a little too fast.
Yeah, and it's super easy to do, as we talked about before, and now you get an idea of what it's like. Wow, here comes the Challenger.
He's got a run.
Big run right here.
Sometimes if you can stay on your game and you're up front, you're only running your own race. But, man, to be in that second place or to be chasing somebody, you're going to be a little more tempted to be heavy-handed on that throttle because you just want to get out in front of them as well.
I just look at the boat making the pass right there. There's so much more of the boat out of the water. The other boat is really down in the water, so they're flying this boat here. Carrying a little more speed, flying off the tops. But now you get a good idea, so try and maintain whatever it is. You're 60 miles an hour for the 700s. You're 70 miles an hour for the 600 category. And if you go over a little bit, you're only allowed to do it for 3 seconds, and you've got to pull it back somehow. I mean, imagine just trying to monitor your speed out here while riding inside of that boat.
Your throttleman's got to be watching that GPS, but, man, you also really got to feel where you're going, but also pay attention to the wave activity. You got Bobby and Lou up there. Bob, he is the boat owner, and he is also the throttleman. You've got Lou. He is the driver of Team Red Rum. These guys are from Connecticut. They've been racing 4 years. That's a good-looking boat. That's a 1999 Progression. And Progression Performance Boats is one of the sponsors for them. They're out of Long Island, New York.
Yeah, Mercury 300X, we talked about the two different combinations that they could put on the back of the boat. 22 OPA, the third place in the World Championships there. And 24, they were second place. And 25, the winner. So going in the right direction there for 3 consecutive years. National high points and national champion a year ago in 2025.
They're definitely putting in the work. They've got a lot of travel time, but they are making it happen. And we got Ride Legal 600 boat.
Yeah, you can see the 600s are typically a good bit bigger.
Yeah, definitely a bigger boat, up to that 26 foot in size. That really, really dwarfs that 2022 foot, that little outboard boat for the Class 700s.
Big freeboard there on the side in comparison to the lower, sleeker, flatter boat, and is keeping pace here.
Yeah, you've got Scott McCormick, who is the owner and throttleman, and Bob Spoltulski, who is sitting on the wheel. These guys are definitely no stranger to running up in the front. These guys are always competitors, and we always see them running up front. So these guys definitely, you're seeing a 600 boat and a 700 boat home. They're not really racing each other because they're racing their own class.
Yeah, and of course the key here, going in a straight line is one thing, but you're going to win the race by throttle maintenance and maintaining that speed throughout the corner, where you want to run as short a distance as possible. With that said, you don't want to turn the boat so hard that you lose all your speed. Of course, you also don't want to go any wider than you have to go. It's a dance, man.
Yeah, it totally is. Back when you saw that pass going into the corner, Bob and Lou, they took that. They stuck the pins. They stayed a little bit tighter, and you saw Brad and Connor in the Dirt Legal boat. They kind of took a longer sweeper, and I don't know if that was a calculated thing or what the speed's going to come down to, but that definitely made a difference through that corner for that pass.
Yeah, and of course, in any form of motorsport, be it road racing or out here in the boats, if you want to chop the entry off, you're going to naturally go off wide. Otherwise, you're going to have to hook that pin so hard you will pull the speed way down on the boat. So it's what they're dealing with here. If they're going with the waves or if they're going against the waves, and any one end of the course or the other. Yeah, as they're dealing with it here. But if you turn in early, you're going to go off wide. Wow. If you go out wide and turn in and late apex it off, it just depends on which way you're going there at that particular end of the course.
Looks like we had a boat there in the infield kind of idling through. So I don't know if we had a 700 boat that had a mechanical. I wasn't able to catch a quick enough glimpse to see who that was. I hate that for those guys if that shortened their day.
And that 700 boat is still right there. Keep in mind, 10-mile-an-hour difference between the two. So either one is, I'm guessing the 700 is on point, and the 611 right there might be a tick under their 70-mile-per-hour speed limit.
Yes. On that 700 boat, that's the second, third place tie. So now they're sitting up front. So that's a good spot for them to be in. They just really got to watch that GPS. All right, we've got Safe Cash Racing. We've got the X Insurance boat right here. We've got driver Scott Jobin, and we've got throttle woman Marianne Stalkup. Got Mad Max here. We've got Max Zeldich. He is the driver of the Mad Max team, and then we've got Craig.
One of the bad boats there. Pulled off to the side.
That's our team first responders. That's Charles. What happened?
Getting
here?
a rope out, door hatches open, and rope out to be towed off.
That is not a good day. That just goes to tell you, from qualifying to racing, the conditions that the guys are experiencing, they're going to push it harder in racing. And this is the first time they've seen the water today, and they have some of the most brutalest, just nastiest wash machine conditions they could get.
Very unique design there.
Yes. Those boats corner very well.
And like you said, I mean, it's something somebody wants one, man. You can hop out of here and have some fun.
Absolutely. This is our team for Nova Scotia. I believe this is Piston Broke that you're looking at right now.
Points leaders.
You got Jeff Pritchard and you got Scotty Young as the throttleman. Like I said, these guys definitely have a long way to tow. I'm not sure who the longest tow award goes to, but I really feel like these guys take that award every single race. You know, the first couple of races this year, that boat was full of snow as it hit the road on the way down and had to thaw it out once it got here. Makes it tougher for those guys to get out and practice. They got to try to show up early and get on their game quick. And they've done it for the first 2 races this year. So
back to the 611 here, sailing that thing. Yeah, looking at the Piston Broke team, and you can see how steady that boat looked. It's amazing how much 10 mile per hour will do in a bigger boat and how much more violent it looks.
Well, you've only got like a 2 to 3 second differential between first and second place. And, you know, that's one wrong wave or one, overturn or, wrong corner, that can really separate that 2 to 3 second difference. And you might see a battle for position here very quick. Looking at our leaderboard there, we've got, like I said, the Ultimate Boat Racing team sitting second. We got David, and then we've got on third place, we've got our Hammerheads, and they're our points leader, I believe, right? That's definitely going to shake up some points moving forward if the race was to be over right now, based on position.
Leading the points in the 600 category as you take a look at that, 2 of 5 laps. Scheduled 5.
Oh, it looks like it was the black and blue boat of the Punisher that we saw idling through the...
Oh,
Lord.
Hang on, baby. Prop walking back there.
Sprint walk. Oh! Action-packed, guys, I'm telling you.
And not letting up. However...
And a pass for position off of that.
Getting past while the process of dancing that thing off of those waves was going on. There was another boat taking advantage of it.
Yeah,
exactly what they do.
Yep, Safecast found the opportunity to get around it. Well, they're back in it from this camera position. So it looks like they're not going to give up just yet.
Oh,
my Lord.
Goodness. That is the goal. Now I'm back down to the throttle right there. That might have damaged something, that last one.
That looked like a pretty hard hit.
Just really nose-up attitude in comparison.
That's definitely going to probably lose some speed, when you come out and you don't have a more flat, aggressive attitude as you're trying to get re-entry.
Yeah, that Safe Cash boat doing a nice job there. The boat just looked a lot more stable. Scott Jobin and Marianne Stahlcup. Just a little more of the boat in the water. The other boat wasn't in the water at all. I think the only thing touching was the prop.
And that wasn't for very darn long,
No, it was not.
Holy moly.
Battling our first bracket races of the day, the 600 class, as you can see there, working lap 2 of 5 scheduled. And for the 700 class, which is a little bit slower, 10 miles an hour slower, they'll be running 3 laps. Once again, the 611 is Tulski doing the driving in that one. A great looking boat, brand new piece.
I think his knuckles are white for sure. And
hanging on, man.
You can hear him right off the beach right behind us.
And what a difference when they're going with the wave. You can see how it just kind of settles down. Everything's a lot happier. And when they're coming back the other way, man, that's when they're sailing these things.
Yep. They're definitely running a little bit slower into the wind. I mean, I don't think they want to make that mistake of trying to have a breakout problem. While they're catching some air or having issues like that. So, that's boat racing. That's offshore racing, right, Ken? I mean, every stretch is different. The conditions are going to play heavily on how they attack this course and how they set the boat up for it.
Ever-changing, for sure. Saw the Red Rum X boat. That is Bob Bernetsky, owner of that one. You talked about Lou LaFerrera doing the driving on it, and Bob is actually running the throttles. Well, completely lost that 600 boat there for a second.
Yeah.
Just disappeared.
With these two classes having a 10-mile-an-hour top breakout difference, these two boats are very, very close for running two different classes that we're seeing here.
It is
6 and the 700.
I mean, typically you would see the 600 driving away.
Yep. It poses the question: is one person faster? Or is one person
somebody's
a little slow?
going too fast, or somebody's going too slow? I mean, there's no doubt about it. They should not. I mean, they've been about that spread for a lap now.
That just raises the question. What's it going to look like once they get the V-Box data out and they can download that to see what happened?
Okay, great racing action going on here, courtesy of our 600 and 700 categories. We'll take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side and see if we can figure out who's going to win this thing. Welcome you back here to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. You're watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series, and we have our bracket classes out there. That's a look at the 628 boat as we speak, and 70 mile per hour. They're limited to 70 miles an hour. Otherwise, they get penalized. That's a look at the 628 of Hammerheads with Herc Jackson and Josh Boothby. As we talked about before, they are leading in the points in this category, so they have been very solid in that 600 class.
Yeah, and then we've got the team ride legal, Scott McCormick, and sitting up front right now unofficially. Those guys are definitely in the hunt.
700s are out here as well, as you can see up there, working lap 2 of 3. It's a 5.8 mile course, so they're going to run the better part of 18 miles here in that 700 boat at 600 or at 60 miles per hour. At least that's the goal.
We've already had one boat. Looks like it got broke in the 700 class and is out. So hopefully we don't have any more parts breakage or carnage as the race continues, and the rest of these guys can fulfill and complete the finish of the race. Everybody's battling for points. The season is there's still a lot to be had. The season is still young, but everybody wants to extract every last point they can from every lap possible.
Yeah, I mean, it all adds up, right? And you see some of these categories, they're separated by a half a point.
Yes.
So the penalties get involved, the bonus points get involved, and these championships are tight. Time for second in the 700 class as they come into this event. This race here will no doubt separate that. And you don't really get a good feel for the dynamics of how choppy it is by looking at the camera view there. There's another one of the bat boats. But when you see white caps out there, right off the bat, you can assume 3 to 4 foot swells, and we believe possibly larger than that. In fact, race control's already making some adjustments based on the chop that's going on out there, as they're getting some feedback from these boats now.
What we're looking at right here is the One Design Racing boat. We've got Jeff Zimmerman and Michael Sadlin running this boat, and they look like they're having a good race. Hopefully, they're minding the GPS, and they look like they're out there just kind of trudging along and making things happen. Ooh, did you see that? He took on a huge wash as he peeled the top of that wave.
Yeah, one of the closed capsule boats here inside of this 600 category. Jeff out of New Orleans, Mike out of Okeechobee, Florida. And Jeff's only been racing for a month. And first attempt for Mike. So how about these two guys? Two newbies out here cutting their teeth.
Hopefully that leads to many more races in the future. And, you never know. Like when you get done racing, you might be on the internet looking for a boat real quick. I promise you my marketplace is flooded with this stuff.
I've been looking for one a little bit bigger that has a salon and air conditioning in it.
So you're looking for a sedan or a big aft cab is what I'm hearing.
Something that goes a little slower. I won't spill my beverage.
Hey, you know what? Different strokes for different folks, right? We all want something a little bit different. I'm gonna put my Thundercat on the back of your big boat, so then we can go. We can just split the difference, right?
We're buddy. We got to figure it out.
We got a home base and we got a race rig, man.
Let's
do it. Anybody at home that wants to donate to that cause to see Ken and Shane go race the Thundercats, hit us up after the race.
We got the Thundercat covered. We need the big boat. There's a look at Piston Broke. That is our points leader, as we talked about before, in the 700 category. Leading this race and flying that thing again now, going back into the wind and into the chop.
There's our Nova Scotia buddies, Piston Broke. They look like they're having a nice ride, given the conditions. I don't see them coming out of the water too hard, so it tells me they either have boats set up maybe a little bit different, or they just might not be running it as hard. If I'm sitting here and I'm not running up front, I might be hoping that A, they're breaking out, or B, they literally might break the boats where I can gain position. So I feel like some of these guys might be sitting back, biding a little time, and just hopes that they can complete the race in one piece.
Yeah, and of course, I'm sure if you have position, and they do have position so far in this race, if you can back off a little bit, keep the boat a little bit calmer, keep it in the water, I'm sure they'll take advantage of that given the opportunity versus running it on the edge. Talked about before, they are back-to-back wins here for the first two races of the season, trying to make it a hat trick. Coming out of Canada, they'll definitely know what that is. Once again, driver and throttleman, throttle person. Single outboard, 300. And trying to find some consistency here to keep that thing right close to 60 miles per hour without going faster. On their final lap, they'll be looking for a checkered flag as they come back around.
So it looks like there's been some shakeups going on here. So this is unofficially putting piston broke up front, fuel one team, dirt legal velocity, team progression. I'm not 100% sure if all that data is correct. We saw them running up front, so I don't know where the passes might have happened there, or if there was a telemetry issue of some sort. But like I said, all of our results are going to be unofficial until we get them back to tech.
Fuel one team having a good run there, currently second. I believe their business model, it's a good flyer. I believe their business model, where they're out of, is to bring fuel to boats so that they don't have to take the boat out there to get the fuel. So it's a business model they put in place and seems to be doing well.
As the season unfolds too, we're starting the classes are building. Typically in the offshore realm, everybody starts racing in May, which is where we're at right now. But we've already got 2 races under our belt. So as that's happened, we've got classes building. So we've had some teams that are starting to show up because this is the time they're used to start racing. They might not have parts or boats ready to go yet, but we're starting to see more and more teams trickle into the IHRA Offshore Series as everything unfolds as time moves forward. So I'm hoping that Lotto has another great turnout like this. I don't know exactly what the boat count, but we had over 80 boats pre-registered for this event, just a couple days ago.
Yeah,
not including our Thundercats.
And Ricky Smith, who helps us out here, he said, I'm going to send out one final update here on the boats, and I thought I was going to add a couple of boats last night. An hour and a half later, I had them all added in. I mean, it was amazing how many more boats had jumped in here. So super cool. Yeah, I love the passion. I love the enthusiasm. Thank Daryl Cuddle and the rest of the IHRA team for giving us this opportunity, and they're starting to fill in the gaps for sure. Saw a 600 boat going the other way at speed.
Ooh, that looked like a hard hit.
As we watch the 700 boats finishing up their final lap. Piston broke team out front so far, looking for 3 consecutive wins here to kick off the 2026 season.
I'm not sure where the passes happened because we didn't have a camera angle on them at the time, but it looks like they've appeared, according to timing and scoring, if it's accurate at this point, that they've dug their way to the front.
But again, talking about what the drivers and throttle people are going through here as these boats hammer hard, man, pound down on the water, splash up, cover your face in salt water. There's a residue left on the face mask.
Oh. Yeah, you'd have to have a face mask or goggles or something. I wouldn't want to take that spray. I've ridden a jet ski in salt water. That's rough enough.
Yeah, and if you seal one off, and you can, then you've got to get some air in there to you. Obviously the vest on here. My guess is ballistic pants as well, since they're in an open cockpit.
I would think these small boats would be super weight sensitive as well. So the rougher the rougher the water, the more important that is to probably try to have that balance correctly, because you're definitely going to be, as you've seen, hanging in the air a lot.
Yeah, well, we saw that one boat. I mean, it was flying so nice, nose high. I mean, it was all but undrivable, really.
Yep. So actually, one of the other racers, Pete, he kind of sent me some messages here and there. He said that what can happen there with what we saw was that the wiring connection gets wet there. The trim will stick to where it's untrimmable, so it gets stuck in the higher trim that they had. And so he gave me that little bit of tidbit, which is a great piece of information for everybody.
Great information. It makes a lot of sense. Now it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so basically a mechanical issue that has created that to where it's going to make that boat a little more
let's
droppable.
Explain that a little bit as you operate the trim. So the trim means you can raise the prop up or put it down, and it will change the complete attitude of the boat.
Absolutely. So as you trim the boat up, basically the props are pushing further away from the transom, but that's going to create lift on the nose, right? So the more trim you have, the higher the nose is going to carry.
It's basically driving the back of the boat down.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, it's all about lift, you know, because the more lift you have, the less drag you're going to have. So you have less boat in the water, the faster the boat's going to go. So typically in a rough water situation like we're seeing now, a lot of trim in a V-bottom configured boat is not necessarily a good thing. You want to utilize as much boat as you have available to try to span those wave crests and break that wave down, you know, to give you a more flatter, better ride. The sharper part of that boat's going to be in the front. So it's a little easier to cut the waves with the front than it is the flatter part more back, you know, after the boat towards the transom.
Yeah, so obviously if you have a mechanical where you cannot operate the trim, essentially not able to raise or lower that prop in the back on the motor, then you're going to have a real issue, and that's exactly what we think we saw a little bit earlier with one of the competitors.
That's definitely what it looked like. So.
Once again, you're looking at the leader for the 700 category. Speed limit for them, 60 miles per hour. I got to tell you, man, I mean, it's the slowest bracket. You can see the hands up there. They're excited as they're coming towards the finish line, and checkered flag is out. Congratulations to them. Excellent job, man. Nicely done on a very rough day here for Jeff Pritchard and Scotty Young, as it looks like unofficially they will come across there in first place for the 700 category. And if so, it'll be 3 consecutive. Great stuff, man. I can tell you, if I was going 60 miles an hour in a boat in any sort of water, I would think I was absolutely flying.
Especially in a boat like that, and in conditions like this.
Yeah, right. I'm talking about on a good day. Never mind something like this. I would just want out. But
I kind of envision this to a dirt bike down a railroad track with a blown out shock.
You know, it's just
gotta rock you.
That's quite a thing to think about right there.
I can only imagine how they feel everything in their body on that.
They're probably wishing they had some damper program on that thing to let it set down a little bit softer. But it's amazing, man, how fast these boats are, and to think it is the slowest of our bracket categories. 70 miles an hour is absolutely flying.
Yes.
And anything, boat-wise, for sure. So 3 laps complete for the 700 category. Not sure exactly who we're looking at here. We believe another 700 boat.
I think that's Mad Max.
Have yet to see our first 600 boat come across.
Yep, that's Mad Max.
That's Mad Max.
That's what I thought. That's a good looking boat. Great wrap on that thing.
Mad Max comes in here currently 4th in the points. Missed the podium by 1 spot at our last race.
They've got some great sponsors helping them get from race to race. They've got Maximum Fire Escapes, Proven Marine, Bullet Motorsports, Ocean Blue Yacht Sales, and Fuel One Team. So, I mean, hats off to those guys and those sponsors for helping them get from race to race. And thank you guys for sponsoring some of our teams.
One of the bat boats. Looks like it might be the 603, the One Design Racing Uber
with Jeff in mind.
And Sadlin.
They look like they're trudging around pretty good, though. Definitely trying to pay attention to that GPS.
So off and running here with the first races coming to a conclusion and in the books here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. We have a lot of action yet to go, and we hope you'll join us when we come back in just a moment.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worship, Ron Capps, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
It's the SMX 250 World Champion.
You destroy those people with the death.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog here, right? Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross US #1 plate.
It is a full destination experience. Everybody having a great time. Live entertainment, street parties, opportunities to get up close and personal with the boats and the teams. The race offers something for both diehard racing fans and families looking for an unforgettable weekend. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, round 3 of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. There's a good look at the Cocoa Beach Pier. Great time out there. Watched a rocket launch just one day ago, up and brought it back and landed it. It was super cool. Just a beautiful day out here. A bit on the windy side, but 83 to 85 degrees, somewhere in that general area, and absolutely gorgeous out here.
Looks like an amazing pier there. That's where VIP's at, so those guys are going to have an amazing watch spot for the race today. They get a little bit closer to the beach and have an amazing view.
Yeah, great large bar out there. Obviously, good eats and drinks, all in the shade, enjoying the breeze, and watching the best in the business do some offshore boat racing. Courtesy of the IHRA. We just wrapped up the 600 and 700 bracket categories. And next up, we'll pick up the pace a little bit, and we will go to the 400s and 500s. And the pace will pick up here. The 500s at 75 miles per hour, the 400s at 85 miles per hour. That is sustained, maintained. They want to stay right there. And a little bit earlier today, my colleague Shane Landis was over in the pit area to show us how they put these big monster boats in the water.
All right, guys, so what you're seeing behind me here is the crane.
So the crane is a real integral part of the infrastructure of an offshore boat race. We typically have 2 cranes in every race. The boat that's going on behind me, that is a Pro Class 1 boat. You know, these boats are over 12,000 pounds. And part of the reason why we're using a crane is they want to know their weight, and they want to be able to calculate the fuel burn. So that way they can come out of the water on race day and meet that minimum requirement on the weight. And that's another reason why we have 2 cranes and we split the boats is every crane, if you go in on one crane, you will also come out on that same crane. So that way the same scale is hitting you on both ends. These guys come in here and they'll pull up. They already have the straps on their boat. They're ready to go. Sometimes they have ropes that hang off the edge of the boat. They use that as tethers because a lot of times they'll pick the boat up and it won't be in the correct orientation. So they'll use those ropes to turn the boat while the crane's in the air, but they'll also use that to help keep the boat calm while it's on the crane and doesn't get to whipping or swinging. Typically on race day, they're going to be dunking a boat that's coming up for a race, and they're probably going to, on the same pull out, take another boat and pull them out at the same time. So that way the crane's more efficient. So we want to try to make that as quick of a process as possible. The logistics side is just, there's so many moving parts all at once. To show up to a race and be a racer, or to just show up and be a fan, you know, it's great. But the behind the scenes stuff is what takes a lot. And that's one of the main reasons why we built the tech team that we have. Everybody wants an equal opportunity on race day to be on the podium. And in order to ensure that, you have to have good tech.
It is pretty cool, man. It is a thing to see when they pick up those massive boats and set them in the water. It scares me to death, to be quite frank with you, every single time.
Well, on a day like today, you know, like it always makes me think about how quick those boats are going to be whipping around. You know, so they're definitely the guys. Everybody that's pulling on the tethers today are going to have their work cut out for them to hold on today. I might make a good anchor. They'd probably want to have me on one of those ropes. There's some guys looking like they're having. That's a group of fun right there.
Having a blast, man. Jumping in the waves and enjoying a beautiful spring day in this middle of month of May.
What a beautiful, beautiful beach. What a beautiful town. So thankful, so happy to be here. Everybody's been fantastic. The food's been good.
Man, just to get in the vibe as we take a look at some of the 500 boats that are coming out here, I've just been listening to Jimmy Buffett in the car, man. just the vibe of the place, you know. So the 500 boats have come out here, and the 400s, both very capable and very fast boats. Again, V's, so they'll be dealing with it as the boat rocks back and forth and dealing with this chop. And there, oh, look at somebody going for a helicopter ride here. Lake Wiley Racing,
Angel One,
one of our teams that we spent a little bit of time with earlier this year, and we thought we'd bring you some more information on them, let you know who they are. Let's check in with them.
Joe Splork, Lake Wiley Racing, and we're in the factory stock.
My name is Garrett Coonrod. I run throttles, and we're at factory stock, number 44. I convinced Joe and his wife to, well, his wife really said we're not getting a race boat, and then he had to convince her. When we went up there to look at it and get it, Joe decided to say, let's pull the trigger on it, and you're going to run throttles.
And we've been in powerboats pretty much our whole lives. But being in a seat of a race boat is, you know, of course, much different than being in a powerboat or anything else like that. We weren't nervous at all. When I get my mindset to something, you know, I'm just 1,000%. You know, I've been that way my whole life. We're doing this not only because it's fun, of course. You know, we're doing this to put our names somewhere in this industry, being involved and trying to help it, you know, become what it needs to be, what it should be, what it used to be a long time ago.
I'm going to be honest, you got to be a little bit crazy. I mean, seriously, it takes a lot. Once you get those boats in the air, it's a wild feeling.
We just get in there and just drive the hell out of the thing, you know. Now, with the Keys, I can say this, you know, when we first got there, you know, everybody was kind of looking at us being like, you know, who are these guys, this and that? And they got a Jamaican flag on the boat, too. What is that all about? You know, now, you know, it's really cool because they're being more talkative to us. They're recognizing us more, and they'll be like, you know, you guys are doing great, you know.
I wanted to become a fan favorite. And I'm like, man, how do we reach out to the fans without having a sponsor? And I said, Joe, what if we just let people write all over the freaking boat?
We respect everyone that's got to this point right now. But when the competitive nature, flows through your veins, all that is like out the window.
I have no doubt we're going to be a strong competitor.
I just hope nobody thinks what we're accomplishing right now is just dumb luck or a fluke, because it's not.
We're going to push it hard.
Just as hard as we did in St. Pete.
We want to be friends with everybody, but we're not scared of anybody. We're here to win.
And it doesn't matter who's in the next boat. If it's somebody that's been doing it for 20, 30 years, that's fine, but, bring me your best, because we're going to bring our best.
You know who we are now, and we're coming for first.
Yeah, great to hear from those guys, and glad for their early success as well. Started things off on the podium, man. That's a pretty good start, dude.
Yeah, first start of the year, had a second place finish, and then obviously, they were going into the lead, going into after the completion of the first lap down the old Pontchartrain Punisher in New Orleans, and man, they carried it a little high, the wind caught them a little wrong, and they blew that bad boy over in New Orleans. So they've had a road to hoe to get here. They got the boat put back together, as we saw earlier, and they looked like they had a pretty good qualifying run. So I'm excited for those guys to get back after tomorrow. Look at that, buddy.
Yeehaw. Absolutely brutal. And of course, just to follow up, that was one of our Factory 5 racers, and Factory 500s, I should say. And we saw them out here a little bit earlier. Saw factory stock out here.
We've got some, there's Fran and the Rum Runners boat. We got Killing It. That's a brand new boat, that 456 or 36, the all white closed canopy V-bottom. That's a new boat. They've been working on that boat for 13 months to try to get it ready for this race. So, I'm glad that those guys are here, and I think they're here to stay. They're excited about their first race, and they do a lot of really cool stuff in the motorsports industry, so I'm pumped to see them racing a boat. That's the 568 Superboat entry. That's going to be Eddie Simmons and John Cohen at the helm of that one.
Yeah, one of the 500 teams. 7 actually scoring points so far this year. A few 400s here, so it's a good turnout.
A bigger boat count than the previous 2 races.
Yeah,
so as the season goes, like I said,
yeah, we've had
in.
3, and we've got that have points, and we have 6 here today. So it'll shake things up a little bit because the points are pretty tight over there with the 3 boats, and it's pretty cool because we've had 2 different winners there. All of them clearly have been on the podium,
Yeah.
So it'll be fun.
It'll be interesting to see the guys who started the season off for the season opener versus some of the teams that have showed up now at race 3. Are they going to be in the hunt? Are they just going to mix up points? Are the teams that showed up at the first 2 races, if they stay and hold strong, will that consistency help maintain that point position? It's going to be interesting to see how that shakes up.
As you can see there, they are getting into the holding area, if you will, the milling area as it's referred to. It is choppy, though, trying to give everybody a little bit of space. You can't just sit there the way the water is moving these boats around. You got to try to keep it moving. And look at that. Look at the water's just pushing that thing around, man.
You talk about
completely different direction.
It's a washing machine out there today, guys. I feel like the wind shifted just a fuzz. We still feel it at our back, but it's picked up or it's either changed direction, I feel like, a little bit.
And it's hard when you have a boat as big as the white boat, that capsule boat, if you will. When the wind's like this, man, you have to have some momentum going to guide it, to drive the thing.
Yeah.
If you're going too slow, like we just saw, there's so much boat there that the water just grabs it, wind grabs it, takes it wherever it wants.
Yeah. You definitely want to get that boat up on plane. Plus, out of a closed canopy boat, those guys are definitely have a visibility issue. Not an issue, but a difference in comparison to some of the open canopy boats that they're going to compete against. So they want to be able to try to have good visibility and get that boat flat.
All right, we had a chance to meet Andy Foster and James Norville a little bit earlier, one of the teams from the UK. Let's check in.
And you are the driver, right? I am, and he throttles, yeah.
I'm the throttleman. My name's James Norville. I'm in 400 bracket class.
Hi, I'm Andy Foster. I'm racing in boat 407 for Team 07 Racing.
Yeah, we're based in the UK. We fly out for the races.
Time difference definitely affects you a little bit, but I've been here for a while now because we've raced in St. Pete's.
These races were close together, so we stayed in between and came straight to New Orleans. Yeah, if we come for just one race, we come a day or two earlier because of the time difference. It's a lot of strain on your body, travelling back and forth across the Atlantic. Most looking forward to winning at the end of the weekend here at New Orleans. Never been here before. Very interesting city. No rivals yet. I think maybe our first race last year, we were probably taken as the clowns from the UK, so nobody was concerned. And having won St. Pete, maybe people start watching us, and that's where the rivalry starts.
We're ready for it. It's going to be rougher this weekend. We're very used to that from the UK. The boat is very well balanced anyway, I think, for smooth water or rough water.
I've raced the US for a long time with P1 Superstock. Class 400 is certainly very different to what I've raced before.
We communicate very well. We're both listening to instructions. We don't talk over each other.
It's our first year racing together, and it's always quite daunting sitting in a boat with somebody new. We take it in turns to speak and to listen, which is very important in communicating.
We try and stay calm. Obviously, we don't want anyone passing us, and we need to pass other people. We know that, but we're in a bracket class where we've got a maximum speed we can do, so you've got to try not to get excited and egged on by another team. If they want to carry on and do that, then they're racing themselves out of the race.
There's a lot going on with close racing, trying to maintain lines and race the course and not the other boats. It's busy. It's very busy in the boat.
When you're actually racing and you're on plane, you can see quite a lot, really. But when you're at slow speeds before the start and on the start, that's when it's a bit more difficult and challenging viewing, yeah.
Coming into the turns, you can think it's your corner and suddenly a boat appears from nowhere.
There's just nothing like it, you know. It's one of those things that any person who's into racing boats, it's just in them and that's what they want to do. And
I'm not really interested in tarmac or cars. I like boats, I love the water and everything goes with it. It's just peaceful. It's not all about going fast. To finish first you've got to finish. So I'm not cocky, I'm just certain. So they can follow us around and we'll follow the course and we should win.
And great to have them over here. So much success over there in the UK with some 4 championships over there. One over here, actually, going back to 2019, right here at Cocoa Beach. Also won at Sarasota that year. So, and of course, kicked this season off with a win. Great to have them here, and clearly they have brought their A game.
Yeah, they sure have. And they fly back and forth because they run a series over in the UK. And I asked them, I said, well, shoot, I know you're not taking the boat back and forth, but they've got a 42 fountain that they run over in UK. No strangers to big V bottoms.
Good looking hot rod right there.
Yes, it is.
Waiting to get things started here with our 400 and 500 bracket category. And it looks like they're starting to form up. Handle on our pace boat if they've started the maneuver to get everybody gathered up and get them started. And one of our Class 500 boats is the Fuel One boat. We had a chance to meet them earlier this year as well.
Damon Murata. We have 2 boats, Mod V, number 55, and Class 500, 588.
I'm Mike Giroux. I drive the Mod V.
The Mod V is an enclosed boat. The 500 boat is a open boat. That boat you are flying out. It happened to my son, actually. He flew out 2 years ago. Banged up pretty good, but he was okay. That's the difference. Our Mod V just got modified over the winter, and it's not completed, so we're not racing that boat.
I mean, we did a complete remod. There's nothing in it that's not redone.
Right. We haven't had a chance to even test it yet. We should have it back. I think it's a week before New Orleans, so we'll get try to get some testing and prop testing, and get our setup right.
Last year in the Keys at the championship, my drive broke in the second race, and we actually got a drive from another team that we were competing against. They spent the entire night, overnight, putting it in. It's a family. It's a close-knit family. We're proud sponsors of IHRA PWC. So we're supplying all the fuel for the marshals and anybody.
For the watercraft series, personal watercraft series. Everybody helps each other. Yeah, there's rivals, but at the end of the day, we're giving each other a hug, So.
I mean, we still want to win, though.
Of course.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun. I will tell you, take that checkered flag, it really hits home.
I'm not going to go and say I'm going to go out there and kick your ass.
I have a lot of respect for the people I'm around.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to beat them.
No doubt. But we are going to give it our all.
Yes, 100%. Thanks for coming out. You're going to have a great time this weekend for sure. A lot of boats, a lot of classes, a lot of effort to bring all these boats here and put on a show for the fans. So enjoy it.
And the father and son team, we wish them the best of luck as our pace boat is up on plane and getting things formed up. 500s, we believe, will be starting first, and green flag. Here we go. Oh, yeah, big air right off the bat.
I think the nicest.
Look at that run on the inside.
My gosh.
Woo.
I think the nicest looking ride out there is that big Bent Marine Nortec right there, buddy. That pace boat. Man, look at them. They had a heck of a run off the start.
574 TFRX Insurance, JJ Turk and Nick Buis. Yes, the same two that we saw in the Pro Class 1, and they know how to get it done. They are champions inside of this category. We'll keep our eye on that boat. He will be a threat. Come here to this neck of the woods, and they know the water, man. They've been doing it a long time. As you take a look at the entire field here, I show about 9 boats here, I believe.
Ooh, man, these guys are fighting. These guys are fighting for clean water early. They're trying to take a stretch and get out in front. Here comes Rum Runners there on the inside.
Yeah, real nice row. Oh, man. Crazy exciting stuff here as we watch the 500s go at it. JJ Turk offered me a ride inside of this thing a couple of years ago, and I thought it was a good idea, and then I watched him race. I'm like, yeah, now I'm out on that deal. I have no business out there with those guys.
These guys are definitely built a little bit differently, right? Man, look at that. It just looks like absolute chaos out there again.
And there's an absolute method to the madness. I mean, the drivers and throttlemen that are good at this have a plan. I mean, they 100% have a plan.
That looks like we've got boat 409. I think that's Safe Cash on the inside. And I believe that's Shocker Offshore on the outside. Those guys are battling for position up front in the ranks of 400 bracket.
Raymond Evans in the Shocker Offshore, the 421 boat. Chris Colson running the throttles out of Pelican Island, New Jersey. Been racing for 5 years. Charlotte Colson also helping out. 540 cubic inch big block Chevrolet for power.
Man, look at the camera angle, Ken. Isn't that just wild? You can just see him rolling right through the roller coaster.
It's incredible to watch them at speed despite how rough it is.
We're looking at Yabba Dabba Doo right there.
Yeah, Yabba Dabba Doo coming in here 4th in the points. And fresh off a podium finish at New Orleans in the 500 class, finished up 2nd there.
got J.D. Vines. He's on the driver. He's the driver of that boat. And we've got Steve Adams as the throttleman for Team Yabba Dabba Doo.
I believe that's Shocker again. And it looks like Shocker is in position 1, P1 so far. The speeds here for the 400 class, 85 miles per hour.
We've got a hard charger there, right there in the middle of the screen. Looks like they just got around the ex-insurance boat. Who are we looking at right there, Ken, that's digging for the front?
Yeah. Eyes aren't that good.
I think I hate to miss.
We're getting in here now.
I believe that's the is that team killing it. Let's look here.
Might have been the 436 of Unleashed Racing, Scott Norton and Larry Fonteca.
Okay.
One of those boats that we have not seen this year, so looking to mix it up.
You've got Jerry Hartman and Scott Jobin right there in Safe Cash sitting there in third, and they're just running in a little bit of dirty water right now, trying to get around this next corner and see if they can't squeeze back and take their position back and sit in second place.
I'm moving a lot of water here as the boats are getting bigger, the speeds are getting greater. Strung out here all the way around the turn. On the 588, we're hearing is out with an issue. That's the Fuel One team.
Oh man!
Just heard from the father and son team. So heartbreaker for those guys. Damon Mariota Jr. and Sr. 2 world championships for that team. National championships, undefeated in 2023, to give you an idea of the caliber of that team. But it can happen to anybody, especially in conditions like this out here today. Another good look there at that ex-insurance boat, trying to make their way around. It looks like the outside.
On the outside here to our left, that's going to be Team 435. That's killing it. That's the boat that they just spent the last 13 months trying to get that boat together. Oh, now we've got our UK boys. Look like they were taking a run on the outside.
Yeah, and I was incorrect. That ex-insurance boat on the inside.
Look how close these guys are.
I was just thinking the same thing, man. You beat me to it, and we talked about it before. You don't want to run any wider than you have to. Ex-insurance with good position right now, and now starting to stick the nose of that boat out front. And no sooner than I say that, and it looks like it changed. And that set of waves, when they get in those set of waves, man, it can change everything. Where you have good momentum, and then all of a sudden you hit a set of waves, and the boat outside of you gets a run.
Yeah, it definitely can upset you. You got to be careful crossing the wake of a competitor that you're trying to overtake too. You've really got to be mindful on that GPS speed through the whole time.
And we can hear the boats back behind us, man. They are thumping for sure. It's one of those things, if you've ever been on the beach and you just hear even one of these boats go by, all the eyes go up and you watch it go sailing by there from the beach. And the difference is here, there's a whole slew of them.
Yep. Right now, oh man, Shocker's getting some air up front. That's Raymond Evans and Chris Colson with Shocker Offshore.
Speaking of air. And right there at the pin, it dives it down to the bottom of Shocker. Looks like they might be broke.
Man, they had a hard hit. That is if they had a failure, that's a really tough day, especially leading the race. Oh man, that's heartbreaking right there.
Well, sure enough, issues here.
That looked like Safe Cash Racing then is going to sneak there into second place. We got Jerry Hartman, Scott Jobin in the X Insurance Safe Cash boat.
And a couple of them out of the boat there.
I believe that's Murata, junior and senior, I believe, is what I'm looking at there. There's Unleashed Racing, Scott Norton and Larry Fonteca.
Yeah, the 436.
That's some clean lines on that boat. That's a great looking boat.
And I think they took over the lead whenever Shocker had that issue. I believe the 436 took over the point. They made a bold move. I mean, even if Shocker was to the outside, they aimed that thing just outside of the pin and was going to set it. I mean, just send it down and get it on the inside, set it, then get it rotated and see if they could race them back. As it turns out, Shocker broke at the same exact time, so...
They probably saw all that air they caught and said, look, we need to adjust our angle of attack here on this pin. I mean, that probably, seeing that happen in front of them probably really changed their mindset on how they took that corner.
Look at the 407 here. That is Andy Foster and James Norval, as you were talking about the team from UK. Just a beautiful boat. Very happy to be here in the USA racing again. Competing the entire season is the plan, as well as a number of races in the UK, as you were talking about there with that 42-foot fountain.
Yep, and this boat right here that they're racing in America, that's a 2019 SV32, and it's got a Mercury Racing 600 in it.
Andy Cochran crew chiefing on that boat as we go back and look at the Unleashed Racing class leader. I believe the 600s are going to run 6 laps here. The 500s running 5 laps. Bigger boats, a little faster speeds. So they are going to, 6 laps and 5 laps. Boy, and from that angle right there, it almost looked like the 407 was out front for just a brief moment, but certainly right there in contention with the 436 and the Unleashed Racing.
They've made a really hard charge at him, and they look like they're pretty neck to neck.
I believe will be on the outside whenever they get to the pin. And a couple of 500 boats, and there they go, aiming for that pin now. And the 568 right in the thick of this as well.
That's going to be John and Eddie with Team Superboat. They come around that corner really hard. You know, it's interesting to see that they can still take that aggressive of a turn in water conditions like this.
Obviously,
that boat sticks.
The open boat there, it just kind of leaned right in. Ex-insurance team of J.J. Turk and Nick Buis.
This one, I believe, that's actually Jerry Hartman, Scott Jones, I believe. I believe that's our 400 class. That's 409. That's going to be Safe Catch.
Flying in the 400.
Was that right? Let's see. Maybe you're correct.
Looking for a number. Smaller boat. They are airing that thing out. As they continue to battle here and deal with the rough conditions. It's amazing how some of the smaller boats can hang right there. So that is the Safe Cash X Insurance of Jerry Hartman and Scott Jobin. Yeah. Send it.
They're getting a little spicy, and it looks like as they're coming up, the air is even affecting them. I mean, they're not even coming down at the same at the same angle of exit, you know.
And you can see the pin over there that they're aiming towards. That's two different categories, as I understand it. That's a 500 boat, and we were told that was a 409 of the Safe Cash. It is 574, so that is JJ and Nick.
Yep.
That makes more sense for sure.
Got it. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to see that number.
It is very hard to see that number.
Glad we got clarification on that.
So a great battle going on in the 500 class, but 574 was on the outside of that one. They're relentless, though. They'll keep pushing. Good race. The 568, as you can see there, as they were side by side, just a good bit bigger boat.
It looked like we had Team Yabba Dabba Doo right there idling in the center. I wasn't sure if they had some kind of mechanical or some kind of issue, but it looks like they are off plane and in the center of the field.
435 there. That is the team called Killing It Offshore. Zacho Guernsey and Austin Blocker. Out of Sarasota, Florida. First year as a team. We wish them the best of luck. Crew Chief Haley Pearsall. 2019 32 SVL. Big block power in that one.
Looks like the HRE built that big block. That would be the same engine builder that's built in Great L's Supercat motors. Now we're looking at Safe Cash. That's Jerry Hartman and Scott Jobin right there in a 98 Phantom.
Yeah, and that is a 400 class boat.
That is a great sounding boat, too. It's got a 588 cubic inch big block in it. The thing just thunders out there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great looking X Insurance livery on that. I believe that was a newer wrap for this season. That's a great looking boat. I love that green and black.
Definitely pops.
A little easier to see it. Some colors really get washed out, especially, you think you can see a white boat, but man, and all this whitewash and spray, sometimes they're a little bit harder to make out.
So a couple more laps because they run a little bit faster here, so these races tend to be, they start getting a little bit longer. This will be our second of 3 bracket classes. We also have the 200s and the 300s that will come up here in just a little bit. And then, of course, at the end of the day, we will have our Pro Class 1s as well. Looks like a pretty good ride here. You can tell.
You can definitely tell when they're running with the wind or against the wind.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing.
It's almost like they got a rough run, and then they got to take a little bit of a breather and a break before they make another corner and get back into the rough stretch.
Yeah, and you can see the swells were kind of coming in from this side, from the port side. And now they're going with the waves. Airing it out. 568 looking good, man. Looks like they're going to be tough out here today. John Cohen, Eddie Simmons, putting one together.
They're definitely on a heater, for sure. Hopefully they haven't broke out. They look like they're running pretty confident up front, and hopefully they're being real mindful of that GPS.
With that said, Turk and Buis aren't going anywhere. They are still right back there. It would not take much of a slowdown for them to be right in the hunt. And it's just wild to me that two completely different boat styles and sizes are so competitive.
You know, that's all about the difference, I think in power too and how they've set these boats up. Some may have, more power than other, but it's just really how they want to prop them and how they want to run that. The setups are very open because the boats are very different. That's what makes bracket racing so awesome and so interesting. There's a lot of different perspectives and, ideologies on how they're going to go out and accomplish that and maintain as much consistency as possible. And you can see it from team to team and kind of get an idea for their approach, which is really neat to see it because it's not just the same thing as everybody else in the class.
Good looking ride there for the 568 Superboat. From what we understand, it looks like they will be pushing the awards back till 6 p.m. tonight as they get as much racing in here as quickly as possible given the conditions that we're dealing with. So racing one after another, which we love the sound of course. Yeah, it's a big boat, man. I mean, in comparison, you take a look at that Superboat, it's a good bit bigger than the boat that JJ and Nick are inside of.
Yep. Definitely
there's a look at the difference, man. And that one is very capable, man. There's no shortage of races won with that boat and those two inside of it.
Yeah, that is one heck of a team right there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Something that's pretty cool that a lot of people might not know about JJ is since the passing of his father, he runs every race with his father, ashes in a bag in his pocket.
That's awesome. I did not know that. That's incredible.
A lot of love there, and a lot of respect for his father, as I talked about before, and played for the Raiders back in the day. He's a big man, big tough dude, and his siblings also very, very competitive. That's what he's done to honor his father.
That's a neat way to continue his legacy. Keep him with you. He's got his own guardian angel on board with him all the time. That's awesome.
Yeah, and he's a great ambassador for the sport, JJ, as you well know. I mean, everybody. We talked about him on a hotel over here, the La Quinta. There's the JT's Lounge upstairs, and that's where not all, but most of the boat racers will go there throughout the course of the weekend at one time or another, and everybody hangs out and has a great time. Inside, outside portion of it, and powerboat racing on all the TVs all the time. So it's just a great atmosphere. And Dirk's just one of those guys. If you need any help, man, he would be the first one in line to help you out. Very likable guy.
It's very diverse in his skill set. To be able to go from bracket boat to mod V to pro class 1. I mean, to jump from boat to boat and still be able to have a good handle. Reset your mind and get into it for what that race is to hold for them. I mean, that's a lot to process. You really have to be on top of your game to be able to bounce like that.
Yeah, and I came out here and called these races for the first time back in 2024 and had the pleasure of watching him a couple of times outside of the booth. And he's one of those guys, if you watch him very long, he's a natural. He's one of those just naturally talented drivers. He sees stuff that other people don't see. He feels stuff other people do not feel. Getting past here, that is by a different class boat. But, he's extremely talented. No question about it. And when you have somebody like Nick alongside, look at that. We go 3 wide, man. That is 3 wide, and they are going at it. A couple of different classes here battling.
Looks like he knew that there was a battle there between his teammate and the white boat there, and he just kind of pulled in a little bit to let them have their battle. So, definitely good, respectful racing out there, especially when they're running different classes.
Yeah, 2 400 boats out there that are going to be a little bit faster than the extreme boat on the inside for Turk and Buis in the 500. But yeah, you get somebody that's, like a Nick Buis as well, who's been on the throttles for so long. I mean, they're just a lethal combination. with that said, they're chasing here today. These races are long, man. You got to keep the pressure on, and it's never over till it's over. Anything can happen in one of these,
Shocker,
man.
they're going around on the outside. We've got Raymond and Chris.
Well, and did we see Shock? We saw Team Shocker pull over before earlier in the race.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they had to reset something. Something shook loose. It's hard to say, right? But it looks like they're back in the hunt.
For sure, man.
I don't know where that puts them in the standing, but, you know, they're still out there digging for points. And what happened to them could definitely happen to a boat or two in front of them. So, I mean, it's still any man's race.
Lap 4 of 6 here, as you can see, for the 400s. Yeah, interesting development there to see the Shocker come back around. One of the cruise liners out there. It's a beautiful backdrop.
That boat's not getting affected much by wind today. Actually, I bet it's probably getting affected more than you think, but boy, it sure is just sitting pretty back there. Could you imagine being on a cruise and get a bonus offshore race? I mean, dude,
that's what I was thinking,
imagine?
man. It'd be my luck I'd have a room on the opposite side. You're running over. Who can I pay to get on one of your balconies and watch a race?
I'm too cheap to have a balcony on a cruise. I'd miss the whole works. So.
I've never been on a cruise, so I wouldn't know.
I haven't either, to be honest. But I could only imagine if you're sitting out there on that big boat, though. You're like, what in the world is happening? Helicopters flying around, boats flying around.
Continue to rip, and for sure that is Shocker. Well, I'm glad they were able to fix whatever the issue was and get back out here. They clearly pulled over and stopped right at one of the turns, right at one of the pins on the outside. And we saw the 436 Unleashed Racing boat dive down underneath them and take over the lead, but they're back at full steam now.
Yeah, and we've got X Insurance sitting second, and looks like they're sitting third, but you know, I don't know what happened. We didn't have any camera angles on it, but it looks like our buddies from UK, they've slipped down in the ranks a little bit according to timing and scoring. You know, unofficially, of course.
Boy, some of these boats, man, you see them, the nose is a little bit lower, and they're just eating some of those waves. That was a 435 of Killing It Offshore once again.
Zacho and Austin in there getting it done in a brand new boat, probably still shaking it down, of course.
Oh, it is a brand new boat.
Well, okay. It's a new build for them. I mean, Zacho said that they've been working on that boat for 13 months to try to get it ready to compete, and they are here. So I'm excited to have them on board. We got Jerry Hartman and Scott Jobin here in our Team Safecast X Insurance entry. That's a good-looking boat. It really is. That's a 98 Phantom for all our fans at home that are curious as to what type of close canopy boat that was.
Getting closer to the finish for our 400 and 500 race. Back once again for the X Insurance backed 500 boat here. Same two guys that compete in the 11 boat in the Pro Class 1. And I believe they will also be competing in the Mod V category.
Yeah, they're going to be busy this week.
Yeah, that's a good-looking boat there. That's 435 once again. Killing It Offshore. Beautiful piece.
Uh-oh, looks like we blew the hatch over on the thing. I bet as rough as it was, it must have shook some pins loose, and we've lost the hatch. It looks like it's blown over backwards on the on our team Killing It Offshore. That's really, really a tough situation for them.
I think that's a 436.
Oh, is that 43?
Of Unleashed Racing.
Yeah, those boats are both all white and one number apart.
Yeah, they're very close. So I agree.
My mistake there for the fans at home. I apologize.
Easy
Still an unfortunate day there for Unleashed Racing. Then you got Scott and Larry. That's a tough way to end your day.
we saw that right up there and then protects them.
Yeah, we saw that same situation in the Modby race in New Orleans with the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort team.
Woo! That is a big boat. That is a wicked-looking boat.
Nortec at its finest. Ben Marine has helped us out, helped us with our pace boats, and you got to give hats off to the crew down there. We really appreciate their support with our series.
There's the 435 of Killing It Offshore, still under full power. And we go back here to the safe cache of 409. Many podiums over the years for that 409. 2023 world champions in Class 7, second, third. And we might be pulling the plug on this one just a little bit early, maybe a lap or so early because of conditions is what we're being told.
It is definitely rough out there, and storm conditions, for all our fans at home that everybody thinks, hey, we're out here to race in rough water. We also take the safety of our, not only our racers and our teams, but, our safety personnel on the course, our turn boats, all of our protected boats out there. We definitely want, to make sure the conditions are great for everybody that's on the course right now. So that's why they have to make some tough calls sometimes to shorten the races up and make some of these weather calls.
Yeah, and if this one is shorter, it must only be shorter by about a lap. Yeah, and you wonder about the helicopter as well, man, out here dealing with this wind.
Oh, yeah.
Good camera shot. Yeah, take a look at the tents that are blowing over there.
The wind is whipping. Be interesting to get an update on the wind because I really feel like it has shifted directions and picked up. I mean, and when we started the day, that 18 to 21 mile an hour, gusting, but man, I feel like it's every bit of that plus.
It is sustained. I mean, it does not let up. A breezy day here in Cocoa Beach. Beautiful east coast of Florida. Got a lot of racing action. Just finishing this one up. Stay with us. We'll be right back in just a moment.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique three-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all three events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
And it's the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog in here, right? Hey, dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Good US #1 plate.
I see Thundercat, baby. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
And these guys it's just getting rougher, man.
They're like, yep, no problem. We're in. Welcome back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, round 3 of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Had a couple of races in, just had to shorten one up by a lap or so. The conditions are getting pretty sporty out here. But the Thundercats are like, yeah, we're good, man. We're going to hop inside these inflatables and fire them up, and we're going to go get it done.
Yeah, we just got a text message from some of these Thundercat teams. Ken, they wanted us in there. I guess it's a ballast thing. I'm not really sure what's happening, but I guess we look like a primo candidate for the front of that boat.
I mean, if we're really going to have a fair fight, they're going to put one of us in two different boats, so we can't both be in the same boat. That or we get two engines, one of the two.
Yeah, no joke. Could you imagine that? You get one, I'll take the other. Let's figure it out.
And we'll take a look at the start here. So, as I recall, the boat is not allowed to touch the beach as they get ready for the start. And just a few seconds before they give them the green flag, they have to hold the key up, the safety switch out. And then once they get the green flag, they hop inside the boat, put the key, the safety switch on, fire it up, gas it up, and take off through the surf. They're 12.5 feet long, 5.5 feet wide.
I feel like this race could be won on the mount or the dismount.
Yes, we're already out. I can see both of us trying to climb in.
Oh man,
I got to roll in. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, I'd have to.
There he goes.
I'd have to Superman it. Let's go. Here we go.
Oh man, look at that combo. I mean, right off the bat, they were going. Oh, and then a wave turns in sideways.
That's not
good. But they're under power. So that is the key right there, man. You get a good start, and you've got a real shot here. That'd be me right there. See that one person? Wait, where'd my boat go?
Struggling to get off the beach here.
Two of them in, but it seems
there
like
we go.
Oh man, they just ate a bunch of water.
God, they're just taking a drink.
Supercat's keeping us entertained here today.
That's our entry number 23. That's Warren Racing again. We got Patrick Clary and Warren Thies.
Yeah, they won the first race here earlier today, and could not have been more stoked. And I think the best part was watching them drive it back to the beach and launch the co-driver out of the boat and onto the sand.
Yeah, I was surprised they were able to get back in the boat that quick after the dismount, that we just saw previously. So
it was a lot of fun. They're looking back now. They're like, yeah, man, we got a great start. All right, keep our nose clean, keep this thing upright, bring it home.
What kind of little engine does that look like?
Look at that.
Great. Is that a Yami? Can't get quite close enough of a look, but they have got that thing dialed in. I wonder if I want to talk to these guys. I wonder if there's like any kind of air pressure that they set these sponsons to. Like, I wonder, depending on conditions, do they need more air? Is it a pressure thing? Do they adjust the compartments in them? Like I said before, these are a multi-compartment sponsons, so if you do get a tear or a rip, the whole thing's not just sunk and rolled over, so they'll try to maintain a little buoyancy, but 4 to 5 different compartments in that 12-foot long sponson.
And he just did a great job there. Patrick Clary is the pilot, and you can see kind of jump that wave, set it down in a hole right at the pin, out of the throttle, got the boat rotated, and right back the other direction. Well, 50 on the back of that one. It looks like they're having some issues. Yep.
Trying to give her another start. That makes for a tough day. Man, I think I'd have had a shoulder surgery after that deal. Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, got a fire.
Oh, we're smoking. Let's go, baby. Pop her back in gear.
Well, that's a boat that took on so much water when they were trying to get out.
He's massaging a little bit of love in her. Ready to go.
There it is. Put it in gear.
All right. We're back to racing.
Not done yet. Don't count us out. So you're saying there's a chance. 23 boat is on point.
And they're just like carving the corners too. I think they're probably one of the most aggressive teams I've seen run around the pins.
Wow, they're about to lap one. This is what it's all about, man. I mean, find a class that you can afford. Get together with a buddy. Get together with a family member, your son, your daughter, your wife, whatever the case may be. Or
your co-host.
You know what?
Let's do it.
You know what? And come out here and make life worth living, right? I mean, do something. Do something. Get off the couch, man. Come out here, have some fun.
Heck yeah.
Look at this, man. The 4-boat making a run. The Reaper Racing coming up on the inside. Oh, yeah. Nicely done. Hey, that's John and Lola Grimm out here. And then rip a left right down and just drive away.
One of my best friends would do some open road racing around the country because there's a few open road races left, and we try to do those every year. But I'm going to try to talk him into doing this.
Oh, dude.
But this time I was navigating the car. I'm going to let him be the co-pilot.
Yeah, you probably want to center your weight towards the back.
Well, he's tall and skinny, so I'm going to put him up front.
Yeah.
We'll ride a little high in the nose, and I'll steer it.
Well, if he's tall, man, he'll be able to lean out over the nose. 4-boat again, man. 4-boat. It's got some pace now. 23-boat over there on the other side. You can see ripping up the other way already. Got such a great start. The 4-boat going to the front, trying to pick up second place around the Monster Energy buoy. Let's go the other way. Left turn, Clyde. These guys looking back behind them. There is no threat as of right now for Patrick Cleary and Warren Thies.
Hopefully everything stays together. They don't have any kind of mechanical issues and they can maintain that position. I mean, like I said, we've seen it all day. Stuff's breaking. The water's rough. It's claiming some carnage. So it's still, these other guys are still in the hunt potentially. As long as they can keep their equipment together, they might be able to maintain that lead. But
they just flew that thing pretty high, man. Tire boat up out of the water. Man, left arm has to be junk at the end of this thing.
The ocean's already claimed a few victims today.
Well, you see both hands on it now, so that's probably a good way to go. You can keep yourself in the boat.
I feel like that's my MO, man.
Waves kicked him out a little bit wide, but gets right back to the throttle and point and aim. Point and shoot. And I'm sure this is a pretty cool little club to be part of as they all get together and say, hey, man, we have an opportunity to go run over here, or let's go race over here. And reaching, oh, man, really cut around the pin tight right there. They had another boat on the outside. Oh, man, big air right there, and it looked like the co-pilot might have got his face wet. How about the 904? It's called Holland. That's Hayden Harris and Captain Mark Goodwin.
Man, he's really hanging off the side of that boat to keep that left side down so he can hit that corner a little bit harder.
That was a captain.
Did you see that?
That was a captain. He's getting it done. Captain might want a captain a little bit later.
It's going to need it.
Yeah, I would definitely need it.
With a few
Advils down. Yeah, with my captain. That's exactly right.
And a drama meter too.
We're not sure how many laps they run, but they go a few. Yeah, when they run out of fuel. That's pretty good.
No gas or no go, one of the two, right?
And you know the stories afterwards are just absolutely wild.
I bet these guys hang out all together and just absolutely have a ball.
2 races today, and I believe they come back and they race again tomorrow.
I'm so thankful these guys are coming to run with us. This is fun. This is a blast. We've even had some of the bigger boat teams that have been scratching their heads, stand back, look and saying, you know, that might be a fun thing to throw in the mix.
Oh, you know all those teams that you know, all those crazy dudes.
Just stick one in the top of the stacker, you know, take a couple extra parts out, throw a 4-meter boat in there, and let's go.
It's about the size of a spare engine.
Yeah.
Gotta love the white helmets too, man. Full cue ball. Simpson Darth Vader helmets. I actually have one signed by Bill Simpson.
Do you really?
Oh, 100%. Yep. Look at that, man. No, he wasn't even leaning.
Oh, dude.
Driver just like, man, hang on, dude. We're going to turn right here.
He about rolled his co-pilot right on out of the boat. That's a maneuver I'd probably perfect.
I absolutely love them. And as far as we know, the Warren Racing number 23, as you look at them right there, the red and white boat, should be way out front. Has just had a great run from the very start of this race. And I would think getting very close to the finish here. Yeah, a couple different engine combinations, but they're close, 40, 50 horsepower. Well, nice job for the 4-boat as well. Ripped right around the Monster Energy pin. Reaper Racing not done yet, still getting after it. Not sure who's driving and who's co-driving. It says that John is driving, and that Lola is his co-pilot. She's done a nice job. She stays busy on the front of that boat for sure.
Yeah, she definitely, you can tell they've practiced this a lot because she knows right where to go. She's definitely in sync with the person on the throttle, on the pilot.
I just saw him stick his hand up. I think he just waved to the boat that was going the other direction. Just communicating, as they say.
Was that a full wave or was that?
No, from what I can see, it was a full wave, yes. Yeah, they were not communicating Top Gun style, if you will.
We were inverted.
Yeah.
Luckily, we haven't seen any of that today, right? Of these guys.
We don't need any inversions. No. Not quite the same out here. Pretty rough out here, man. And I think I think both of us amazed at how good these boats soak up these conditions.
Yeah, that's why I wonder. I really want to ask these guys if they tweak any kind of the pressures or if they do anything to set it up, or they just blow it up and send it, man. Because these things are handling this rough condition way better than I ever thought they would have.
Yeah.
Because I've watched a lot of videos of them, literally just launching them in big surf. So to see them handle this, it's pretty impressive, actually. Just reading about the size of the boats, it wouldn't have surprised me at all if they said conditions are too rough for the Thundercats. I would have been like, yep, I get it, man. But to watch them come out here, they're like, don't even think about it. We're ready to go. Got 23 coming through some traffic.
Yeah, he is.
Number 6 boat says, hold my beer, I'm going on for it.
I think it was a 551 Team Yacht Management. Yeah, he's like, I know you're winning, but I'm going to show you I'm just as fast. Hang on. Kelby Myers and
they're celebrating right
Wesley Myers. Are they celebrating again?
That's what it looked like.
They headed to the beach. Hold on.
Yep. Let's see if we get the same kind of dismount we had before.
Things get serious when we get to the beach.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No lack of throttle here, man. He is sending it.
This is the fastest we could go. We're running with the waves, making it happen, and they are headed right to the beach. And another great run there for the 23 boat of Warren Racing. Here we go. We're just about there.
Let's see if they're going to soften this one up or just say
I think he
but we hit a little
back there. He's getting his feet up. He's ready to go this time. That's a little better.
Perfect.
Back to back. Excellent. The X96 Rock City Racing boat over there, unfortunately not able to get off the starting line, it would appear.
That would have probably been our performance kit.
That's the 904 of Holland. And so that was Hayden Harrison, Captain Mark Goodwin, as we saw earlier. Watch out for the pier.
Yeah, VIP had the best spot for that one.
Yeah, I think they decided to go. I'm going to go right of the pier. This is where the waves want me to go. This is where I'm going to go. We'll get the boat back over there in a little bit.
That team's got a sponsor. Looks like Yacht Management. Is that what I saw on the side of that sponsor?
Yeah, that's the 551 team, Yacht Management.
Yeah, let's give them a little love.
Kelby said to Wesley, hey, man, I know a good place to eat over here. Let's just go over this way. Look at him, man.
Yeah.
I guarantee you the people are cheering. Winning fans.
I've got a buddy back home that said he has one that's older and it's just been sitting in the garage. When I get home, he's getting a phone call.
Oh, there you go.
I said, man, you know, Lotto's coming up.
Blow the dust off
We
of that
talked
thing.
about it a week ago, and he's like, maybe we should get it going. Now that's got to happen. There's some Pro Class 1 action at the crane.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
Big boats,
Not
big
far
water.
away.
The time is coming up.
200s and 300s, and then the Pro Class 1s. Stay with us.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
welcome the race fans here. There's a look at the VIP entrance, the Tiki Tavern. But you have a great time. You can see those umbrellas have been taken down so that they don't fly away, I'm sure. Just get a look at the pier. That's the walk out on the pier as you get out there to the Tiki. It is absolutely beautiful out there. Sat down and enjoyed a beverage at the end of the day one day ago. This guy's enjoying a few waves. It's all going down here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. This is the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. We have another bracket race to go, and then the big dogs are going to come out here and throw down the Pro Class 1 boats. It will be their 5th race of the season, 3rd event, double headers for them. Aside from the wind, you could not ask for better weather. The wind just a little bit heavy here. We're guessing somewhere in the 20-mile-per-hour range. Very sustained. Probably a good thing rather than big, gigantic gust as you take a look at the number 11 Endurance boat. That will be campaigned by the same people that were just in that 500 class of J.J. Turk and Nick Buis. Turk Family Racing. And let's check in with one of our wonderful pit reporters, and this time Tristan Garvin, with a little bit more about offshore racing in general. Tristan.
I'm Tristan Collins Garvin, and I do pit reporting for offshore racing. IHRA has really stepped up, handing out a huge prize purse, which is amazing for our racers to have that monetary support now that they really haven't seen for a long time. The whole team behind the scenes is giving out their hardest work, and you can really see it everywhere around the race. A lot of these teams have been racing for a long time, and we have a lot of new racers. I think the purse has brought in a lot more enthusiasm. They travel from all over the country. There's so many great teams here. All of them come out and put on the absolute best show for our viewers to love this sport. And we've got Cole in there. Those guys, they get in there and they are a 2-man crew, and they do it just like the big crews do. There was a lot of, we'll say, drama the last couple seasons. Dirty Money really stepped it up with some technology that a lot of teams haven't, been able to get into yet. They won a lot of races. They were really fast. There was a world championship that was awarded to another team. Ultimately, that was withdrew, and Dirty Money got it. So there's racers who took checkered flags home and then later found out that they didn't win. And that's hard because, you're excited. You think you got yourself a first place win, and then come to find out weeks, maybe months later, it got pulled from you. The sport has so many professionals in it, and they can sometimes be paired in the cockpit with a guy that's only been in a race a couple times or never. We have some racers here this weekend that have never raced offshore before. There's some really impressive boats out on the water this weekend. That's a hard place to be as a new guy. From a viewer's standpoint, we want to see racing. Let's see the standings. Let's get a world champion at the end of the year. As soon as you get out there with your class, it's go time, and no mistakes coming out of that is usually who holds the race.
Yeah, and of course that run. Oh, looks like somebody's getting married out here. Congratulations to them. Yeah, that run for the championship is definitely on, and it will take place here in the Pro Class 1 category in just a little bit. As they set another boat, same boat, got it down in the water. Yeah, Nick Buis runs the sticks inside of that one. His lovely wife Priscilla, always here in support. Owen, their son, also a very talented driver and a champion. And let's check back in, I believe, with some results from the 400s and 500s.
Yeah,
we're going to show you some highlights first, and then we'll show you the results. As we go back and take a look at how things got going here with the 400 and 500s. And once again, just huge action out here for these categories that run pretty doggone fast.
These guys are doing everything they can just to keep it right on the line, and they're taking the abuse. And today is a more punishing day than what they probably ever would have expected showing up at Cocoa. Everybody knows it's rough, but it's really rough today.
Killing it offshore, and that is a look at the Safe Cash number 409 X-Insurance boat. The 436 boat right towards the end had an issue, unfortunately for them, for the Unleashed Racing. And we show you the results here for the 400 category. Congratulations to Shocker.
Yeah.
Did win that.
It looks like they
saw
must
them
have
pull over for a moment and must have got going again very quickly.
I wonder if they, again, these are unofficial, but I wonder if they got it going back just in time, and then
well, you know what?
That bobble
it was
out
the
of
436 boat that we saw had an issue right at the very end. I think was probably in line to win it, and then they had an issue.
Yes, so I wonder if that's where the pass came from. So back to unofficial class results for 500. Looks like we're sitting with Superboat in first, X-Insurance position 2. We got Tough Noogies on position 3, back in action 4th, and Rum Runners rounding out the top 5.
Love the name, Tough Noogies. Congrats to those people having a great run there.
Hopefully everybody goes back to the trailer in one piece. Hey, there's some big boats in that boatyard by the crane that you could probably have a nice air-conditioned salon on, and we can get a little boom for the dinghy and go out and have fun.
Don't tempt me.
Ooh, look at this guy on the beach. I can only imagine the kind of wind he's going to get today. You know, if I tried that, I'd end up looking like that rocket launch from the other day. I'd be out of sight. Oh, look, we got Craig in the MCON Monster Machine. What's he doing over there?
How much is the helm? So we will have the 200s and 300s, and we will also have a Cat 300. Some bracket racing that is yet to come up here. And then, of course, we will have the first Class 1 Pro boat, Pro Class 1, I should say, that will come up here for the weekend.
Looks like they're still getting some factory stocks out, and this is some footage from earlier. After New Orleans, hopefully that's as much hang time as what Lake Wiley gets this weekend is on the crane. So, you know what? I couldn't imagine that. Awesome wedding, thundering in the background, boat racing, and that's about perfect. And they didn't even know what they were getting signed up for, I bet.
Bonus surprise.
I'm just glad one of the the Thundercats didn't roll in on the beach and knock down the bride or the groom as hard as they hit the beach.
I don't know much about sailboat racing, but I'm wondering if today is a good day for them or a bad day for them. I don't know.
I don't know much about that either, but I can tell you that no matter the weather conditions, that looks like a lot of work.
The Lake Wiley racing boat that we saw the feature on a little bit earlier with the two competitors. Out here digging hard.
Man, I can almost see my signature there, Ken.
Can you? It's right there below the L.
It's right above the R in racing on that side of the boat. Go up to the top. That's where I'm at.
Now, kids, be fighting over it.
There's enough boogie board to go around. If not, there's Thundercats.
4:45 out here, East Coast time. There's a look at J.J. Turk, or at least the back of him.
Nick's suiting up as well. Having a little download session. Trying to make sure everybody's mind's right, ready to go. I know these guys really want to try to perform up top, especially being the hometown hero, and I hope that they can get out there and execute that. Just like the Louisiana Modv team, Kluwat Cartel won in Louisiana. Man, it's just fantastic, to be able to win in front of your hometown crew.
Billy Stroud standing there to the left of J.J. Turk. And speaking of X Insurance, we spent some time with them a little bit earlier, as we've seen. A number of boats are in competition out here with X Insurance on the side. Let's check in.
All that hard work we did last year, we just lost it in 3 laps.
It's a whole roller coaster of emotions as you go through this.
When I first started racing, I thought that who I was competing against was, other teams, myself. But at the end of the day, you realize that you're really racing Mother Nature, and she's the boss. I mean, I've wrecked a few boats since I started racing, and I've never damaged one that bad.
Towboats were waving at us. Stop, stop, stop. Got out of the boat, had no idea that the back of the boat was pretty much gone.
When we were coming in, I looked over at Nick, and I said, this might be our last boat ride together, buddy.
Season was over. It was like we were done. So that's what we just pick up the pieces and go.
My name is J.J. Turk. I'm the driver of the number 11 X Insurance 48-foot MTI Pro Class 1.
My name is Nick Buis, X Insurance Pro Class 1 Throttleman. Everybody said it's a 7-month, 9-month, we're out the season, whatever it is.
The goal was we were going to come to New Orleans as a team to support the other teams. And next thing you know, here we are, man.
The whole team came together. Hopefully we can finish what we started in St. Pete.
We've proven that we're willing to push it. So I'm looking forward to just getting back in the boat.
You're here, everybody's here. Every one of these races are here to try to win. When the green flag drops, we're back. We're here to be serious.
And we're going to try to go out and crush everybody.
Yeah, and you can see how much work they've done to that. Shane, you were part of that process. You were there. You watched everything happen. Yeah. These two guys, they're both class acts. They're both uber competitive, but that's the way the entire class is. You don't get to this point and not be at the top tier, competitive, A-personality type of person to come out here and compete.
You can see that, in those interviews. They're so emotionally connected to this. The love is pure. It's very intense for the sport, for the people, for the family. And, these guys had one heck of a start to the season, but they just keep digging. These guys don't give up. They have a heck of a team behind them. X Insurance is a fantastic backer for them, and you just can't beat them. This is a great, great boat, good team, and I'm so happy to see these guys that are still here, grinding it, digging it out. Looks like they're getting locked in right now.
Yeah, that race coming up here pretty quickly. Really impressive effort there out of that team, but you would expect nothing less. Those two people, as driver and throttleman, have won national championships, world championships. They are extremely capable, and they've done a lot of work to that boat to get that thing back up to speed as it fires up those two Mercury 1100s.
They're very, very fortunate to have X Insurance behind them, and X Insurance is likewise very, very lucky to have those two in the cockpit of that boat.
There's a lot of resources, a lot of knowledge, and certainly a lot of talent. And they were ready for the next race. It's crazy.
The conditions are just ever changing today. This is going to be an absolute stout race. Everybody's going to want to win, but everybody wants to be there tomorrow for the race on Sunday afternoon too. So it's just it's going to be interesting to watch these guys duke it out today, knowing that they still have to race tomorrow. Are they going to leave it on the line, Ken? Or are they going to try to hold a little bit back so they can save it for tomorrow? What's the plan? I guess we're going to see.
I think that that's the beauty of this team, man. They're very, very knowledgeable. So I think they take what it will give them, and if it's theirs today, they'll take it. And if it's not, then they'll take what they can get without going too far. And that's what experience brings you.
like I said, like we've said before, the season, we still have a lot left in it. You know, this is a points battle for the championship, and you know, they want to make sure they can keep it together. A good finish is better than a DNF.
Unique boat there. Looks like they're backing that thing up. Just a moment. Fixed M6 stern drives. You were talking about that before with the shaved skegs, and that is a rudder boat. Oh, they had to back up. Just big cat sailboat coming in.
that was about to be a battle of the wrong kind of cat right there. You know, and if you've never been in a big boat like that, you know, especially with that kind of power, just the speed at which those boats idle, the way they're propped, I mean, it's very, very quick. So, you know, things like that, somebody sneaking up around the corner, they really have to make a quick maneuver.
Great boat, too. That thing, 2015 and 16, won the championship in Abu Dhabi. So they've massaged it and done a fair amount of work to it since then to get it ready here for this particular category. And we'll find out how things shake out for them here in just a little bit. It's a good-sized sailboat, no doubt about that. And all the sails are a-flying. And let's check in with one of the best teams in the sport, and certainly great ambassadors of the sports and champions as well, the Monster Energy sponsored MCON team.
I am Tyler Miller, the owner and throttleman of MCON Monster Energy. We race in the Pro Class 1, and I've been in offshore. This is my 12th season, going on 12 years. This is a wild year in 2026, you know, with IHRA coming in and Pro Class 1. I think there's slated to be 9 to 10 teams at some point throughout the year. This first race, I think we're 7 to 8, which you get 10 45-foot catamarans running 170 mile an hour on the water together into a turn. That's a lot of boats, you know. This will be the first time in 12 years that we've actually done the short lap, long lap. I think it creates a whole different sense of energy for fan engagement. There's so many different dynamics that, man, it's anybody's game. But I would say right now, if I had to pick one boat, it would be Willie Cabiza in the MTI, the Marine Technology boat, and he joined forces with John Tomlinson, who's the best throttleman in offshore and has been for 30 plus years. So those guys combined with a new boat and with JT behind the sticks, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. One of the fears that I have that has kept me up at night is if a race has an incident or has an issue or gets red flagged and the race makes 70% of its laps, they can call the race. So my fear is that I don't want to hold on to the end to take that long lap. They call the race and I'm short on my mileage. So I think we've shown in offshore over the past several years that our team, polite, courteous, but all bullshit aside, when it's time to go racing, we're racing. 12 years of hard work and dedication, we're going to pour it all on the line, and you just well pack your bags and go home before you even get here.
Yeah, great guy, great team. Him and Myrick, of course, sitting over there doing the driving. You know, a couple of years ago, it was Steve Curtis that was in that boat right here because he was fresh off of back surgery, so could not make the call. And then, of course, got back in the boat, I believe it was at the second event, and went on and had a chance to chat with Tyler last night. Just a wonderful individual, but no more issues. Back surgery went great. He's been fine ever since. And as he just talked about, I mean, for 12 years, those guys have been ripping and learning. And you sit down and spend, I'm sure you know this, Shane, you sit down for 10, 15, 30 minutes with a Myrick Coyle, and you will come out a smarter individual when it comes to offshore powerboat racing.
I'll tell you what, Myrick is one heck of an individual. The guy is just a wealth of knowledge. Myrick and I go way, way back, actually. We both moved to Lake of the Ozarks at a very similar time in our life, you know, very young. You know, back in the day, we used to, you know, have drinks at one of our favorite little watering holes there in town, and, you know, we've kind of been friends ever since. And, you know, the guy has grown so much over the years. He knows so much. He's a fantastic competitor. There's just not a better guy to rig a boat either. I mean, you've got so much with Myrick, and those two together is just a a nasty combination.
I got to tell you, if the teams want to throw down, I mean, he was walking around the pits flexing a little bit yesterday. He'll get on you like a spider monkey. You're not careful.
I gave him a bad time. I said the in-cockpit videos from the last race, I said, because he's a little shorter and Tyler is tall anyway, so, that looks like a big stretch. And I said, man, you were in the boat. And I said, looked like your legs were swinging like you're on a park bench and your feet went at the ground,
Couldn't touch the ground. I need a phone book.
Man, I'll tell you what.
No phone books anymore. We'd be in trouble, man.
I'll tell you, if I was ever on the sticks in a boat, I'd love to have that guy on the wheel.
Good look at the Montlick boat as they lift that one up. And let's check in with Taylor Snyder. She's with some pretty happy people. Taylor?
Excuse me. Hold on. Down here with our winners for this race. Sorry, I've got lots of people in my ear. Class 400 winners. Shocker, you guys got it done. What was it like out there?
Oh, it was real flat, calm. It's sort of a boring day on the water. No, it was a little out of control. But, we had some, I don't know if the live feed showed it, we had some problems on the turn one, and we'd still be there trying to start it if it didn't give us a little bit of luck. And we went for it, and we saw, our competitors in front of us, and we weren't going to do whatever it took to get past them. So it was a great day, and glad everybody, and so far so good, everybody's safe and sound.
That's what it takes sometimes. You face some adversity, and then you got to just go for it and finish it. And that's what you guys did.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun. It was a little rough, but we made it happen.
You had fun?
I did have a lot of fun. I heard a couple landings, but
Well, these guys got it done. They're taking home the trophy and maybe off to see the chiropractor too after this.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Steve Chalker.
Yeah, good times, man. He had just a flat, nice day on the water, cruising around. But so they really did confirm what we saw. They did have an issue there. They were able to rectify it and get going and right back after it. And boy, they dodged a big bullet today.
I'll tell you what, that was probably a little bit of luck in their favor too. After some bad luck, with the engine hatch blowing over on the second place finisher, able to get that pass and overtake them for the lead. That's got to be a story that they're going to be telling for another week or two, or at least until they come to Lotto and they get to recreate a new story with those guys.
When it's your day, it's your day.
You betcha.
That's it, man. That's a good look at the crane doing its job as it lifts the Montlick boat up out of the water after their qualifying session a little bit earlier. And that's a look at the WHM boat as well. Billy Moff and company ready to go, make some noise here. The Pro Class 1 boats are putting in the water. Race 1 coming up soon.
That no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worsham, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida. As you can tell, the winds are high and the waves are even higher, and the racing action is heating up as we're finishing up the day. We've got a couple more races yet to come and a lot of action in store. We've got some beautiful views. We've got some boats coming out of the water, looks like from earlier qualification. That's the Super Stock boat, Adema Bikini, with Chad Havens and Leanne Shadlow. Looks like they're finally getting that boat back out on a trailer. Okay. All right, guys, we've got a feature. We're going to go down into the pits and hear from our Class 200 boat. Team Victory.
Alex Baumgartner, Victory Racing USA. We're racing in Class 200. Yeah, in St. Pete, we took third place, and then New Orleans, we took second. We spent the last 3 years building the boat. It's my rookie season. I've been building boats since I was 18. I'm 32 now. Finally worked my way up to owner and driver. I'm very excited, very pleased. For me, I think growing up racing motocross, it makes the boat stuff easier, because racing motocross, you're doing so many things at one time, and you're the only person in control of that machine, whereas I have Bill to make sure that thing is trimmed out right, throttling it, and I just got to make sure that missile is pointed in the right direction. I'm having to race a little bit differently than the rest of the guys just because I'm down on power. I'm running 600 horse motors. Everybody else is running 1,200 horse motors. You know, when you're behind a boat, you think you're going to see the boat. You don't actually see the boat. In front of you, you see the spray, the water behind it. If it turns to dodge something, it's about a 1.5 second delay before you actually notice it. I think it's just going to make me a better racer. I didn't have that boat put together and tested until the week before the first round. So my very first lap in the boat was 1 week before the very first race. Dude, it was awesome. It was so much fun. That's like I said, just pulling in the parking lot, I felt like I already won. Trophy, placing, podium, didn't matter to me anymore.
We went out for practice, tested out a couple different props. We're running really good. We hit a couple big waves, and I know me and my throttle-man looked at each other. I asked him if he dropped an anchor. He said he didn't even bring an anchor. Yeah, we blew the bottom of the boat out. Not sure what happened. I don't know if we hit something. I'm not sure. It's racing. You know, things happen, and if we can't fix this, and we go help everyone else and cheer them on, help them push their boats in the water and drive the trucks around and just help.
Great stuff there, and that's
a lot of carnage.
Kind of the way it goes sometimes, right? I mean, you dig in and you push as hard as you can, and it always seems like in racing you thrash right to the very last minute no matter what the situation is, and it's the people that persevere, man. They just do not give up.
Nope. Yeah, and he is definitely in it for the win, man. He's a great person to watch because he is just all in and wants nothing to do but go racing. So very excited to hear from those guys.
And good look at the 221 boat that is out there making his way through some of the heavy chop, and we had a chance to spend some time with them a little bit earlier today as well.
Class 200. I'm down here with Billy and Joey. Talk a little bit about what it's going to be like out here. Conditions are getting a little sporty out there in Class 200. What's it going to be like?
I think it's going to be good and bumpy. It'd be nice. Nice, comfy ride.
You guys have that closed canopy, so you're not going to feel that, but you are going to feel the heat from the competitors. What's it like racing side by side with these guys?
It's great. The feeling's great. A lot of adrenaline pumping, and we're looking forward to it. So choppy water is what we like, and so see what we can bring them.
Let's talk a little bit about New Orleans and going through the season. We're at race number 3 now. How does that momentum feel moving forward?
Well, we've been doing pretty good this year, so we'll hopefully keep it going today. We've been working real hard with this thing, keeping it going. He has, at least. But I think today is the first good rough event we've had in a while, so pretty happy about that. I like running in it.
Setups ready to go?
Yeah, I think so. We haven't changed it much, but just keep it going. We've been doing good, like you said. The last 2 races we won, so let's keep it going. See if we can finish out the season right.
Best of luck out there, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. And boy, take a look at that boat, man. They're getting pretty serious now. When you get the 200s and the 300s out here, these are big boats. 221 OC Racing, Joey Oliveri and Billy Glick. Joey out of Sarasota, Florida, 4th season here, and Kevin Warren, crew chiefing on this boat. 2004 Phantom. Mercury 900. Look at that thing blast through that chop, man.
It's still crazy when you're looking at that big of a boat, Ken, and you seem to kind of lose the deck heights down in the wave wash. Just gives a big testament to how rough that water is.
And we're going to show you the course map here one more time, get you back up to speed on that.
All right, Ken, as they're coming across the start-finish line on the beach side, they're going to make their first right-hander into that long back stretch. And the inner turn is the standard course. The extended Monster Mile, that's actually the long course option, which typically the plan was for these guys to race 2 long laps. Due to storm conditions today for the later class that would run that, they are actually going to shorten it up a little bit and get rid of the long lap option for the day.
Okay, here's a grid lineup. A couple of boats here, Justice League and OC Racing. And then there'll also be a couple of 300 class boats out there as well. We haul boats and Team Woody. So the 313 and 327. Team Woody, Chad Woody and Throttleman Billy Shipley out of Weatherford, Texas. Guys have been together for 8 years as well. 9 world championships, 12 national titles. We'll find out what the 327 has for him out here. Zach Kramer and Mike Ogden behind the wheel of the 313 We Haul boats in Class 300. Here's a look at some of the class designations.
On Class 200, as you can tell, we're looking at V-bottom or catamaran options. We have V-bottoms out here today, as we don't have any catamaran entries in this class, but that is an open class. You've got twin naturally aspirated stern drive engines. The power output on these boats is unlimited, but they are capped at 100-mile-an-hour breakout for Class 200. And on conditions like today, it's going to be hard to keep it right at that number. Our Class 300, similar in size, up to 40 feet. V or Cat, we have V-bottoms present today. They can run open or closed canopy. You can have single or twin. Engines permitted. Power is open, and they have a speed limit and a top-end max at 95 mile an hour for Class 300. So these boats are going to be very, very evenly matched, very evenly sized, and the horsepowers are very, very comparable for what's out on the course right now, Ken. Another good look at our pace boat out there, I believe, is what we're seeing. I think that's probably the best ride of the day, and I think that's where I'd want to be, Ken. I want to shout out a little love to all of our corner boats, our safety boat drivers, all of our on-the-water safety teams. You know, these guys have been bobbing around all day. That is a long day on the water for them. As you can watch the races and tell how rough it is, only imagine if you're sitting out there for a 6 to 8 hour period. So definitely we appreciate you guys. We appreciate our team. The IHRA staff and the help has been absolutely phenomenal, and I can't thank you guys enough for what you guys are doing out there on the water.
All right, let's check in with Taylor. She had a chance to catch up with Team Woody a little bit earlier.
Class 300, this one is going to be sporty today out here at Cocoa Beach. This is a first race, though. Justin, I'll start with you. You're 7 in. What's it going to be like out there?
It's looking like it's going to be a little rowdy, but I'm excited to get some seat time and let this thing eat a little bit.
Billy, this is your brother, so obviously communication should be top-notch. You guys have been communicating for a while, but this is your team. How's it going so far this season?
Everything's good this season. We did St. Pete. Broke a motor there. We missed New Orleans because we had to build some engines. We put the new ones in last week, like Tuesday. Came down here Wednesday, and so we'll see what they're going to do. But some good water, you know, to run the new motors in. Good water for him to learn in, and we're just going to go have fun and see what happens.
Setup's looking good so far. Any strategy heading into before you get into the water?
Yeah, you know, the fountain, we don't really have to set this thing up. We pretty much know what it's going to do. It's a selection of a 30-pitch prop or a 32-pitch prop, and that's pretty much it. And just put a bunch of water in the ballast and just let it eat. And the fountain's going to do its job in this water anyway. It's what it's built for.
Excellent. Well, best of luck out there, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
Like Shane, he mentioned something here that we'll probably get a chance to see, which is these boats will suck up a bunch of water if they feel like they need that ballast, and you'll see water shooting out of the side of these boats as they dump that ballast if they feel like they don't need it. So sometimes they'll pick it up and get these things to set and turn and then spit it out down the straightaway. Different people do it different ways, like to drive the boat different ways, but it's pretty incredible to watch them do what they do.
Yeah, I'm excited for this race. You know, this is a class that's been growing. There's more boats out there. There's guys that are still getting boats put together. So I think as the season unravels, we're going to start seeing more entries in bracket 200 and 300. And unfortunately, we had more boats here this weekend for this race that, as we saw a little earlier, had a little bit of carnage.
Getting ready for the start here. They'll put that Nordic to work here, getting these big boats up on plane, but I think it's up for the task based on the 5 engines back behind it. So it should be fun here. Coming back by, you see the rooster tail starting to kick up. Pretty much side by side right there. And green flag is out. Rooster tail, the telltale sign there, and that one kicks up in a big way. Keep in mind, 4 boats here, 2 different categories. The 200's looking to run a sustained 100 miles per hour, and the 300's at 90.
Yep. Yeah, there's 10-mile-an-hour variance between the two, but as we saw earlier, even in the smaller boat bracket categories, you know, sometimes that differential is not that great when you're seeing them out there running together. So it makes you think: somebody running fast, somebody running slow. Where's that number at?
Yeah, and I would argue that the 10 miles an hour here in percentage is obviously a lot smaller than it is when you see the 10 mile an hour between the 600 and the 700, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, it'd only take one of these big boats a smidgen to slow down 10 miles an hour, especially in this heavy water.
Yeah, these guys are going to have heck ride, but just like you heard Billy say just a little bit ago, you know, these big V-bottoms, this is what they're built for. So they really get to aerate the steps on the boat, and they really start taking off, and they can really start carrying a little bit of speed. So as you can see there, we saw OC, boy, they sure took a little jump going into the, that first corner section here.
327 Team Woody and a 2002 Fountain in the 300 class, going against a 2000 Bad Boy built by Tony Pacheco.
That's who we're watching right now with Weehall Boats. We got Zachary and Mike in that boat. Mike is the throttleman. We got Zach. He is on the, or Mike's the throttleman, and Zach is the driver.
The 221 and the 200 category for Joey Oliveri, 2004 Phantom.
Billy's Fountain's looking pretty good there with Team Woody.
As they nose high there, man.
Mike's doing a really good job there in the Weehall Boats 13 to try to keep the keep the props in the water and settle her down just nice, so that way we don't break anything. We can stand the test of time and make it through the end of this race.
Again, and I believe dealing with as they go into the wind there and into the chop, that's what's sailing that boat. He makes the turn up there and comes back the other way. Should calm down a bit. But what a beautiful boat, man. Very capable of handling this big water.
That boat's got good power in it, so it's going to be powered by twin Mercury 525s. It is going to run a Bravo drive, but they are the XR Bravos, so a little bit beefier than a traditional Bravo that you might see on a more family-oriented type boat.
Mike Ogden here, and worth mentioning that he was inducted into the Hall of Champions. Congratulations to him for that. Father-son racing together. Bad Boy boat was previously raced by Hall of Fame star Tony Siragusa. Nice sustained pace here, which is exactly what they want in this category, right?
Yes. For as rough as the water is, that boat looks pretty.
It does, right?
It's got a really good attitude right now.
I was thinking the same thing, man.
They've got the trim set just right, prop just right. These guys don't carry as many props typically as what some of the pro class teams were. Kind of like what Billy said, you either run this one or you run that one. So hopefully they hit the right mark today to keep the speed right where they want it to be. It's close to 90 mile an hour in the bracket 300 classes. They can keep it.
And we'll see if one of the girls can confirm here, but we think, or we're hearing that Team Woody might be headed back to the pits.
Oh no, I hope that's not the case. That's a tough break for those guys. After breaking in St. Pete, missing New Orleans because they couldn't get parts quick enough and the motor's done, or put new engines in it, they're fresh and ready to rock, and hopefully that's not the case. But
yeah, there they are. Well, I saw them before, and they did not look like they were on plane. So
at full power,
clearly having some issues here, making the 3-mile jaunt back there to the pits. And what a shame, the 300s did not run at New Orleans. And it looks like Weehall Boats is going to have a decisive advantage here. If they can make it around here a couple more laps, they'll already win this one. A tough go of it for Team Woody, as you talked about. So much work, so much money, so much effort.
Yeah, and from a highly competitive team in this bracket class too. They made some changes earlier this year. I mean, that's a brand new livery. That boat was all gray last year with some orange trim. I mean, they put a lot of work into that boat over the winter to get it ready to go. And sometimes you still just have some bugs to work out. Hopefully, knowing those guys, they're going to get back after it, and hopefully they'll have everything ready to rock and roll for Lake of the Ozarks in June.
Yeah, out of Weatherford, Texas, as we talked about, 9 world championships, 12 national titles as we watch the 221 here of OC Racing. But yeah, a real heartbreaker for a team that is very, very capable. So one thing we know is they won't go away. They'll just go back and go to work on it. We'll see if they can get it fixed up. Like you say, make it back out for Lotto.
That's a tough ride home, though, for Billy, I'll tell you. I mean, he drags the boat out himself. Some of the bigger teams have drivers. Billy does it all himself. And, you really got to support a guy like that that's in the trenches, in the builds, doing the stuff himself. And, that's a tough ride home for him. So hopefully they'll be able to keep their chin up and they'll figure this out real quick. Hopefully it was something minor. Hate to see their day in that way, but hopefully it wasn't something massive that broke that put them out.
Good look there at the 221 OC Racing boat. What a beautiful boat there. Triple Crown National Championship, 2-time world champion. Very accomplished as well in that beautiful 04 Phantom. Mercury 900 horsepower sitting inside of that one, as they've done a fabulous job here as well. said they can't thank the fans enough for the support. They look forward to dominating another year in the category.
These guys are an absolute hoot. If you get a chance to talk with them or anybody that's out there, if they're walking around the pits, you got to spend a little time with these guys. And I love the podium pictures. If you go back and you look through Facebook or look through the website, they've got this big giant hat that they wear, and it's absolutely awesome for podium pictures. It's like 5 times the size of his head. It's perfect.
Well, as it turns out, I've been supporting this team for many, many years, as one of their sponsors is Landshark Lager. So, and Natural Vodka Seltzer as well. Go GPS. So we appreciate the sponsors helping the racers out here. It's a very expensive sport, and as you can see there's a big old billboard to put your company name on and get some exposure from. Have some fun. Put your company on there. There's the Go GPS logo on the side. Neutral vodka seltzer there on the side as well.
Go GPS. We got Rap X. They're proudly supporting everybody here.
Quick glance at the helicopter that keeps an eye on everybody. As we saw there with the 11 Pro Class 1 boats, the X-Insurance machine there flipping that thing over. I mean, you never know. Things can go wrong pretty quickly.
So it looks like Justice League is out, is what we're getting told here. So it looks like we've got one Class 200, one Class 300 left. This lake is taking its toll, or the ocean's taking its toll on this particular set of boats today.
There's the Wee Hall boats, the number 313, as we talked about Ogden before. Out of Little Egg Harbor, New Jersey. Been racing for 20 plus years. And checkered flag out. Used to own Who's Your Daddy boat. And a couple of quick laps here for these guys, as they are the only 2 left in class.
Looks like they're going to call that a little early. Probably a good decision. Save some equipment for those guys that are left. Give them the checker.
Yeah, hats off to the 2. I mean, it's a tough day out there, so surviving this is quite a challenge.
All right, Pace boats, if you got a red flag, just throw the red flag. OC Racing has turned around and headed to the pit.
For today.
Pro Class 1, Ken.
Yep, and the boats
313 Wee Hall boats turn around and head to the pit.
We'll see what the big dogs can do when checkered flag is on the line here.
Checkered flag, valuable points. Everybody's battling for their spot in the ranks.
Certainly looks like that cruise liner is moving, but it's been sitting there all day. I think I think they've been watching some boat racing.
Race control to Angel 1.
Congratulations there as you take a look at our winner here with OC Racing. Larry Glick.
Joey and Billy back on top of the podium.
And the Wee Hall boats will grab the win here, as unfortunately Team Woody had to exit the course prematurely.
Tough day for these guys, but I'll tell you what, the conditions eat everybody up sometimes. As we heard earlier, for some of the Pro Class 1 teams, you're racing Mother Nature. You got to make sure that the boat can stand the test of time and what you're going to get tossed your way. So,
pretty cool shot there from that steady cam, it looked like, as well. As you can see the boat bobbing up and down and the camera not moving, give you a good idea of just how much chop is out there, as it looks like they're making their way down south. That is a big old rowboat right there. I said one with air conditioning, but I wasn't thinking one quite that big. Excellent stuff here. So a lot of racing completed so far today, along with qualifying. A couple of Thundercat races are in the books, and we are down to 1 to go. It will be offshore race number 4, Pro Class 1, race number 1, right here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. We hope you will join us back here as the professionals put the big boats in the water and chase the points. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worsham, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details of viewing options.
I know I got what it takes, and I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with, that is definitive, top of the throne in the league. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat, I just been bringing the fire.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Beautiful look here at the Tiki Tavern. That is the VIP area, and they're about to watch the Pro Class 1 boats roll out here and turn them loose. Welcome back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, the third stop for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series here in 2026. Winding things down here for day number 1. Beautiful backdrop there of a cruise liner. Thought they were making their way south, maybe not. Chilling out there. The big boats are in the water. We're waiting for them to make their way back around here. DMR Performance boats, driven by Britt Lilly, owned and throttleman Bill Pyron. Show you a list here for the Pro Class as they come out here. The 06 Monster MCON boat, driven by Myra Coyle, and throttles and owner Tyler Miller. GC Racing, X Insurance North. As we talked about before, Dirty Money Racing, Discreet Offshore Racing, and WHM Motorsports, along with Out of Pocket Racing. Leading in the points is the Monster Energy MCON machine, 206.5 points, just ahead of Out of Pocket Racing. Out of Pocket doing a nice job here with that boat. They've been on point, and a couple of players in there, Kevin Burrell And Billy Moore, again, we're going to talk about Billy Moore because he's so accomplished. We go on board here and take a look at, it looks like the Monster Energy MCON boat. That is Tyler. And sitting right alongside Myrick. Tyler Miller, solid player, of course. His sister's name on the back of the boat. He lost her a couple of years ago to breast cancer and was one of his biggest supporters. She gets so nervous she couldn't watch him race, but carries her along with him at every race, of course. Final adjustments there, hatch down, and looks like they'll just be leaving the pit area here. Yeah, walk us through some of what you see in there. I mean, obviously we say they're on the sticks. There's a good look at the sticks.
Right on. So as you see, Tyler, he's getting himself cinched in. A lot of times these guys might reach up and grab their belts. If you've ever been in a race boat or a race car or anything, once you get to moving the boat, the belts will loosen up a little bit. So, they'll want to constantly kind of grab at that and make sure they're nice and tight. Myrick, as you can see, he's getting buckled in as well, but he's got the wheel side of the thing, and we got Tyler over here on the throttles. If you watch some of this in-cam footage, he's going to be utilizing his right hand for the throttles, but he's going to do all of the work with his trim on his left hand. So he's kind of got a split setup. There's a console or a little, in the gunnel of the boat over there on the left side. You'll see that there's a multitude of switches. So he's going to be adjusting, like his, drive and trim angles and everything with his left hand. So he's going to really be busy in the boat, especially today.
And right there, what were those knobs that Myrick just touched?
So what he's doing is he's putting it into gear. So you have separate sticks. So like on a pleasure boat, you might have one throttle that goes reverse, neutral, forward. So on a race boat like this, you're going to have separate sticks, typically shorter, as you can see here, that are going to be to put the boat into gear, and then you'll have your throttles.
Gotcha. Yep. Makes total sense to me. And Tristan has been busy down there all day long. I'm sorry?
These are the guys that I love talking to every weekend, the Monster Energy MCON guys. Myrick, I'll start with you. Qualifying out there today, this is a little bit different weather than we saw in New Orleans. How did the boat handle out?
The boat did great. Tyler did great. Obviously, couldn't say enough about the crew. They worked till about 2 in the morning last night. It's about keeping that boat together and just getting it around there as quick as you can. And like I said, Tyler did an unbelievable job. If it was me on the throttles, it would probably be about a 10-minute lap. But he put us up at P1, and I'm very excited about it.
And in case you're new to boat racing, they have 2 different guys in the boat. And maybe it may seem like throttles aren't the biggest deal because you're going for it, but this is actually kind of the most important role, I think, for a weekend like this when we're talking about big waves and different weather out there. You have to make sure that you're in the right pace, the right speed for that incoming wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Throttleman, and you got 2 have to become 1 in the boat. That's what it's all about. Myrick was go, go, go in a lot of spots and easy, easy, easy in a lot of spots. So Throttleman today, you're going to get your tricep, your bicep, your forearm, arm pump. You're going to get a lot of workout out here today. Water's super sporty, but it's offshore racing, and this crew did an amazing job putting us P1. Couldn't be more happy right now.
Well, if there's any team that can get it done in any weather condition, I think it's this one right here. So I can't wait to see how the race goes for y'all tomorrow.
Thank you, Taylor. Thanks, Taylor.
And we thank you very much for that, Taylor. Initially was going to go down to Tristan for a live hit, just did not work out, so we kicked it over there to Taylor, who had that great interview. And based on what Myrick said, I said that they were going to fix that outdrive this morning. It sounds to me like the gang stayed last night and got it done, wanted to make sure it was done. I've always been at the school, let's fix it tonight in case something goes wrong. And they didn't have a whole lot of time before they had to go out there and qualify this morning. So it sounds like that's what they opted to do as we go on board here with another one of our teams. And you can see some of WHM, so Billy Moff, the plumber, in there. And as you can see, they are not required to wear fire suits now. So some of them are in shorts. WHM there, the Jay Muller running the throttles in this one, and Billy Moff, of course, just legendary out here. Great, incredible personality.
Another nice thing you can kind of see once they drop the tag there, if you look at the escape hatch out of the bottom, you'll see that it's clear. You can actually see them running over the water. that is a safety feature. In case these boats ever go over and they're upside down their lid, that boat becomes dark very quickly. So that's that proverbial go to the light, right? So that helps direct them if they're disoriented to the hatch to get these guys out quick if anything ever turned over and went bad.
Yep, it's a great point. I'm glad you caught that. I did happen to see it as we go on board here with the Screet as well, so we'll have another onboard shot. Adam Carpenter and Reese Langheim will be the two inside of this boat, and that's something that they also have to pass. You talked about them having a physical before they get in the boat.
Yes.
They also have to pass a turnover test.
Yes, they do. So everybody has to do a dunker. They used to have to do one a year. You have to keep your certification up and keep it on file. The safety team that IHRA has in place is absolutely phenomenal. They have a great dunker. They flip the guys over. It fills up, and they've got to prove that they can escape and get out of the boat on their own. Now, they're not left to the wind. They do have some help there. They have divers in the water in the pool, and they have to go through this SET training. But those guys are very thorough, and they make sure everybody is very calm and collected as they go through their training.
Well, look at the inside of that MCON boat. It is spectacular.
That is all business right there.
Talk about open checkbook, man. That is the best of the best.
So you see the air regulators. You see the yellow hoses for everybody at home. That's what they are. Is they're air regulators. If they do happen to go over, they want to make sure they can reach their air very, very quickly, so they can try to stay calm in obviously a very terrible situation should that happen. So they can have air, and then they can make their way out of the boat, whether it's probably out the escape hatch out of the bottom. A lot of these teams also, if you ever get a chance to look inside the cockpit, they'll actually put bilge pumps on the ceiling. So if it does go over, they can automatically start bilging water out as quickly as possible in case the capsule is compromised. Typically when these go over, they'll probably stay pretty dry, unless they have some type of damage elsewhere. But these boats don't. They're designed to try to stay in one piece and not be compromised to fill with water.
And this time, I think we are going to get it back over to Tristan.
I'm down here with the GC Racing Pro Class 1 team. You guys are taking the back of the boat apart. What's going on?
Yep, so we decided to make a last-minute drive change, change up the setup a little bit for the rough water. It's a lot rougher than we expected, so making some quick NASCAR pit stop changes here, and we'll be done in about the next 5 minutes, ready to go back in the crane. We're already fueled up, ready for the race.
This isn't an easy task you guys are doing here. You kind of had to borrow some stuff from a shop that you might have just knocked on the door, asked some strangers for some help. Yep. It looks like you got what you needed. You had to take the tie bar apart. You had to take the drives off. I mean, this isn't something that you guys just were like, hey, let's just try this. This is a serious change from the setup. Yeah. So what are you thinking you're going to expect to see now that you've made this commitment?
We should see a much better setup for rough water, better acceleration and all that stuff, and should be more competitive out there. And if we did good in qualifying, we should only do better from here.
Hey, I'll let you get back to it. They are, really working hard. So their race is today. This isn't something that you guys decided to change for a race tomorrow. Nope. You got to get back in the water. You still have a lot of work to do here. You said 15 minutes, but, we got 4 guys here. They're hustling. So
it's been, 6 minutes now?
Yeah, I think you're going to have her done here pretty quick. This is a true offshore racing pit stop for Pro Class 1. Good luck, guys. I'm so glad we got to catch you down here doing this. We'll see how it works out for you here in just a few hours. So good luck.
Thank you, Tristan.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, great stuff, and I think that's stuff that they learned out there in qualifying earlier today. So to make some changes and make it a little more competitive here in the rough water, we'll find out if, in fact, it works for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that these guys can change. You're going to see prop changes, potential gear changes. They're going to move weight around in the boat. There's a lot of things that's going to happen. And these teams are, after qualifying this morning, they are definitely going to work.
WHM boat making its way out there to the left. Ex-insurance boat off in the distance.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very sporty. This is going to be an awesome race to watch. And if we get any close racing action, like Bill Pyburn said earlier today, probably slower speeds, but these guys are going to stay really close and stay real competitive in this rough water. But that's what these boats are built for.
Yeah, test of wills as well. How hard do they want to push them? And they're getting down there. They're headed towards the milling area, it looks like. We're going to take a break here, pay some bills. We'll be back on the other side. The big boats are in the water making their way out to the race course. It is just about time to drop the green flag.
SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people to death.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
It's your time to show that I got that dog here, right? Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross US #1 plate.
This coming Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is in Shreveport, Louisiana for the Red River Rumble. It's the third event of the 2026 season. At Port Neches Riverfest, fourth-generation boat racer Andrew Tate entered the event as the point leader. That advantage dissipated as he found trouble in the third heat race.
Three wide down there.
Tate almost goes over, puts it on its side.
Oh no, the 14 of Andrew Tate is absolutely decimated.
Veteran racer Spencer Love was the eventual winner. The point standings after round 2 has Jared Jensen at the top, with Spencer Love just 9 points behind. After Andrew Tate's misfortune, he now sits in 8th. Saturday's coverage of the Red River Rumble will start at 1 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2. On Sunday, we'll be live on Speed Sport 2 at 10 a.m. Eastern, and then on Speed Sport 1 starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. As always, go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
We welcome everybody back here as we are ready to go racing with the Pro Class 1 category here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. You're watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. And this telecast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. And by Progressive. Fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. All right, the big boats are out here. Take a look at the water, man. I mean, it has not gotten any better. If anything, it's gotten a little bit worse.
This is a gauntlet, Ken. I'm telling you. Look at these guys bouncing around, barely on plane inside the boat. These guys are going to get absolutely beat up out here today.
WHM boat, we just had that on board down there in the lower right-hand corner. The Monster Energy MCON boat. There's the X Insurance boat. There's our Pace boat. And once again, let's check in with Tristan.
I'm down here with Reese Adam. Reese, it's your third race of the season. What challenges have you guys seen so far?
Well, we went to St. Pete, and we obviously broke a little bit, and then we ran over to New Orleans. We're a new team here, so me and Adam are like all new people. So we went to New Orleans, we caught on fire, then we got the boxes. We had to replace our boxes. We had many different problems there. But, you know, this is part of the new team. This is what we do, and this is what we're going to do. We hang in there. We always know your first year is always a challenge with a new boat. I've raced for a long time. I know how that is. We always have a little bit of a challenge, but you know what? There's nothing that we can't outcome. And Discreet is on it. We're going to make it happen. And all the challenges will be over eventually. And definitely we're going to make it happen. That's our goal. We want to start placing. We want to start doing it. Adam's doing good on the throttles right now, and I'm steering it. So I really like to see what Adam can do. This is like the few times that me and him has been in the boat together. So Adam's doing a good job. We're working together. We're communicating together. So honestly, here goes Cocoa Beach. We're out here to see what we got and work on all the challenges. Hopefully we got stuff figured out, but we hopefully will see you at the finish line.
Adam, what did you guys do to set up for Cocoa Beach?
We put new drop boxes in, replumbed the drop boxes. We were having some cooling issues with the oil, and then we did new fuel lines. We found a fuel leak yesterday, so that was a blessing that we found it during some practice. So like Reese said, we've only been in a boat, maybe 15 laps total between the two races and some practice. So we're really excited. I keep wanting rough water, and I think this is going to be our weekend.
I'm so excited that you guys haven't given up. It's really a challenging sport. You picked a really challenging class. We love to have this many boats out here for Pro Class 1. I can't wait to see how you guys finish. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nicely done, and congrats to them to get out here. As he said before, I mean, he's been in it a long time, and it's just part of the game, and you're gonna dig back. That's what you do. On board there with Discreet Offshore Racing, and it looks like they've got the lid up here.
Yeah, they're probably trying to stay cool as they're rolling out. Hopefully they're just that's a boat that's not going to have air conditioning in, I believe. So I can only imagine how hot it is out there, and they're trying to keep their cool and get ready to rock.
Well, you just brought up a great point, because some of the boats do have air conditioning in them. For example, the MCON boat was talking to Myrick yesterday, and he said it was 105 when we got in the boat. He said turn the air conditioner on. It brought it down to 88.
Yeah, so hot.
I mean, it's still warm, but he said you kind of acclimate to the heat anyways, but it for sure is helping. It's better than 105, so you take what you can get.
Absolutely, and like I said, not all these boats are going to be blessed with that type of equipment, so
they'll wait to make sure this course is clear from all of the other safety boats. Once it is, the pace boat will get going, and of course the big boats will follow, get up on plane, and then they'll turn them loose. It is our understanding that this race will be 5 laps in distance.
Yeah, it looks like due to storm condition, they've went ahead and shrunk the lap count just a little bit. That's probably for to save the boats, also to make sure that we keep safety at the top of the pillar for the most important thing out here today.
MCON off in the distance, 06. I believe that's the 32 boat of the MTI GC Racing boat. Just beside it with the magenta, if you will, colors on it, the 03 of DMR, X Insurance, number 10 and number 11. So the number 11 X Insurance boat, and the number 10 is actually Out of Pocket Racing with X Insurance, and here we go. All right, this is how they set them up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to turn these big boats loose. The Pro Class 1s, it'll be race number 5 on the 2026 season. The big Nordic boat is setting the pace right here, and they'll start lining them up. You can see the first 2 boats already in line. The 11 boat and the 03 now working their way up here. Absolute the best of the best. These are drivers and throttlemen that are second to none, and they're going to push the limits. They're not even racing yet, and that monster boat just launched up over that roller.
You've got Adam and Reese trying to get pulled up into the line. We've got Billy Moff and Jay somewhere out there. I'm not sure where they're at on course here, but Justin, he's sitting there on the that big Nortec pace boat from Bent Marine. So he's trying to call those guys up, get them in line so we can turn them loose.
A couple of stragglers here, just a bit, and it looks like the 11 boat just got out of the throttle a bit, and they're communicating with all of them, so Here comes the 03 boat coming back up, and that's it. Green flag, man. They were racing. The two on the inside were first ones on the throttle. The MCON boat's going to have the inside line after qualifying number 1. But look at the 32 boat come rearing back already. All three of them on the outside. Both X-Insurance in the 11 boat. Sails up
guys.
in the air. Incredible racing right here as we go with the Pro Class 1s. You are watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series.
If you've not already stood up, you're on the edge of your seat, and I'm telling you, you better hold your breath for these guys. They're going to get a lot of hang time today with the conditions that we are faced with.
And look at the boats coming back on the outside, man. They've made a big run back there. They are certainly in contention. But you can see how far out they are as they head towards that first pin. One laying back there will chop down and save a lot of real estate.
Looks like they're getting ready to head into the first corner. We got JJ Turk and Nick. Looks like they're trying to pull up into the mix here.
Look at that, man. And they were on the outside. They've got a lot of momentum. They're going to come up to this pin, and we'll find out how they get around this first buoy.
Wow, look at these guys
outside,
bobbing around.
And they're able to carry some momentum. The MCON boat digs up from the bottom, and that's what that boat does so good.
That's where you really want to have a good qualifying position. As you can see, Myrick and Tyler on the inside. Willie's in there too. You've got a shorter run line going through the first corner.
Man, I was just watching. I didn't even know what boat it was. It completely disappeared in the spray. And I was like, oh, my goodness. And he just crashed and go completely under. It just disappeared for a moment and popped back out. But what they're dealing with here in the spray is unbelievable. Try and see where they're going.
Visibility is going to be a very difficult thing, and as that dries on windshields, you're going to get a lot of salt residue. It's going to be hard to see, and they have their work cut out for them today.
And look at that big 2014 48-foot MTI boat. It is making it work, and here comes another one around the outside. That 03. An incredible big boat as well. That Victory's doing a good job. That is Bill Pyburn on the sticks over there. And, of course, Britt Lilly driving that 03, that DMR boat owned by Bill Pyburn.
This race is going to be wild. You're going to see a lot of lead changes and a lot of transition back and forth as the conditions are ever-changing from wave to wave.
And I think what we're seeing is these big boats are starting to shine in some rough water. Pyburn just not even thinking about pulling back on those sticks.
Now we've got Tyler in there. He's doing the exact same thing. He is working the throttles. I promise you, that arm pump he was talking about earlier. Here we go. Have everybody watch at home. Watch his right hand there on the throttles. He's going to be constantly messing with that. His left hand over there, as we said earlier, he's got a handle, but he's got the switches underneath it so he can adjust his trim and always be ready to make a maneuver.
Some of these boats do have the tunnel tab on the back to help them as well. If they've decided to use that, take that 250-pound penalty. The DMR boat way to the outside, and the MCON boat trying to make up ground, and it looks like they're doing so.
Man, look at the shock those guys are feeling inside the boat. We were talking about G-forces earlier and the impacts those guys are feeling.
Last unit I stepped on here, repeat. Boat 11, permission to go back to the ramp.
There. We've got Billy Moore and Kevin Burrell in the X-Insurance 10. They are coming up. It looks like, is that possibly on the inside? Are they still on the outside of DMR?
And unfortunately, we're hearing that boat 11, the X-Insurance of J.J. Turk and Nick Buis, who had a massive run there, it looked like they might even take the lead. We're hearing that they are leaving early. I don't know. We're looking at them there. That's not full power for sure. But I wonder if they can hang on there. You just never know with the attrition in this category.
If they're not hurt too bad, hopefully they can continue to make some laps for points. Maybe somebody else will completely break and they can gain some points back.
We're being told they're going to the pit. And the 03 DMR boat around the buoy.
That Victory looks really, really good, comfortable in that rough water. I'm sure TJ and the boys over there have that boat set up just how Bill and Britt want that.
Yeah, the former DeFalco boat that Mike had so much success in, and they were able to buy this. Bill was able to buy this and brought it in, and they put the DMR love to it, and it is out front here once again.
For the viewers at home, that looks like a little bit of a separation between second place with Kevin and Billy Moore there in second, but you can't count anybody out. As you just saw, our X-Insurance north entry broke. Anything can happen. There's a lot of race left here.
Yeah, that out-of-pocket racing boat is certainly very good as we keep an eye on that one now as well.
So that's going to be another victory with the surface drive setup, and those boats seem to like this rough water today.
Yeah, they're able to make a quick gear change in the back of that. They have, oh man, look at the DMR boat just completely sail it out again. Keep in mind, minimum weight, 11,800 pounds. They put that tunnel tab on them. They're over 12,000 pounds as they get going here. And as you mentioned before, that's before they fuel these things up.
Yeah, these guys are definitely running a whole lot heavier right now. That is just the minimum weight that they have to come out on the crane at.
What a good-looking boat.
And they can be heavier if they want. You know, I don't know. Some of these teams could have put a little bit more ballast in the boat today to adjust the CGs and the attitude of the boat with knowing that they're not going to be able to run the top speeds that we used to see on flat water. You know, they may come in real heavy. It's hard to say.
2025 Pro Class 1 national champions. Of course, they've won championships, nationals, and world champions in Supercats. It's the same two, Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn, that do the driving inside of that other boat. Talked about these two competitors, and
we've got a battle going on here for third and fourth.
Their history. Yeah, man.
Looks like Willie's trying to take a run on Tyler and Myrick. Man, those guys are almost just hitting the waves in sequence. They're just so close as far as bow to bow.
And amazing to watch them do what they do and watch these boats go to work.
Wow. You can tell some of the teams have made some adjustments from qualifying, because even though they're catching a lot of air and they're getting some hang time, the boats are going up level and they're coming down level, and that's what you want to see in a rough water situation like this. You do not want to carry carry the bow real high in big water like this. Look at the camera angle inside that boat, Ken. They are getting absolutely punished.
That is crazy. It is absolutely slamming down on the ground.
And I believe we're looking at from the inside of Discreet. That should be Adam Carpenter and Reese Langheim right there. Looks like we got a hatch popping up and down. Their rear hatch looks like it's possibly come open. And that's what I'm guessing we're seeing. The camera's possibly mounted on that hatch, and that's why we're seeing all that pivoting inside the boat.
Once again, Adam Carpenter doing the driving, Reese Langheim in the Discreet Offshore Racing boat. That is the big number 7 right there.
They're currently sitting 5th behind GC Racing.
And kind of settling in as we go back and watch the 03 one more time.
You've got to keep your eye on that number 10 X Insurance boat. Those guys, that's not a very far separation between the two. You've only got a 5-second differential there, guys. That's not that much when we're talking speeds of 100+ mile an hour, 120 potentially in this rough water.
Clyburn staying hard on the throttles, and we heard from one of the data guys. I was chatting with one of the data guys, and he said, looking at his throttle traces, he said he is the best he's ever seen. Just constantly keeping the props in the water, never pulling back completely off the throttle, not getting out of the boost with these engines, twin turbochargers, as we watch Billy Moff and company, the WHM number 5 boat, and take a look at that onboard.
Man, it looks like Jay's over there on the left side just trying to put all the pressure he can on the with his feet just to stay in that seat so he can stay focused on the throttles.
Boy, and that is exactly right. Imagine the pressure he's pushing onto that well, I would call it a firewall. Clearly not a firewall, but sure. To keep his body in place here, using all of the shoulder harness. And look how close they are as they're making a pass, it looks like, on the MCON boat.
That's going to be, I think, the Discreet team.
Boat.
Yeah,
Yep,
it looks like they're trying to make a pass
yep.
for position right there. So that's going to pull them up potentially into, I think, 5th place.
Bill him off with that 40-foot skater out there, so a little bit smaller in comparison to some of those big boats, and dealing with the rough water out here as well. And there's the MCON boat just a bit ahead of the 32 MTI GC Racing boat.
As you heard in that interview earlier, Tyler even gave his hats off to Willie and Johnny right behind him there. That those are definitely guys to always keep your eye on and never discount. I'll tell you what, the in-camera footage looks pretty good. I mean, as rough as it is, those guys look like they are definitely in the zone, though.
The keel on this boat a little bit different than the rest of them out there. From the keel to the outside chine, the dead rise, if you will, is a double step. The first one is 10 degrees, so almost flat, and then it shoots up 21 degrees to help get this boat up out of the water. Just some of the things they've worked on. We talked before about Myrick Coyle looking at that, cutting the whole bottom of the boat off, putting more lifting strakes on it to deal with rough water like this. And and consequently it's paying off.
Yeah, they've definitely had their work cut out for them on that boat, but they've got it so dialed in. It's hard to think that they've got a new Pro Class 1 boat back at the shop that they're finishing the rig up on in Frelato, as well as that boat's ran all season.
That big 45-foot victory, though, is doing a great job so far for Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn.
Well, we've got a pair of them. Both our victories are up front on today's race.
Showing that they really shine in this heavy water.
I'm sure Kevin Burrell's in there just holding on for dear life, steering that boat. I bet he is getting an absolute workout today.
Boy, and here it comes,
man, guys.
Oh, that 10 boat was making up some big ground, and look at this, man.
Pass for position. Looks like we've got the GC Racing MTI entry going into third place.
So good battles here for first and second and fourth, third and fourth. Side by side they go. The best in the business throwing down here in the first race for the Pro Class 1s.
It'll be interesting to see him come through this corner because Myrick's no stranger to put that boat right where it needs to be in a corner, and Tyler has no problem staying on the throttle.
Well, again, it just launches up out of the air. Tyler right back to full throttle there, back off of it, and then back on it, trying to keep it lit up. But I do believe the 32 boat looks like it is in front.
It looks like it's made an advancement, but like I said, you can't count anybody out, especially this Monster Energy MCON team.
Maybe a little more momentum, a little wider around the outside of the turn. It looks like the DMR boat might have put a little bit of... Nope, he did not. That was just an angle there from that shot, so they are still very close here.
That is a tight race. We have 2.5 second differential between first and second place right now. I don't think we've seen a race this close at this stage of the race all season yet, especially this rough water.
Excellent stuff. Of course, Britt Lilly, multiples Mod and Stock V World Championships, formerly the co-driver of the Class 1 Husky Chocolate team with Throttleman Steve Curtis. Also shared the role with motorsports great Travis Pastrana, 77-year-old father, Art, legendary offshore racing Throttleman, of course. Unfortunately passed away just a year or two ago, and he never got a chance to tell him he was going to step up and be in one of these big boats. But I'm sure Dad is watching down as we watch the plumber go at it.
Man, just look at how violent that ride is right now. That's making that Nortec from Bent Marine for the pace boat look a whole lot more pleasurable on the race, or out on the race course today.
And I take that back, by the way. Britt Lilly did get a chance to tell his father just before he passed away that he was going to get inside one of the big boats, and he got the job. So it was a very special moment to him. It's amazing.
Oh, did you see him turn that boat in the air and just set it down?
Crazy.
Britt said, I'm not going to let this happen. I'm not going to go down without a fight.
And they're scrapping back.
We got the battle of the Bills right here. Billy Moore, Bill Pyburn, both on the throttles. Kevin Burrell holding on to that number 10, trying to drive it and point it right in the direction he needs to be to try to take first place from Team DMR. But Britt's saying, hold my beer.
Yeah, Billy Moore just as talented as well as Britt Lilly, as we were talking about before. Another second-generation racer, made his Class 1 debut back in 2008, has won countless championships all along the way. Look at these two side by side going at it. The DMR 03 boat right beside the 10 boat. X Insurance out-of-pocket racing. This is for the lead, and they've been going at it for a full lap.
It looks like there's been multiple changes every single lap of nose to nose on who's going to take that. It's all about who's going to come across that start-finish line first to get credit for that lap.
Great racing stuff here. 3 laps, working on lap 3 here of 5, and nobody's wanting to give this one up. Looks like the X Insurance boat, now the 10 boat, with a small advantage. And all about the water. It can go back the other way just as quickly.
It looks like right now they definitely they're trying to put about a boat or two worth of gap on DMR. But again, we're still talking. Let's look at the timing and scoring. I've got 1.1 second between them as they come across the start-finish line.
And just starting lap 4 of this 5-lap contest. And yeah, you said it before, don't count out the 06 boat just yet. And look at that, Myrick Coyle and Tyler making their way back, and they might just get around the 32 boat here.
I'm telling you, there's been more exchanges in this race today than we've seen all season. This is absolutely exciting. If you are a boat race fan, then you are absolutely pumped about what you're watching right now.
This is true pros going at it. Look at the water shooting out of the back of those things from that reverse shot that we had just a moment ago. And they're battling here for third, just like the two up in the front.
Man, look at Myrick. He can't even stay pressed into the seat. It's all he can do to hold on. Whoa! Look at that.
And that'll slow him down for a little bit. That'll give the Monster Energy MCON boat a little advantage here for now. Scooping up a bunch of water off the bottom to keep these things cool at speed. And that's what everything is coming out of the back. Look at the water that those things pump out of the back of them.
This is some of the closest racing we've seen on some of the roughest water we've seen all year.
This is some of the closest racing I've seen ever. It's incredible.
IHRA Offshore is doing it, and we're doing it well. The highest levels possible. Watch this, guys. This is absolutely incredible.
And still not over, man. Fighting back on the inside is the 32 MTI GC Racing. That is Willie Cabiza and Johnny Tomlinson. Tomlinson, his resume just as deep as those other ones that I was reading. Oh, a big moment right there.
That was a
How did
close
he
one.
save that?
I'm glad he did, but boy, he just about stuffed it.
Man, that wave launched him left side down as they were turning to the right, and just moments away from rolling that one.
Ken, if I'm sitting in that boat, if I'm Billy or Kevin, I'm going to need new shorts, brother.
That was a wild moment for sure. Billy Moore inside of that one goes right back to the throttles. And Kevin, he has no choice. You got to keep driving it, man.
Yep. We're not done yet. Keep pointing it the right direction.
What a battle this race has been. 5 laps in distance, and every single lap has been incredible.
Adam and Reese are not bothered by the fact that hatch is banging around behind them. Heck, they might not even hear it or know about it, but they are still digging.
Good for them.
They're doing everything they can to hunt down that GC Racing, Willie Cabiza, Johnny Tomlinson, and that MTI boat.
What a great battle here. So the 10 boat is leading there. The out-of-pocket racing machine followed up by the 03 DMR, owned by Bill Pyburn, and having a great run here. Then it's the 06 Monster MCON and GC Racing inside of the top 4. And those 4 have, gloves off, baby, going at it.
I'll tell you what, we were watching the discrete boat there just a second ago. I'm very, very excited. For a new team, as we just talked and interviewed them, they're trying to keep everything together and to be able to get their program going the right direction in water such as this. They're really, really getting that thing fine-tuned.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, a 7th, 6th, 6th, and a 7th. Look at this. They're up there in 5th place. They're ahead of 2 great boats. So you just keep picking away at it, right?
Yep.
Quick look there. You just see the 32 boat on the right-hand side of the screen.
Is that MCON Monster trying to reel in DMR? Is that what I'm seeing?
Thought I saw the same thing. Let's check in with Taylor real quickly. Taylor?
I do have an update on the X Insurance number 11 boat. We're way back here just yet, but the crew is saying that it's a steering issue. Potentially, it's so rough out there that the helm that the steering wheel is attached to has simply broken off, is what we think has happened. So an unfortunate end for the X Insurance number 11 boat, but their teammates are out there getting it done. Back to racing, guys.
Thanks for the update there, Taylor. And yeah, we knew that it was going to take its toll here as we're coming to the finish.
It looks like who Monster MCON was chasing was Willie Cabiza in the GC Racing MTI here.
I saw the same thing. Unless our eyes are deceiving us there, we believe that is.
I believe they're running in 3rd right now, and we've got the MCON Monster Machine sitting 4th and continuing to dig.
Coming back to the checkered flag here. This is the 5th and final lap. So out-of-pocket racing out front. The 03 DMR, Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn here in 2nd place, hanging tough. It's been an incredible race here. If you've just joined us, if not, you know what we're talking about. And that is the 10 boat coming back by Billy Moff and company as they are looking for the checkered flag. Out-of-pocket racing having a great run here.
You've got to be really, really excited. That's a brand new team this year. So, for them to, start gelling like this, by race 3, they've looked good in every single race this year. They've shot out of the gate. They've had tons and tons of, hole shot coming off of every start all season long. They've just had some parts breakage, and that's given us some unfortunate ends to a race as the season has started, but they have got it together today.
I'm sure Billy Moore will be glad to be back in this winner's circle along with Kevin Burrell. And it will be their first win of the season if they can hang on here and get to the stripe. We don't want to call it before it's over because crazy things happen out here.
Yes, they do.
But right now they are in the catbird seat. They look really good here. The 10 boat had to scrap about as hard as you can scrap with the 03. The 03 having a good run back too as well after having a mechanical at the last event.
One of the tightest, closest races we've seen this year.
Yeah, man. It was exciting for sure. And that battle for third just as impressive. You wonder what you're going to see whenever you come out here to this kind of weather and this kind of chop, and they just never fail to impress. Look at him, it looks like it's floating. Oh,
man.
Big moment right there. Turned the boat completely sideways.
That's why it's not over till it's over.
Holy smokes, man, that is crazy. Coming up here to this buoy. I would think the spotters are telling him, like, you got a little bit of breathing room here.
Don't push her too hard. You're almost done. Keep digging.
Just trying to keep an eye on that back straightaway, too, to see if we can pick up who third place was. Don't see that. Was not able to gather that.
We've got DMR coming right through the corner that out-of-pocket racing just went through. There's not that big of a separation between these guys, and there hasn't been the entire race.
Yeah, that WHM boat, unfortunately for them, is being lapped, so that was not for position. As you see, that yellow boat is not in third place. A little bit deeper in the pile.
Billy said earlier that was going to be a tough thing. They're on the smaller end of the boat for this category, and
this rough water, I'm sure, is beating them up.
And a day like today, it's going to be not good for a boat that size.
That's the same boat that they competed in last year or 2 years ago in Supercat. So,
well, it's a 40, so I mean that was a super dominant.
He built a new boat, but it just something about it was not legal. He has a special shop in the back behind the skater, and not anybody's allowed in it. So they parked it back there, and they'll build another one.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to turn that boat loose and for a new Supercat team, and he's got a new 46 on order. So we'll see if Skater can get that done for him sometime soon. There's a big waiting line to get a boat to come out of the skater shop.
Finishing up this final lap here as we keep an eye on the number 10 boat. And again, just floating it as they pack some air in that huge tunnel. Checkered flag is out, and congratulations, they're going to grab their first win of the season. They've had 2 podiums, but this is the first time they will stand on top of the box. Congratulations to the out-of-pocket racing team, Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore.
That was one amazing race, can I tell you.
Copy that.
The Battle of the Bills up front, all race. Hats off to the DMR guys.
On the pipe right there across the stripe goes the 03. Congratulations to Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn as well. A great rebound for that boat. They won at St. Pete, then finished 7th as they had a mechanical in the second race. They finished 2nd in New Orleans, then broke a drive shaft at the second race of New Orleans. So a nice rebound as they go back onto the podium for the 3rd time this year. And we take a look at the 32 boat.
That will definitely help those guys pull back up at some points after the parts failures they had in New Orleans.
The Offshore Racing Services. MTI GC racing boat, the 32 here of Willie Cabiza and Johnny Tomlinson.
That is correct. This is the last race of
Tomlinson,
the day.
as good as they get, man.
Almost breakfast time.
Any podium position is a good spot to be in, so you've got to be pretty pumped up if you're in the cockpit of that MTI machine right now.
Yeah, Cabiza's going to be super happy. That brand new boat.
That's definitely going to help them, stay consistent in points. This is a long season. We've got a lot left to come.
Now, this is the goal, to get it up on the box, and this will be, by the way, as I look at this will be their 4th out of a possible 5 podiums in this boat.
I'm telling you, that's the thing, is they're sitting here looking at the long haul, trying to stay consistent on points. But if you look at who's finished around them and where they finished in previous races, this is you always want for a better position, but this is not a bad spot for them to be.
They struggled in the first race at New Orleans, even though they qualified third, so they certainly had some speed there. The race just didn't go their way. Otherwise, they're right there. They would be in second place in the points. So, they're a player here for this championship.
When Tristan interviewed them just a little bit ago, that was whatever those massive changes were they did, that was a 15-minute swap that was pretty intense. It looks like it worked for them.
As the 06 boat makes its way to the finish line, this will be the first time this boat was not on the podium. They had 3 wins working consecutively. They finished second the first race out of the box at St. Pete. So this will be the first time that they're not on the podium, but they're going to do what champions do and make the best of your bad day.
Absolutely. They're going to go back and take this as a learning situation. I promise you, the techs that are behind this team, they're going to make some adjustments. They grabbed a whole lot more data in this race, and they're going to be back at it tomorrow.
You can see his sister's name on the back of the boat, as I was talking about before, Jamie back there. So always recognizing her as a very classy duo right here and a very, very competitive one. The MCON boat just not quite in the water that they would be happy with. But, boy, it's, as you can tell, with 3 consecutive wins, it seems to be good everywhere else. Discreet boat still at it, still under power, still digging hard. Congratulations to them. They're going to come across here with a season best finish as well.
Yes, this is a big milestone, I feel like, for this team as they're growing. St. Pete, New Orleans both gave them problems, and they were unable to make finishes. This is progress right here. This is getting the boat around the course in one of the roughest races we have seen, but everything's staying together. They haven't had a problem that's put them out of the race. So the re-rigging, the changes, whatever they did between New Orleans and Cocoa Beach here has obviously been a very productive set of changes.
We'll watch them finish this one up. WHM, I believe, still out there as well. If I'm not mistaken, they would be on their final lap a little bit deeper.
Yes.
And JJ Turk and company, Nick Buis, unfortunately out of this one earlier, as we heard Taylor mention that they have a steering issue.
Gosh, I just can't imagine. That just shows you how heavy these are, the violent strikes that these things are taking out here, for your viewers at home. If you're talking fiberglass and carbon somehow cracking, breaking, potentially letting the steering column come loose, that's just unfathomable.
And I believe that was it right there across the stripe, if I'm not mistaken.
Angel 1, you're going to get your guys.
Unfortunately, look at the 11 boat right there.
Well, it definitely looks like they are using the throttles to put that boat into position to get craned out. Hopefully, they can go back, do some glass work, whatever it takes to try to bolt this thing back together, because I want to see these guys up top tomorrow. They had an awesome run, just like in St. Pete. They were running second when they had their incident. These guys are runners up front. They've just run into some crazy struggles.
Disappointed, I'm sure, wanted a good showing, and I'll tell you what, man, they were making a move for the lead when that happened. Obviously, JJ right here in his hometown. Hats off to JJ, too. The way I called it, I said, man, you're in fighting shape. He's lost a lot of weight. He's in great shape. He's taken this very, very seriously. Man, he looks better than I've ever seen him, for sure. And it just did not go their way today. But, boy, that boat was fast. It might have been for a short amount of time, but that boat showed some real speed.
I'll tell you what, these guys are champions at their heart and at their core, and they're doing what champions do best.
Billy Stroud standing there. Shannon over there. Neil Glass also. So some of the crew members that he's been with for the longest amount of time.
Yes.
Coming out of the Mod Vs and the 500 class, these guys are well synced. They'll go to work on it. Not count these guys out.
No, definitely. They are going to be a player here tomorrow. It's so unfortunate that what broke because they were in the contingent. They had a setup in the boat that looked good.
They had a setup in the boat. I agree, man. Wanted to see that one play out a little bit more. Once again, congratulations to Out of Pocket Racing, their first win of the season. Kevin Burrell, Billy Moore, excellent job. Congratulations. And boy, oh boy, did Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn make them earn it. What a battle.
Man, they did. You know, up until I think they probably said, look, you know, I don't know that we're going to tear our equipment up, but we're watching a lot of timing and scoring. They were 1.5 to 2 seconds, but for most of that whole race apart right there until the very end.
If you miss it, we're going to bring you some highlights. You don't want to miss these because there were two pair of boats that were absolutely going at it. We go on board here with the MCON machine. Tyler Miller running the sticks on that one. Myrick Coyle driving. And looking at them, here comes the DMR 03 boat. Discreet racing there as you were talking about the hatch coming loose.
Yeah, that's a rough thing to contend with. I'm sure they could hear that thing banging around the entire time and just couldn't do anything about it.
This was the battle here for third place. Eventually, the 32 boat would take over the position. MTIGC Racing over the DMR, over the Monster Income entry. Monster MCON.
It's kind of interesting to see the two boats up front. You know, surface drives. We've got 6 drives sitting in boats 3 and 4. You know, maybe there's something to that in this rough condition.
They did not have anything for the 10 boat. The 03 hanging it out. They certainly gave it their all. Just not quite enough today to hang with the 10 boat of out-of-pocket racing.
Still got a lot of fans lining the beach. Everybody's had a great day, and they've had some of the most amazing racing that we've seen all season.
It's what everybody comes out here to see. I mean, all the other classes are very impressive, too, to watch everybody endure what they've had to endure today. But to watch those big Pro Class 1 boats come out here, handle this water, fly those boats, compete side by side the way they did, man, absolutely no give from either team.
Yeah, there was a lot of nail biting going on everybody, on all the spotters, all the teams. I can only imagine the families. They're just sitting there on edge that whole race.
They had to be excited. It'll be some good interviews. There'll be some great stories tonight. That's what those guys live for. That's what the money is spent for. You want to get out there, elbows up, and dig deep with another team that's equivalent and find out who the better boat is today.
There's going to be a lot of work happening tonight in the pits.
It's been an exciting race, and Taylor, I know you're down there in the midst of all that stuff in the pits. It was incredible out here on the racetrack. Give us some final thoughts.
You're absolutely right. It was an incredible in the pits, on the beach. I'm sure it was even better, but what a race that was. Honestly, Class 1 does not disappoint. When I spoke to Billy Moore earlier today, they sounded like they were having a rough day. So for them to go out there and put that boat on that front line and pull off that win was seriously impressive. I cannot wait to talk to them later. I don't know if they'll make it back in time before we close out the day, but shockers of the day for me were Monster Energy MCON. But like Shane, I think you said earlier, those guys are going to be in the pits doing some hard work tonight because I know they do not like losing, but every boat out there is definitely here to win. An incredible day of racing with the brackets, the Thunder classes. I cannot wait to see what tomorrow brings. We'll see if the weather stays, it gets worse, it gets better, who knows. Anything goes here on Cocoa Beach, guys.
Yeah, nicely done. Appreciate everything, all the help there and the updates along the way. We have a full day of racing that is going to take place tomorrow as well. As you can see, the Supercats will be out here at 10 a.m. bright and early. They'll bring some much-needed music to the shoreline. It's going to be good. A way to wake up, baby.
There is nothing like waking everybody up along the beach at 10 a.m. with some Supercat action. Supercat Sunday is what we live for, and we're kicking it off right at 10 a.m.
Yeah, a full day of racing, and we hope you will join us here on Speed Sport as well. It's certainly been a great time as you look out over the coastline here at Cocoa Beach. I want to thank the entire staff here for everything that they've done. These boat races are very, very difficult to cover, so we appreciate everybody's effort to bring us the best pictures possible. Also need to thank the IHRA for everything that they've done to give us a place to come out here and race, and certainly the fans and the boat teams for coming out here to support. For Taylor Snyder and Tristan Garvin, of course, my buddy sitting over here next to me, Shane, we hope you enjoyed all the great racing action. I'm Ken Stout. We will see you tomorrow with the IHRA Offshore Boat Races. Till then, so long.